Hi, everyone. We're going to get started in 2 minutes. So if you could please take your seat, we'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me? All right. Thank you so much for joining today. We are very excited for a packed day of inspiration and learning on inclusive marketing. You know, after 4 years of not being in a room with people, this is very nerve-wracking. So please bear with me. But my name is Nicole. I will be your MC and host for the day. I lead Brand Academy for Danone, and we have really wanted to continue to expand our knowledge and learning on inclusive marketing. So thank you everyone for being here, Danone marketers, as well as our external guests. Really appreciate you sharing your knowledge today, being vulnerable, talking about such an important topic for all of our brands and the community. We are very excited to be hosting this today at the Treehouse. For those of you who don't know, this room is called the Treehouse, located in the greenhouse. This room was designed for co-creation, and it opened in 2019. And obviously, you know what happened in 2020. So this is kind of the kickoff of using the Treehouse, and I can't think of a better opportunity to do this type of setting, inclusive marketing. As you see behind me, we're building a community of culture. That is the theme for today, and I had them paint that on the wall. Just kidding. It was there, and I was like, this is really perfect. So I really hope that you take today as an opportunity to build that community culture, network not only with your peers, but also our community members. This is an incredible opportunity. I hope that we're able to do it again. A couple of housekeeping items. So as you can see, we have Evian water in the fridge. Please help yourself stay hydrated. We are at altitude here. So please help yourself to Evian. We also have breakfast in the back with all of our amazing Danone products. I hope you had a wonderful breakfast. Stay fueled with coffee. Make sure you use our International Delight Silk and creamers. So please make sure to enjoy all of our products today. We will be serving lunch at 12:30. And we also have a couple of breaks sprinkled in for the day too. We really would like for you to use those breaks for networking and enjoy yourself for the rest of the day. Restrooms are also located right on the side here. You'll see the sign pointed right behind AJ, our cameraman. AJ, you want to wave? Thank you. AJ is behind the bathrooms. Thanks, AJ. If you are an external guest, you unfortunately are restricted to this room and the bathrooms. I apologize, but that is how we built this room so that we can allow external guests to be present while also being able to have our employees working in our R&I facilities. So if you need to take a call, we do have seating outside, but we hope that you'll be able to stay focused and enjoy today for the rest of the day. And if you need Wi-Fi, there's a sign back there. It is Dan Guest with the password below it for you to be able to access that. Please also be aware that we have 2 cameramen. So please watch yourself when walking around that area. And please also be aware if you're standing in front of the camera, we'd like for everyone to be able to see our speakers and panelists for the day. So before I introduce our opening remarks, I want to make sure I can get you all excited. For those of you who know me, you know I love games and trivia. So we're going to kick it off with a little giveaway. So you all have a postcard in front of you highlighting our multicultural study. If you flip it over, if you're the lucky one with a green smiley face sticker, you have won a set of Danone JBL headphones. Come on up if you're the winner. Woo! Here you go. And we have one more set of JBL headphones that we'll be giving away after the second break. What we'd like for you to do to be able to win those headphones is write something on the board that has inspired you today during one of the breaks for lunch. And if you like what somebody wrote, please put a star next to it. And the one that has the most inspiring quote and the most activity around it will be winning that second pair of JBL Danone headphones. So may the odds be ever in your favor. And thank you again for being here. I'm going to introduce our opening speaker, Gina Christie, our Senior Director of Brand Purpose.
Thank you, Nicole. Hi, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Inclusive Marketing Summit. Thank you for everyone who's attending here live in Louisville at our lovely treehouse, and thank you to everyone who is attending virtually. I'm very excited to be here today and look forward to a fantastic day of content. Thank you to our speakers. We've got such a lineup waiting for you, and I can't wait to dive in. I have to give a shout out to Nicole and the Brand Innovators team for putting this together and working tirelessly to bring you what I know is going to be an inspiring and just amazing, energetic day that I hope you take something away. So, when I think about inclusive marketing, those words almost seem redundant, right? Like inclusive marketing, because all marketing should be inclusive, right? Well, the reality is that it's a journey and we're all here on the journey together. And so I hope what today does is it's inspiring you to want to create change, to want to do more, to do better, to really put inclusive marketing at the center and the heart of everything that we do. So hopefully you'll take that away and maybe you'll come up with a few ahas. Maybe you'll have one aha, maybe 2 or 10. But what I hope you do is write that down, take it with you, and then also use the breaks to talk to each other about those aha moments, because that's when the magic happens, when we can create together, when we can collaborate, and when we can inspire each other. Speaking of aha moments, I had one the other day. I had one the other day. That was not the aha moment. I had one the other day where I was listening to someone talk about diversity and inclusion in the context of marketing. And they made a distinction between the words diversity and inclusion. And they said, diversity is how it looks. Inclusion is about how it feels. And so that really resonated with me because I've never quite heard it that way before. And I think another reason that it resonated with me is because it reminded me of a quote that I love from Maya Angelou. And she says, people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And so when I think about inclusive marketing, what we're here to do is, yes, we're here to put it at the center of everything we do, but at the end of the day, it's really about how we make people feel. So enjoy today, be inspired, and when you go back home, try to go back and be inspiring. So thank you everyone for coming, and we'll have a great day today. Thank you.
And I'd like to introduce Brandon to the stage to say a couple of remarks. Brandon is our partner today with Brand Innovators, and they're really who brought this community together. So we are so thankful to have them as a partner with Danone and really inspire us for the rest of the day.
Thanks, guys. So guys, good morning. That's a pretty hard act to follow. Gina, Christie, thank you so much. We're so happy to be back in Denver. This was actually one of our, I think, my personal favorite cities and brand towns to be in over the past several years. So we had a little thing with that C in front of it that slowed things down for the past few, but we're back. We're back in Denver. I want to acknowledge Ariel Russo from our team who put together this great program with Gina and Christie and the Danone team. I want to also acknowledge Lauren Kenya, our head of client success and content. She's in the back. And then, of course, here she's with the camera, photographing and being our head creative director, Danielle. So please give it up. I know Linda Bethay couldn't be here, but we also want to give her, a lot of kudos for, I think, ideating this initially with Ariel and the team. So Linda sits on the Brand Innovators Advisory Board. So I do see, I think, Mike Salette in the back and some other familiar faces from Danone in Connecticut, where I came in from. But again, without further ado, we're in for a great day. Thanks again to Ariel and the Danone team for putting together an amazing program. Thank you to all the brand side speakers who are participating today. Several of you who came in from outside the Denver and Colorado region. And also thanks to our awesome sponsors / partners. So give it up for the day and let's go.
All right, let's kick the day off with our first speakers. So our first session will be the power of multicultural consumers and their relationship with plant-based food and beverage. And we are very lucky today to have John Starkey and Olivia Sanchez today speaking, and also introducing our moderator, Justin Sparks.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, well, thank you to the Brand Innovators team and Danone. We're super excited to be here. My name is Justin Sparks with Inmobi. John, do you want to introduce yourself?
Well, hi, hello, everyone. Good morning. I am John Starkey. I am the general manager of our plant-based business unit, and so excited to have so many people here for such an amazing topic. I know we call it the Inclusive Marketing Summit, but I would love to see a day when it's rephrased to the Marketing Excellence Summit, because if we're doing and driving marketing excellence, we are inclusive in all of our marketing efforts.
Olivia?
Well said. All right. Olivia Sanchez. I am the VP of Marketing for Plant-Based Beverages. Really excited to be with all of you and share a little bit of what Silk has been doing. It's just the beginning, but we'll get to that.
Awesome. Yeah, it's a great day, and we have a fun topic. You guys did a study last year, and if you guys haven't seen it, it's on the cards on the table, and we'll kind of go through some of that. But before that, John, you're relatively new. You're a little over a year into the company.
Yes.
You spent 10 years outside of the plant-based business at Mars and Wrigley. What brought you to Danone and specifically getting into the plant-based business again?
That's a great question. I get asked that question a lot because I've spent the last 11 years selling candy. I was at Mars and Wrigley running the gum businesses, global chocolate businesses, the Skittles, Starburst, and Lifesavers. But early in my career, the brands that I had the most passion for were brands working in the yogurt category, working in plant-based beverages in the past. And I love what I do. I love marketing. But there's nothing that makes you feel better than being able to market products that the more that people consume them, the better it is for their lives overall. So that's really what inspired me to come into Danone and to lead this business. To have the opportunity to lead the largest plant-based business in the United States, that's a blessing to me and a great opportunity to not only do what I love, but to do it with products that really benefit the lives of consumers.
And it makes it much easier when you have passion behind the product, right? And
Absolutely.
so we were talking a little bit before today in our prep. What's been the surprise since you've joined, the pleasant surprise since you've joined?
Well, you know, for all the marketers out there, from the day you start, you know, the real question your family always asks is, well, what do you do? And what do you work on? And when I came onto this business, I was expecting friends and family to not know any of the products in my portfolio. But the most pleasant surprise is when I say, well, part of my portfolio is Silk almond milk. So many people were like, I buy it all the time. You know, many of my family members, African-American friends, because of the predominance of lactose intolerance, many people have already been adopting the products in our portfolio. So that was the pleasant surprise to me that, you know, I don't have to do as much of a sell job on my family and friends as I originally thought I would.
It's always reaffirming, right, when your family and friends know the product, even if they may not know what you do from a day-to-day perspective. I have to explain that to my family. I work in mobile advertising and, you know, going into details, but we'll leave it out. So Olivia, you're on the opposite side of the spectrum, right? You've been at Danone for over 12 plus years. What keeps you excited and engaged and energized within the company?
Thank you. I turned 12 in December, actually, and I have had what first made me join Danone was its dual mission, which actually turns 50 years old this year, which is our first CEO who said we need to do good in the businesses and communities that we operate. And so that brought me to Danone. And what keeps me here is Danone has given me the privilege to work in 3 different countries and 4 different categories. So they've kept me not only busy for sure, but also challenged. And as I look at this audience right here, and I look at the team that I work in and day out, that's what keeps me here for sure. I work with very hardworking, very talented individuals who all want to just do great work. And that goes for the team. I have some creamers team here. I have some plant-based team members here, and of course the cross-functionals and CE, as we call it, consumer engagement. Every one of us is doing our best work every day and give just all positive intent. And I worked in other categories where it's not all about positive intent. So that's what keeps me here. Absolutely. Just people and the absolute core mission of this company.
Yeah, and it's easy for any of us in any business, right, to talk about culture, but the proof is someone like yourself staying around and moving because the culture is so strong and the intent to do right by your communities that you operate within. So we'll lighten it up a little bit, and then we'll get into some of the case studies and the work that you guys are doing in the multicultural communities. John, what's the favorite plant-based product in the Starkey household?
Well, there's multiples, right? Because we have to go through the family. So starting with the queen of the household, my wife, the So Delicious plant-based ice cream, dipped salted caramel bars.
So good.
Are
so good.
The number one for her. For me, it's the So Delicious ice cream sandwich bars. And then for my youngest son, who likes to work out and make smoothies, it's the Silk almond milk.
And Olivia?
I love the So Delicious vanilla ice cream sandwiches. That is so good because if you're used to the dairy ones, if you're used to the ones that you grew up with, that tastes exactly like it. So no compromise on plant-based products. And I have to say, the newest thing, and this is not just a plug, but Next Milk for me, which is made with plants, tastes like milk, is absolutely great. I'm a dairy lover. So for me to try plant-based products that just is no compromise on taste and texture, Next Milk does that for me, and I love that product.
If we're making you hungry, we will have some of these at the break. Yeah. I know it's only 9:30 and you're thinking about ice cream sandwiches, but we will. I would probably have to say the Silk soy milk is my favorite. I do the same as your son. Making smoothies, it's a nice replacement. All right, so let's get into some of the research and the initiatives that you guys have taken on this year. So, John, how does plant-based food play a defining role in the multicultural consumer lives, and what is that? How does that inform what you guys do as a business?
I think that's a fantastic question. I mean, as everyone has in front of them, there's a postcard that kind of highlights some of the data that has come back from a large multicultural survey that we've done across consumer groups to really highlight the opportunities we have as marketers to really do a better job of reaching multicultural consumers. It reaffirmed a lot of what I was noticing just anecdotally when I interacted with folks. Multicultural consumers have a high affinity for plant-based living and plant-based lifestyles. They're already doing many things to try to incorporate more plant-based foods, plant-based recipes into their repertoire. Asian American consumers, African American consumers, Hispanic, Latino consumers. There's a tremendous opportunity out there. And, it's personal for me because I know many of my family members, many friends who are trying to make those switches and make those changes. And it just highlights that we have a lot of opportunity and a lot of work to do. And so It reaffirms why I came to Danone and what I have seen to be the opportunity, but also highlights that we've got a tremendous amount of work to do.
You guys did a research study last year, which for those who have the cards on the table, that's where some of the data points come from. One of the things that surprised me when I read the study as we were doing prep for today was the stigma behind going and bringing plant-based products into the home for multicultural communities. So, as we come out of that study and as you guys as the companies look to activate against the learnings that you have, what are the gaps within the communities, and how are you guys looking to address that as a company? Whether that's, we'll go through some of the marketing examples later, but how are you guys looking to address the gaps that you have seen based off of the research you've done?
Yeah, it was really evident that I think consumers have old associations around plant-based products and plant-based food in general. I think the first thing that everybody, regardless of what your cultural background, thinks is that it's not going to taste as good as mainstream food. And the tremendous work that Danone has done over the years has really closed the gap in being able to bring plant-based alternatives that really mimic the taste, texture, experience of their product analogs. So a big piece is education. A big piece is partnership, and really partnering with those members of different communities who are already on the forefront of really trying to incorporate plant-based eating into their different cultures, and building those connection points. One of the things that is very clear, you look at millennials and Gen Z, multicultural consumers, and they're already doing this. If we're not doing it for them, they're doing it for themselves. So why not make it easier, make it more accessible for them from a partnership standpoint, but also given our scale and given our ability to reach and influence so many different consumers, affordability and accessibility are also critically important if we're really going to try to make a difference and really reach consumers in a powerful way.
And are there any examples of those initiatives that you guys are leading? And so I know the Green Machine effort is one, and we've had the Silk campaign, which will show some of those examples. But how are you guys activating on that, right? So maybe Olivia, I'll go to you.
Yeah. I think it's been a journey for sure. I don't think we're there yet, as I've said before, and I think it's been for us starting with showing diversity for sure has been just a no-brainer, and then we worked really to embed multicultural marketing into our brands, into our brand plans. We founded with Linda a year ago, a multicultural marketing council. I was co-chair of that. And just trying to bring awareness to the brands of what are the efforts and type of activities that you can do to engage the communities. For Silk specifically, this year we worked on Swap It with Silk. It was that intent of making it easy to incorporate plant-based options and swap dairy and include Silk products into their everyday life. And so that effort included even supporting Black-owned businesses during the month of August, showing people that recipes, everyday things that we know and love, can incorporate Silk oat in that. And it was a specific example we were trying to do because we have a multitude of bases here. We have almond and oat and all of these things. And we want to be sure that they know that all of these things work for their everyday life. I don't want to skip to the end where we show a couple of examples, but that's really part of the effort. As a company, we've made a commitment to invest 2% of our media upfront purchasing in Black-owned media companies. And for Silk specifically, we will double that for next year. So it's a journey. We're not
Yeah.
perfect, but certainly making more efforts as we go to be intentional in the way that we talk to multicultural consumers, because we know African Americans and Hispanics, you said it, but we over-index in lactose intolerance. It's just the truth. And plant-based is an excellent solution for these communities.
Yeah, and John, it goes to a comment you said around education. So it sounds like, Olivia, it's education not only with the market and consumers, but internally, right? Working with the brands, working with the folks within the walls of Danone, so that way you can best serve the communities. And then it also sounds like it's structural. Having a multicultural council, having an investment guideline, which really makes sure that you can kind of scale your efforts. So Olivia, as we start to go to more of what's out in the public domain in terms of some of the marketing and the messaging that you hinted at, do you want to kind of set up the first video that we'll go to?
Sure. The first video is our Anthem video, as I like to call it. It is our campaign launched last year. I see Derek over there. He was actually the author behind that. We play a lot of musical chairs here with the brands. And that was our Anthem video for last year, where we incorporated for the master brand, as we like to call it, Silk master brand. It includes our yogurt and our creamers business in there. And I'll let you all see it, and then we'll work through what the response was for consumers. So let's play that.
And
first
if
video.
it doesn't make you move, you're not a human being.
I
just
would
say that.
agree with that.
Rise it, shine it, sun it, shine it, farm it, grow it, almond, grow it, hold it, clamp it, shake it, almond, quick it, and reshake it, drop it, scoop it, pile it, almond, box it, farm it, take it, weigh it, sort it, send it, chop it, dice and smooth it, blend it, and reblend it, milk it, almond, milk it. That's what it is. Silk almond milk. That's what it is. Milk of the land.
Doesn't make you dance. It should at least make you sing, because it certainly makes me sing all the time. Even when I present it, I'm like, milk of the land. So I love this
I
song.
always have to hold myself back because I feel myself getting ready
That's
to.
it.
Yeah, you get hyped for milk, right? It's-
Right. So just like John, our consumers feel the beat and just love the beat. And so we found this video, which we absolutely love. So if we can roll that second video on the left. Thank you.
Hey friend, have y'all heard this new silk? I ain't talking about meeting in the bedroom silk. I'm talking about the new almond milk, the silk almond milk commercial. I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Come on. Right here.
Rise it, shine it, sun it, shine it, farm it, grow it, almond, grow it, hold it, clamp it, shake it, almond, quick it, and shake it, drop it, scoop it, pile it, box it, farm it, take it, weigh it, sort it, send it, chop it, dice and smooth it, blend it, milk it, almond, milk it. That's what it is. Silk
It's the land for me. I wish that was a little longer. It's the milk it, almond milk it, and they got milk of the land. It's just giving very much. I'm here for this.
You can't ask for a better reaction than that,
No.
right?
I love her. I think we've seen this video as a team like 500 times.
Oh, I'm sure.
And it always makes me smile. It always makes me happy. That's exactly the kind of reaction you want to create with something like this. And it's just super fun. And we just love it. It's just really, really fun.
Did she have more fun than you guys did making it?
Probably. I wasn't there, but I'm looking at Derek, and I remember trying to get products to the film, the production, and it was a nightmare. So for sure, during COVID, it's not easy to make a commercial. So absolutely, she had more fun. And like I said, we just love the reaction. We love that people love it as much as we do. It's just good fun. I would just say, please do not drive and film yourself on TikTok. Not a good idea.
And as a marketer, like you said, you can't ask for a better reaction as you push out a campaign. And so we have one more video. Do you want to set up what the follow-up to that was?
Absolutely. So this year, as I talked about, Swap It with Silk, it was an intentional program that we ran to show people how you could swap your current recipes, your current things that you love with our products. So this is Kelly Rowland, who helped us kick off the program. It was run throughout the year in different pulses. And this is Swap It with Silk. This is Kelly kicking it off to Black-owned businesses on how we make your recipes with oat.
Hey y'all, I am so excited to show you something. Now, I have swapped my whole fridge out for Silk. Do you want to see what I'm talking about? Swapping it out. Y'all ready? With Silk. Now she's rich and creamy, but this one, though, she thick. 2 C's. What am I gonna say about this one? She cute. For you coffee drinkers out there. And this one, what am I thinking? I think you know what I'm thinking. So just see. It's nutty.
So as you guys get into the rest of the year, a lot of fun activations, right? And you can see the reaction in the second video. So I think we'll kind of close it out maybe with some Q&A, if that's all right with you guys. I think we have a couple of minutes. Anyone have any questions? I think we'll have a mic walk around over here in the back. Sorry, Nicole, keeping you on your toes.
Are we on? There we are. So I was curious to know market share based with who your current demographic is and kind of how big a mountain you have to climb to address other groups. So if you have a fixed demographic of what I would call a more standardized market within these categories, and you're trying to gain inclusivity market share, how much of a difference in the market is there?
I would say we're plant-based leaders for sure. And I would say we are strong within the cohorts that we're talking about. We have strong market share across the board. The fact that we are on a journey from a marketing and messaging standpoint means only that from a comms perspective. From a share perspective, we're strong in our cohorts. We need to do better to activate. As an example, we just ran through the summer and we're waiting on results to do bilingual marketing. So we've done that in SoCal. You can imagine, I didn't say this, but I grew up in Mexico City. I speak Spanish. And so I was doing some copywriting as well. It's just like, yeah, this makes sense. It's the right language. But from a market share perspective, we are not behind with these cohorts today. So it's just more from a messaging, making sure that we are being inclusive in our messaging.
But the thing I would add is the big opportunity is plant-based overall within our categories. We still have a huge opportunity from a penetration standpoint, just in general. And with multicultural consumers already having an affinity for being interested in plant-based products, they can be the tip of the spear for us to really close the gap versus either conventional dairy, conventional cheese, conventional ice cream in many of our categories, creamers, et cetera. So why not really drive our efforts with consumers who are looking to really adopt those lifestyle changes that our products can really live up to?
Great
Thank
question.
you. So we have one last question. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nicole Powell. I'm in events and logistics in the White Plains office. Glad to be here. And I just want to know what efforts, if any, are being made to introduce these products to children? Because you often find that the children are going to be your spokesmodels, because sometimes, the older generations are stuck in their ways. But the children are a great opportunity to introduce these products, to get their parents on board, and just to encourage and influence their peers. So basically, how are you connecting with the TikTok generation?
All right. So I hear two questions. So one is TikTok generation for sure, and the other is children, because not all children hopefully are not on TikTok just yet. So we're definitely doing more for the TikTok generation is how I would start that answer is TikTok in the beginning was a bit of a scary space because as Danone, we want to be sure that we are marketing in safe platforms. So we took a bit of our time to get to TikTok. Now that we are on TikTok, we have launched more specific initiatives and more content on TikTok. So I hope that starts to answer your question. For children, John talked a little bit about pack and availability, right? It's a lot of it is you need to have the right pack to be able to have children want it. And we have packs that are in these 8-ounce little quart, little tetras, that as we call them technically, that are available, silk chocolate, great flavors for children and parents to be able to have some packs to give it to children. I think we can do more for sure. And you're right, that's the entry point, right? You want kids to ask for you. And I think as parents start to adopt more plant-based beverages into their lifestyle, they start to find these packs, and we start to make more emphasis on these packs for them to have opportunities to provide plant-based milks to their children. You want to add anything there?
No, I think you hit it on the head. Olivia shared earlier just the positive intent, the efforts that not only her existing team but the team before her have been making to really try to embrace the challenge and the opportunity that comes with reaching multicultural consumers. I'm really proud of the real jump that the team has made this year in trying to embrace TikTok. It's a start, but it's clearly only scratching the surface of what we can do and how powerful we can be. So more to come.
I think that'll do it.
What I hear, John, is you're getting a TikTok.
I don't know if I'm getting a TikTok, but
All right, I'm gonna do a plug for Eric Flynn though. Everybody follow Eric, please, on TikTok.
All right, guys. Well, John, Olivia, thank you so much. And Nicole, over to you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Love being able to kick off the morning with our brands. Thank you, John. Thank you, Olivia. And thank you, Justin. For those of you driving back to Denver this evening, if you see me dancing in my car, you know exactly what I'm listening to. I call that karaoke road rage. So it happens every 5 p.m. So please join me. I'd like to welcome to the stage Monica Bernales, the Global Cross-Category Marketing Director for Sally Hansen Coty, moderated by Laura Rengart, the CPG team lead of Google, and they will be speaking about the core principles of inclusive marketing and ways your brand can authentically connect with consumers. So please welcome Monica and Laura.
Way far away over there. Trying to figure out.
Hi, Monica. Hi, Laura.
Thank you so much
Good
for
morning,
being here.
everyone.
You want to go ahead and introduce yourself first?
Sure. I'm Monica Bernales. I'm the Global Marketing Director on Sally Hansen with the Coty organization.
And I'm Laura Reigert. I lead the CPG org at Google. So very nice to see all of you. Thank you so much for doing this. I've had an opportunity to get to know Monica and hear her whole story, so I'm excited for her to share that with all of you. So if you want, go ahead and kind of talk through your journey on how you got to Sally Hansen.
Sure. First of all, I'm super excited to be here. Thank you for having me. It's a topic that is very important to me. It's a personal topic that is important. And the reason I say that is that I did not always live in the United States. I was born in the Philippines, and I pretty much started my career with Unilever almost straight out of college. So I worked with Unilever. I was in the foods business during that time, and I had the opportunity to move to the personal care side of the business with Unilever, and then based out of Bangkok for a couple of years before eventually moving to Singapore for a few more years. And I landed in the US, based in New York, working on an amazing brand that is Dove. So really taking that journey from Asia to the US was, I think, one of the most pivotal moments in my career, professionally as well as personally. And Laura talked about my personal story. And I think one of the things is that I've always worked in my corporate life in a global multicultural organization. And that was amazing. But I think that moving to the US, I quickly realized that I'm a minority here. I did not look like most people. I did not speak like most people. And honestly, it took me a while to feel comfortable just getting up in front like I'm doing now, because I was consciously aware that I spoke a bit differently. And so I think that was quite interesting because I was having that journey for myself and then working on such an amazing brand that Dove, which some of you may be familiar, has really been one of the brands that was at the forefront of changing the conversation and how we represent women in advertising. When the Dove campaign for Real Beauty was launched, it was, I think, marketing term disruptive at that time, but it was also polarizing in some markets and in some geographies, because I think we were just not used to seeing real women in advertising at that time. I think we were served up such like an idealized version of what we thought beauty was supposed to look like, that it was a bit jarring for everyone to see real women in our advertising. And so I was very fortunate to be part of that journey. And that's something that the brand still continues to do until now, as I see on media. And that was sort of my work on Dove was in the foundation for the other future work that I started doing on Vaseline, and then eventually moving out of Unilever to work on CoverGirl, and now in my role in Sally Hansen.
Amazing. And out of curiosity, with your growing up in such different countries, do you speak more than one language?
Yes, I speak English. I speak my mother tongue, which is Filipino. I also speak a dialect, which is quite similar to Spanish, so I can pick it up a bit. I'm not fluent. And because I live in Thailand for a couple of years, I was quite able to speak Thai. But because it's been so long and I haven't had practice, I've forgotten most of it, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, but for those of us who grew up in the US, unfortunately, most of us only speak one language. And that, I think, is a real attribute to you. So while you grew up or you moved to the United States feeling like an outsider, I'm jealous, right? And I think many of us are probably still feeling that of wow, you get to understand completely what they're saying. I have to depend on translate, right? And or ask questions or try to follow along. We were talking last night at dinner, and we were all talking about our kids and sports, which is a very normal conversation amongst parents when you're talking. But you never go, so what languages are your kids, studying, or can they, are they immersed in anything? And I think it's an opportunity for us to really start thinking about what immersion and empathy can look like if we can start putting a little bit more emphasis around being multilingual. I digress. Okay, so based on your experiences, it sounds like you've created a foundation that is really important to you. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Sure. I think that because my experience in brand marketing has been a lot to do with global iconic and heritage brands, right? Like brands that have been there forever, brands that have been passed on from one generation to the next. I think it's challenging for those brands to figure out what the future means for them in this day and age. Like, I think brands that I've worked on have been on this journey of defining how to be relevant in today's time and how to reach out to the consumers in a way that makes sense for them. And so if I look back and the work that I've done, I have adopted sort of key pillars or principles that I used to guide some of those decisions. And I look at it in three ways. One is from a brand perspective. The other is as in a consumer lens. And the third is as a marketer. And I think the first piece when it comes to brand is that it goes back to authenticity. Authenticity is really key for a brand. I think often we think that, oh, you wake up one day and you're just like, I'm going to be in this inclusive marketing space because that's what everyone is talking about. And I'm going to create this amazing campaign and develop all these assets. But the truth is, it doesn't work like that. I think that as a brand, you have to earn the right to be in that conversation. We've seen a lot of brands make that same mistake, and it's a journey, as Olivia said earlier, right? I think all of us are in this journey as brand marketers. That I think one of the key things is really to actually take a few steps back when we think about our brand marketing efforts. And I think it goes to defining and figuring out what your brand DNA is. It's so far behind even thinking about what a brand campaign idea looks like. It's figuring out what the nuts and bolts are of a brand, what makes you unique, what is different, what do you stand for, which then defines what your purpose is as a brand. And I feel that that weaves into everything else that you do, that weaves into your product philosophy. How do you develop your products? Are you going to be clean? Are you going to be sustainable? Are you going to cater to a specific product need or benefit that serves a certain demographic group? And that goes back down to your brand DNA. And that's super important, because without that, you can create the most amazing campaigns, but you'll get lost. You'll either get lost as a brand, you'll forget what your tone of voice is, or you won't be distinctive because you're just like everybody else. And right now, that's the key, right? Like, to win in marketing, you need to be a distinctive brand that truly stands for something. So I think that's one. That's really the key to be able to connect with your consumers so they believe you. And it needs to come across as an authentic effort.
Sure. And then what's two?
Okay, two. Two is all about how you connect with your consumers. So I remember when I was like really, I don't know, in my 20s, starting my career, and you do all these like tests, right? Like strength finders, Myers-Briggs, personality tests, like all these team building stuff. But I remember one that particularly like stood out. It was a strength finder, I don't know, 1.0, I guess, very first version. And one of the strengths that popped up for me was empathy. And when I got it, I was like very disappointed. I was like, what does empathy mean? Like, can I be a visionary? Can I be like a problem solver? Can I be the leading edge, like kind of strength profile? And I was bored with what I got. And I remember the moderator came up to me and said, actually, if you are to be a good marketer, that's a key strength that you need to hone and continue to build on. And I didn't think much of it. I was thinking that, oh, this person is just trying to make me feel better. Like, thanks. But no. And I think after a few years now, I look back and I'm like, that is so true. That is absolutely 100% true. Because now I realize, and what keeps ringing in my mind is that, yes, we're all consumers. We buy things, we consume things, but you are not your consumer necessarily, right? And it's so important that you're able to put yourself in their own frame of reference. And as we now see newer consumers, the TikTok generation entering into the marketplace, we might not necessarily understand them, but it's crucial that we're able to look at things from their own perspective. And so for me, that's the second piece. Like, if you're able to connect with your consumers, that's key. You don't have to think like them. You don't have to agree with what they're saying, but you have to look at it through their own lens, because that's really the only way we can gain insight. And I think the third piece is with regard to how we are as marketers. Inclusive marketing is something which is very important to me. But often I think when we look at, and I had the same indication before, I was like, well, that's the organization's job, or that's only for somebody who leads a team, who manages a big team, or HR, or a DEI expert. But the reality is that everyone in this room has that responsibility, right? We need to be inspired leaders, because if that inclusive culture is not present in your organization and your team, how will that translate to the brand that you're leading, and translate into the efforts that you're doing? So it comes full circle. It's like understanding your consumers and then taking that and breathing that into the organization to truly impact the brand, which becomes front facing to consumers.
That's great. So when we're thinking about campaigns and you're kind of building on those pillars, particularly with authenticity and empathy, you're going to need a strong connection to your consumers, right? You're going to have to build that personalization with them. Can you give us examples of how you do that?
Yeah, so I think there are the more traditional ways, right? We do consumer groups, we do the calls, reach out to consumers, and those are super valuable in terms of getting really that in-depth insight and quantitative data. But I think somebody mentioned earlier, TikTok, social media. I mean, that's relatively new in the marketing space, but that's free information, because those are information that your consumers are handing out to you, and if we only take time to listen. So I think that's one. But also for me, because now my role is very much focused on innovation development. And one of the tools that I encourage my teams to look at, and what I do, are product reviews. So product reviews, service reviews, any review that the consumer puts out there. And it can be any .com, it can be on like an Amazon review or your own branded website. Those are really great nuggets of information. I've developed so many products out of those reviews, or developed like changes to products that are out there from those product reviews. And I think that's one. And I think the last piece too is your consumer hotline. If your organization has a consumer affairs hotline, ask for a report from those folks and go through it. Doesn't have to be intense, just read through it quite quickly. You can, there are some great information in there. Which actually reminds me, story on Dove. When I was on that team, we actually developed a whole campaign just based off a consumer affairs letter, or a letter from a consumer that landed on our table.
Really?
That we developed a whole commercial out of it. And it was an authentic story. It came from a consumer. We couldn't have made it up if we—
Do you remember what it was about?
Yes. So somebody else here was working me on that. So essentially there was a mom who wrote to the Dove team and said, I love Dove Bar. I've been using it for how many years, and I've passed it on to my daughters, and their daughters have passed it on to theirs. And everyone looks that we're so much younger than we are. And that was literally in the letter. And we got hold of the letter, and this is brilliant. We couldn't make up any campaign that this is that good. And so our agency partner then went to the house of that consumer and we shot a TVC out of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, we couldn't make it easier.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that was one
Amazing.
of the most exciting times, like one of the most exciting TVCs that we've shot.
When I was getting started first in CPG, I live in Cincinnati and was working very closely with Procter & Gamble and had the opportunity multiple times. They let me sit as a guest in their call center. If you haven't done that yet, I can't tell you how much you can learn by listening to the calls come in just for a few hours. They'll tell you if they're taking the time to call, and granted, obviously in the new world, they probably won't. But you know, back when I was starting, when we in call centers were the primary connection, you learn a lot from those call centers. So I agree with you completely. Current events is another way that we're seeing consumers react, right? So there's a direct response, I think, in social media and how consumers are behaving based on what's happening in current events. Can you pivot quickly when you need to, based on, you know, a sudden change or something happening?
Yes and no. I think that we try to do it. It doesn't always work in some cases, right? I think there are, especially when it comes to assets, like if it's a TV asset that is out there and it's not working or something happens, like you can pull it, but that's an asset that's not good anymore. I think with the rise of digital and social media, there's obviously more opportunity there to do that. But I think that it is imperative. We do need to pivot. I think that's one of the challenges that all brands have to figure out how to do that effectively and efficiently.
Move quickly. Yeah. So I'm assuming there are adjustments that need to be made based on geography of where your consumer is located, right? So when you think about authenticity and empathy, do you have a different mindset based on different regions of the world where they are?
Yes, absolutely. I think, you know, when I've been working on global brands, we would develop specific assets for the different markets. So in Asia, for instance, or the US, or even the UK, these are very different consumers. And we know that even if we look at the United States, one state is very different, right? In terms of what they're looking for, some of the values, et cetera. So I think from the global side, how we work is that we develop a global campaign, but then we have several iterations of that. And we do that in one go so that it becomes adaptable to different markets. And that's the same case for whether it's a TV asset or an Instagram or a digital asset.
Cool. And then on your third foundation pillar, inspired leader, can you give examples of, if I was on your team, what would I see in Monica, and how are you, you know, how, any tips we can take from you as an inspired leader?
Sure. I think it goes back down to knowing what we don't know and really being open to learning and not rejecting anything. I think that's how I approach things. Like, I might not understand everything, but I want to hear the stories. I'm big around creating space for people to share their stories, because that's how I view my job as a marketer, right? Like when we create all these amazing assets and TVCs and social and digital assets, that is essentially stories that you're creating from consumers. That's their story that you're playing back to them. Those are the things that they're looking for that you're playing back to them. So it's the same way in terms of how I manage teams and how I interact in teams. I listen to their stories. I make sure that everyone has the opportunity to speak their truth and have a safe environment for them to be able to do that.
So psychological safety is sort of primary.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Well, Monica, I don't have any other questions. Are there any other kind of closing remarks or anything that you have before we open it up to the group?
No closing remarks, but Laura, I'm just curious because you work in Google, and we're always curious to see what Google is also finding out. Like, what are some of the insights that you're seeing when it comes to the inclusive marketing space?
Well, for sure, CPG is going through a major pivot right now as an organization or as an industry. Creating that closeness to our consumers, we have the same ones, right, is the most important thing that we can do as we help our CPG customers like Cody, like Danone, like so many others, is really making it easier for you to understand who your consumers are, where they are, create that personalization. You talked about, and we've heard about all these different ways, through social media and through a contact center and through all these different ways. But right now they're sort of pillared. So you have to go here, you have to go here, you have to go here, you have to go here. So what we're really challenged on right now is to say, okay, how can we make this easier for you as a brand leader to go to maybe one place and really have all of that to be able to say, okay, now I understand where he or she is. Now I can understand how to reach them where they are, the way that it's fast, easy, what have you. I think in general, the future of marketing and advertising is going to change quite a bit, right? You're going to be owning that own data. You're going to be able to figure it out on your own, less dependent on the agencies, less dependent on, third party, and being smarter about who they are by having that yourself. So that's, I think, the biggest thing that we're seeing right now and thinking through, okay, how can we help you with that? And I think a few years from now, it's just going to look completely different. The way that you advertise, the way that you market, the way that you think about your consumers.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Laura.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions? Anybody?
One question.
Nothing?
Oh. Testing.
Hi, I'm Sarah from Cargo. Nice to see you again, Monica. I'm just curious, when we think about diversity, a lot of times we're thinking about different types of skin tones and backgrounds, like cultural backgrounds, but are there other different types of inclusivity you're thinking about, like different shapes and sizes and body types and things like that?
Absolutely. I think that's the skin tones is just one area, right? Like it's a tip of the iceberg. I think there's a whole other, there's so many other aspects to it. So body shape is one. I think the inclusivity also should speak to the LGBTQIA efforts, right? That's absolutely in there. And I think the cultural background, as you said, but I think it's really all about the individual, right? And that's why when Laura mentioned personalization, we're so far from that right now as a CPG organization, because we're so used to developing campaigns that are broadcasted in a mass way. But I think it boils down to that. It's the whole you do you kind of approach, which seems very a slogan type, but that is what it is. And that's how things are in marketing. That's the way we're moving towards. It's respect for each, the individuality.
All right. Thank you so much, Monica. Thank you so much,
Thank
Laura. I don't know about you, but it's been a very inspiring morning. We have one more session before we take a break, and I expect that whiteboard to be full of inspiring thoughts. We are heading into our next session, which is the future of marketing is inclusive, how Delta builds creative teams of tomorrow. And I want to introduce Maya, moderated by Jeff.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, everybody. Break's coming soon, but thanks for hanging with us. Maya, thank you for the time. Really excited about this because we get a lot of the internally focused DEI conversations, but as a creative director, really interested to hear more about how you're thinking about and building and launching into some of the initiatives more consumer focused and global. But first, can you give us a quick backdrop, your background, how you got to the creative director at Delta?
Sure. I'll make it super quick since I'm standing between you and the break. I am so happy to be here. First of all, thank you for having me. I started my career, and I'm going to make this quick. It sounds like a long story, but mostly in retail, mostly in Atlanta, brands like Macy's corporate, Home Depot corporate for most of my career. And then took my show on the road a little bit at Tuesday Morning in Dallas, Comcast, NBC Universal, and then made my rounds to FinTech back in Atlanta, and then Delta called in April 2021, and I've been there since.
Fantastic. Thanks for that backdrop. Pretty broad categories to be a part of,
yes.
but great experiences that I'm sure have led to a lot of the work you're doing at Delta. But you pick. Do you want to start internal or external?
I think internal, because inward out.
There we go.
Let's
All
do
right.
that.
Fair enough. So internally, we did a little bit of prep work, and I can legitimately say you guys walk the walk. But we'll start with kind of the 110 and the 110 coalition that Watch Your CEO has been very, very proud of and been backing and working on bringing more partners in. Can you share a little bit about that coalition, and then we'll get into some more of the tactical things that Delta has going on?
Yeah, I think when you and I talked, in addition to the 110 coalition, so Ed Bastian is our CEO at Delta, and he has made such a commitment, not just in the press, but actually in the action, right? And so his commitment to bringing on diverse suppliers, diverse candidates, diverse talent, we have just really made an effort to make sure that our words are aligned with our actions. And so things like skills first training, right? Skills first hiring, where we're looking at candidates and we're saying, hey, your experience, your capabilities, your background may surpass the fact that you don't have a 4-year college degree. So we want to level that playing field for people to be able to come into Delta, contribute at a high level, but not be stagnant or even just not even put in the conversation because they don't have that 4-year degree. There's so many factors that influence why someone can go to college and why they cannot. And so we're really thinking about how we're bringing in talent, how we're working with suppliers, and how we're making sure that Delta is an inclusive and equitable place to work.
That's fantastic, and a really important part, I think, when we look at qualifications, and we'll touch on the apprenticeship program that you guys are building, but qualifications, and I know our friends at Google are doing quite a bit of work on this. It doesn't mean a 4-year degree. There can be skill training, there can be job training that doesn't mean a 4-year degree in order to have a path towards that career.
Absolutely. I started my career with a 2-year art degree and was able to get into rooms and have mentors and people who taught me and showed and kind of paved the way for me. I went back to school later in life after I raised my children. And so everyone has a story, everyone has a journey, and it's different than the stories and the journeys that we are accustomed to. And it looks different for everyone. And so we want to make sure that we're hearing those stories and bringing people along and bringing those people to the table, right? So when you exclude the different backgrounds, you kind of exclude your customers and their journeys and their stories. They're so different than ours.
Fair point. Yeah, absolutely. And the apprenticeship program you guys are doing internally.
Yep.
Once partners are on board, whether they're frontline or getting into, I forget the phrasing.
No, that's right. Frontline.
Frontline
Yeah.
into
Merit.
into more
Merit.
corporate.
Yes.
Yep.
Scale merit.
There you go. So yeah, talk to us a little bit about that program, how it came to be, and how's it going thus far?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I'm not taking credit for all of the DE&I work that are amazing.
You're the one on stage. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I've done, the apprenticeship program really helps our merit and scale employees kind of see different worlds, right? So when I say scale, frontline, we're talking airport customer service. We're talking about the men and women that help us, check our bags and get our bags off of the the conveyors, right? And so we want to be able to allow those individuals an opportunity to come onto the merit side, so the corporate side, and work in departments like marketing or communications, because some of them they've acquired some of those skills in past lives. They've acquired some of those skills just in the work that they do on the front line. And so these apprenticeship programs really partner these individuals with a mentor or a guide that can help them kind of navigate corporate politics. We don't have them, but to help them kind of understand just how to work in a corporate environment and make sure they're successful in doing so. And so we're not pulling people from the front line into the merit organization and just dropping them and saying, okay, figure it out. We're actually trying to make sure they understand and that they're successful in those roles.
Excellent. Yeah, I think that's certainly something to take as a key learning across all orgs. But one of the things that also really impressed me as it kind of expanded off of that conversation was going upstream a little bit. So before they're even in Delta, how are you guys being more engaged in HBCUs and directing the career or letting them know there's opportunities for all ethnicities in various career paths, like marketing, like creative, like that may not be a natural fit or a thought process to an incoming freshman. So what kind of work are you guys doing on that end?
Absolutely. So our creative team is taking a page out of the Delta playbook, and we're making sure we're going to Clark Atlanta, we're going to Spelman, we're going to Morehouse, we're going to SCAD, we're going to Georgia State University, and we're looking at those groups of students where maybe it's not apparent that a creative career or profession would be for them. And we're talking about the diversity on the team, right? We're talking about how we are implementing the skills first and training, because even though they're in college, we want them to know that we have a commitment to recruiting and being inclusive and making sure that we're getting diverse perspectives, right? And so what we've done is really turned it up a notch because, okay, so we're in Georgia. UGA is a huge school. Everyone loves it in Atlanta. But when I hear, hey, we're going to have the dean of UGA come in and speak to our employees, or we're going to go to UGA and talk to their students, our team is like, okay, don't forget about Clark. Don't forget about Spelman. Don't forget about Morehouse. We need to have our voices, and they need to see us talk about our experiences and believe us, not just be figureheads, right? Believe us and understand that we are having a good experience at Delta so that they want to have those same experiences as well.
And you shared a story that I thought was really impactful, just, in that spirit of the inclusion, even just in the interviewing process. Yes. And somebody you just recently brought onto your team and his experience.
Yeah, so again, not my team, but I'll take the credit. Our managing director of international communications, Rasan Johnson, he was interviewing for a huge role within Delta, and he had gone through the process, and I hadn't met him, hadn't heard about him. We were sitting in a meeting, and his soon-to-be leader said, you know what, we were talking about diversity and inclusion. And she said, you know what, I just realized that Rasan had never interviewed with any person of color. And the conversation came about because I said, hey, in all of my years and all of the companies that I've worked for, I've never interviewed with an African-American person, which sounds ridiculous, but it was my truth. One person at the Home Depot in all of the interviews, and trust me, I've been on a lot of interviews. In all of the interviews that I had ever done, I had never interviewed with a Black woman, a Black person until Home Depot. And it made me want to work there because I could see myself in that person. And so you don't really understand the impact you're making when you're being intentional about every single part of the process. And so at that point, that leader said, please, we're so far down the path. He probably is going to get this role, but we really want you to meet Rasan. And I did. And I told him, I said, hey, you're here because of your qualifications. You're here because of your background. You have it. But I want you to be here because I am looking to you as a role model, because people on my team, they're looking to you as a role model. And your purpose is so much bigger than the work you're going to do. Just being in this seat is going to bring so many people along. So I need you to say yes to this role. So it was, I mean, hopefully that was the tipping point.
The closer,
the closer, yeah.
I love that. And a lot of the stories you shared were powerful, but I would say still a deficit in thinking about inclusions corporately. There's a lot of box checking, if you will. How representative are we? Are we meeting the representation numbers we're striving towards, as opposed to like getting upstream and having an open door and making sure that representation in all facets of the organization. So how do you guys facilitate that internally in terms of communication and making sure that that, you know, whatever internal or external that's being developed has representation in the right way, and it's not just check the box, make sure we have every ethnicity in an ad, or, you know, things like that?
I love that question. So beyond casting, because we talk about casting all the time, I think those are table stakes. Like everybody knows, like make the casting diverse. I hope. But you think about just things like wardrobe, right? So I've gotten wardrobe books, and this is why it's so important that you have leadership at the table from diverse perspectives. It's important. So have a diverse team, and I have teams that work on certain projects, and one of the teams that worked on one of the projects did not have a lot of diversity within that cohort. And so I got a styling book, and everything was looking great until I got to the styling portion, hair, makeup, wardrobe. And again, I was like, these are some cute outfits and they look great for people who go to UGA. Love it. It was coming from one point of view, one perspective, right? And our customers are global. They're traveling from India. They're going to India. They're traveling from New York. They're going to Spain. They're traveling all around the world. So we have to capture their point of view, their perspective. And it's just as small as what people are wearing, what the background talent is wearing, signals, everything communicates, right? It's as small as having makeup artists on set that can do natural hair, that can do African-American hair, that can do, Indian makeup, right? So you want to make sure that we're not just checking boxes, but we're really thinking about how do we make people feel like they're seen and acknowledged every step of the journey. Casting, got it, but are we making sure that people feel like they are represented at every level of the creative?
And one of the, and Moby is based out of India, so we get a lot of things that are produced there, and it's like, you know, the Western market is left out, you know, so it's challenging for a global brand to represent everybody, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think about, like, when we talk about inclusivity, diversity and inclusivity, it's like, okay, diversity. I invited all of these people from different backgrounds to the party, and they're here, they're invited, but did we ask them to dance? Are we teaching them how to do the wobble when they get there, right? Are we talking to them? Are we introducing them to other people? Are we making them feel like they're welcome? So it's one thing to invite someone, it's another thing to make them feel welcome, right? And so those are the ways we make people feel welcome to our brand.
And one of the biggest, I guess, executions against that has been the Faces of Travel.
Again, not my project, but yes, what I did for Faces of Travel, our peers on the brand side, they partnered with Adobe to create this beautiful, just when I think about this campaign, when I watch the campaign, it almost brings me to tears. So the insight was, when you Google travel, all you see are the same people traveling. White, blonde, women, men living their best lives, which is great, but it almost signals that no one else travels. Differently able, LGBTQ plus, even just different body shapes. Everyone isn't traveling, jumping off of the cannon with like the bikini and like no booty, right? Right. And so when the insight was, we have to let the world see who's traveling, because these people are traveling, right? And it's so important, because what you see on television and what you see in the media and what you see from creative campaigns, you can't take for granted that some people, that's all they have. That's all they see. That's all they know. And those are the associations they're making. I used to say, and I'm super tangenty, but I used to say that I don't take it for granted that sometimes when I'm in the room, I'm working with people who have never worked with a Black woman before. And all they know about women, Black women, is what they saw on The Apprentice with Omarosa, like knocking over tables and whatever, right? And so I have the responsibility of showing them my true self, and nothing extraordinary, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing so special, just me coming to work, not liking a Monday, sometimes being irritated, not meaning I'm going to tear the house down, just being myself. And so this Faces of Travel campaign, we wanted to make sure, and when I say we, I went to the photo shoot, it was in Amsterdam. There were some legs of the shoot in Mexico City, but I went to the Amsterdam leg. We just wanted to make sure that people just seemed normal, nothing extraordinary. Our creative team, we are responsible for the creative that appears on Delta flights. It's the welcome video. And a lot of times you'll see Ed Bastian on those videos. And we were concepting for one of the videos, and our lovely agency partners, it was the DE&I piece, focused with Kira Lynn Johnson, who leads DE&I for Delta. We were brainstorming and they came back and they were like, okay, we have this concept and it's these Black women and they own this winery and they're the most successful winery owners in the history of winery. And they have also done all these amazing things. And I was like, that sounds so amazing. Can we just have some people who travel, who like have their suitcase and maybe their kids are coming with them and they're seeing these beautiful sights and they're taking some selfies, and then let's ship that. How about that? Like nothing extraordinary, right? And the more we start to normalize other people's experiences, the more, to John's point, this is just a session about marketing.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I like that, normalizing it. It doesn't have to throw it out of the realm. But thank you, I got it. And I want to make sure I get the wording right, but welcoming, elevating, and caring. I love that mantra. And how do you, within your team, so things you are doing, how do you bring that to life?
Yeah, so we talk about a welcoming, elevated, and caring experience for our customers, but we want to start internal, right? So we want to make sure that our employees feel like they're welcomed, right? So every walk of life, they feel like they're welcomed. And we talk to them, we speak to them. Our team, our creative team, we cover external and internal communications. And so we have a team dedicated to elevating the work that our employees see, because we can't spend all of this money, all of this time, all of this energy speaking to our customers and delivering this beautiful work. And then the creative that we ship to our employees, we're like, okay, PowerPoint, we put as much energy and enthusiasm into the work that we're putting out to communicate to our internal customers that we do for our external customers. So we want everyone on the planes, in the Delta family, to feel like they're welcomed. Elevated. I know sometimes Delta gets a bad rap, and I see this on TikTok all the time where we're like, ooh, we're Delta. And And while it's an elevated experience, we want to make sure that everyone feels like it's attainable for them. And so we think about elevation not in the realm of cost or that we're snooty. It's really thinking about going that extra mile for our customers and going the extra mile for our employees. So that's the elevated, when we're talking about elevation, that's what we mean. And then caring, it is what it is, right? So just making sure that our differently abled community feels like they are represented in not only just the creative and the marketing, but actually like we have thought about them when it's time for them to get on a flight. Like, what is that experience, right? Non-binary, are we representing that community in our booking platforms, right? Are we just saying Mr., Mrs., Sir, ma'am? Are we thinking about how we're caring for people and how we're bringing them into the conversation at every point?
I think you represent that pretty darn well too. Just
Thanks.
even in the humility of not wanting to take credit for any of that when you do it. But Delta's walking the walk, which started at the beginning, and I've been very impressed by everything you guys have shared. I think I am running a little bit long though, so let me kick it over to you. Open for a little Q&A.
I am.
Okay, questions from the group?
Hi, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to stand up, but I'm doing so anyway.
I like it.
Hi, I'm Courtney Kessler. I'm on the Danone CE team. It really resonated with me when you said that sometimes you are the only or the first Black woman in the room. And I think, I don't know why I'm getting emotional. It's kind of crazy.
It's emotional. It is.
I'm also pregnant, so that might be it. But how do you, it's a lot of pressure, right? Oh gosh.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I feel you.
How do you come off correctly, but also strong? Like, that's a lot of pressure. And how do you not take it so personally?
I
I'm
feel
gonna stop
you.
talking.
No. So Courtney, congratulations.
Thanks.
It is emotional and it's heavy. There's a lot of responsibility, and some days I'm like, I don't want it. But you don't get to choose that, right? So you're representing your ancestors who could not be in the room. See, girl. You're representing other Black women who are at different levels of the organization who are watching your every move. You're thinking about the people who think you're just there because you check the box. And sometimes you are there just because you check the box, but then you have to outperform to make sure they know that you also deserve to be there. And so sometimes it is heavy, but I think we all have a responsibility, right? So Black women, people of color, allies have a responsibility. And so when you're in that room with the only, whether it's the only Black woman, whether it's the only African, Asian American, whatever that only is, lift them up. Build on their comment. Make sure they get credit for their ideas. But it is heavy sometimes, right? And I think we all walk around with heaviness in some way. You know, as women, we walk around with that heaviness. I don't think men float through the world with no issues. But it can be heavy, but it's the responsibility, and you kind of live with that. And I think for people like John and Gina, you understand that responsibility, and it's one that I would not trade for the world, because that's why it's so important to have leaders in a position of power so they can bring others along so that weight gets a little bit lighter. But thank you for the question.
Great question. Anybody else? Oh, Maya, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow. I don't know about you. I still have goosebumps. Courtney, I'm so proud of you. I'm proud of all of you. I think this is just such an eye-opening day. And I'm really thankful that we have so many people to be able to share this and really build this community. So thank you all again. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Please stretch your legs. There is some Stoke pumpkin over there for you to try if you haven't tried it, and some other Stoke products. It is the first day of fall, so you're allowed to have pumpkin now if you didn't know. So please take 15 minutes. There's also water in the fridge, and we'll be back in 15. Thanks, everyone.
Check.
Hi, everyone. Can you turn my mic on? Hi, everyone. We are going to get started in just a minute, so if you can take your seat again, thank you. Hi, everyone. If I could ask you to please take your seat. We have our next panel about to start. Thank you. All right. I'm loving the energy in this room. Thank you so much. I know we have lunch coming at 12:30. And then at our break later today, we will also have John's favorite, So Delicious ice cream. It was his wife's favorite. Look forward to that. Thank you for participating on the whiteboard, sharing your thoughts of inspiration for the day. Continue to do that throughout the day as well. So we're going to get started with our next presentation, which is a Women in Marketing panel. I'd like to introduce to the stage Quinn Kelsey, the Director of Communications and Resort Marketing at Vail Resorts, Crystal Thomas, the VP of Brand and Marketing at Zelly, and Amanda Simmerman, the Senior Director of Plant-Based Creamers and Whiteners at Danone. Please welcome them to the stage. And this session will be moderated by Gretchen Walsh, the Chief Client Officer of McKinney.
We need kind of shorter chairs for these short people. Inclusivity tip.
To date myself, but remember that Ally McBeal where she would dangle her feet, if anyone is old enough to remember Ally McBeal. Well, the energy in this room is great, and this is so exciting to be here. And I have had the opportunity to get to moderate this panel, but also to get to know these three women over the past few days as we got ready for this. And it's been a true privilege. Just to reiterate, my name is Gretchen Walsh, and I am the Chief Client Officer at McKinney. And I'm excited to be talking about women in marketing today. And I've been at McKinney actually for 17 years now. And when I started at McKinney, I had 0 children, and there was one single woman on the executive leadership team at McKinney. Now I have 2 high schoolers. The executive team is over 50% females, and that includes our C-suite. So we've made a lot of progress. There's a lot of progress to go, and I've seen the industry had a lot of progress. So I think a lot of this conversation is really positive. It's about the celebration of where we've come, but we also want to talk about where we still have to go and where the opportunities exist as we work together and we champion each other, both as females and as broader partners in the marketing community. So I'm going to start off and I'm going to have each of you, I'd love for you to just tell all of us a little bit about your journey to where you are today as really senior women in marketing. So Amanda, you want to start us off?
Sure. I'm Amanda Simmerman. I am the Senior Director of our plant-based creamers and whiteners business, which whiteners, for those outside of Danone, is half and half and heavy whipping cream. So all things better for you and your coffee. My career has been in marketing since the beginning. I started at an agency and worked for clients like Sara Lee and Holiday Inn, and then worked at Kraft Foods also for a little bit. And then moved to the client side after business school at Miller Coors, and then at Pepsi, and have been at Danone for the last 6.5 years. Worked in our yogurt business unit as well as our beverages business unit today. And as I think about my career as a woman in marketing, I'm really excited to be here to just talk about, to Gretchen's point, where things have been and where they're going, and how much we're doing both at Danone and just in general to help promote women in marketing.
Hi, I'm Crystal Thomas. I'm the VP of Brand and Marketing for Zell. I've worked there for about 7 years in various roles. I actually started as the first marketing manager and have worked in various roles up now to being the VP and overseeing partner marketing, product marketing, consumer education, social. So a bunch of different areas. Every day is different and exciting, which is great. Prior to working for Zell, I worked on the public relations agency side, and then I went in-house and I worked for a telecommunications company, managed their IPO communications. So super exciting journey, and excited to be here today and have this conversation with you all.
Great. And hi, everyone. I'm Quinn Kelsey. I am a director of communications for Vail Resorts. When you think of Vail Resorts, I'm sure you think of kind of what's in our backyard, Park City and Breckenridge and Vail Mountain. I actually oversee and have the privilege to oversee our 26 resorts in the Eastern region, which are pretty much aimed at growing the sport. They are strategically acquired and located outside of major metro areas, intended to provide additional access. So outside of St. Louis, outside of Chicago, outside of New York City, Minneapolis, I said Minneapolis. So really cool, really excited to talk a little bit about our efforts there in being inclusive in the sport of skiing, which we all know has historically been a white male dominated sport. Previous to that, I've worked for brands like Chipotle, and I've worked on the agency side. So have had the opportunity to be mentored by amazing men and women kind of throughout my career. And I'm also really excited because I am 22 weeks pregnant. I like the pregnancy vibes in this room. I think I've counted like 6 or 7 so far. And I'll just share a little bit about my journey this morning. I'm kind of at the phase where I need to start buying new clothes because they're not fitting. And I brought this brand new shirt for this panel. And I walked out and I was like, hey, babe, like, look at my, or I'm like, hey, babe, I cannot get the wrinkles out. And my husband kind of looks at me and he starts looking at my face. And I was like, no, my shirt. I can't get the wrinkles out of my shirt. So mentally, I'm a little bit there right now.
I love that. Wow. Good luck to him.
Yeah.
So Amanda, let's go back to you and talk a little bit about, I'd love to hear what Danone has really done to make a more inclusive environment and help, promote the growth of women in the environment in your time here.
Yeah, I think so. When I think about what we do as an organization, there's a couple of different avenues that I think about in terms of promoting inclusivity, but also just women in general. And one of the biggest ones is our parental bonding leave policy. So one of the great benefits of Danone is that we have an 18-week paid parental bonding leave for men and women. That's evolved over time, where we were originally very focused on mothers and caretakers. And then it's evolved to just a parental bonding leave, which I think is an amazing benefit. In addition, we focus on leveraging employee groups to help promote various aspects of diversity. So from a women perspective, our LIFT group is really focused on promoting women in business and providing different forums for different conversations. So we've had conversations where our GM, my GM, Dominic, has talked about what it's like to be an ally for women in business. We've also had conversations where different women who have gone through various pregnancy-related issues have spoken about their, like what it's like. And so we bring in a lot of diverse perspectives on what it's like to be a woman in the business. And it's really a nice way to learn about different aspects and also start to think about your career and how you can connect with the women throughout the organization.
That's great. How about Vail? What are y'all doing?
Great. So I can speak a little externally and internally, I think, because they really, if that's okay, they really tie together. But, first externally, what Vail has done is inclusion is just critical to growing that sport in general. We need to make the sport more accessible and more inclusive to more people. So we are deliberate about that with our pricing strategy. We are deliberate about that when it comes to our acquisition strategy. We're deliberate about that in terms of how we are portraying skiers and riders. Riders is another part of our inclusivity. Kind of getting away from this ski bro mentality and into anyone can learn to ski. You do not need to be wearing the coolest clothes and hitting the black diamonds. You can go out and have a fun time. You don't need to pay for fancy lodging or have, kind of that après experience. You can just go hit the slopes at Afton Alps in Minnesota and have fun. You can choose between that and bowling if you want to. So I think, that inclusion and that representation has been super critical and is super critical to how we keep this industry alive and thriving. So I think that mentality has really started to kind of come to life internally too. So I wanted to work at Vail Resorts forever. I've interviewed there so many times, finally got a job. But I remember over the years, them asking in the past, well, can you ski blacks? Can you ski blues? Are you a skier or rider? I kind of wasn't. I ski greens and I look like a dork, and that's totally fine. But when I interviewed this time, they were very clear. You do not actually need to be a skier and rider. You need a passion for a great guest experience. And I think that has been super important. So that has really come to life. They've also just been super deliberate internally on growing women leadership. So just a couple, I think fascinating. 4 of our 5 Colorado resorts are actually led by women GMs. 9 of our resorts out of the, I'm not going to get the exact number right, but 9 are led by women overall. 45% of our corporate roles are led by women. Where the opportunity lies, that 9 is really only 20% of our mountains. So obviously some opportunity there, but this deliberate, intentional culture on nurturing women leaders has really started to kind of take root, and it's been really awesome to be a part of.
That's great. I love the deliberate piece of that. It's so important, I think, for that belonging piece that you have to be deliberate. Crystal, you want to talk about Zell and what you all are up to?
Yeah, so I would say many of the similar things that Amanda said. We recently, in the last year or so I'm in financial services, very historically male-dominated industry. So we've made some really good progress over the last couple of years. We recently rolled out a paternity policy, so supporting both men and women, which is great. We've got access to some apps for new moms that I will admit, I don't have kids. I haven't checked them out yet, but I've heard that they're pretty cool to help support them on their journey when they come back to work. We also have some committees internally that are specifically focused on advancing women in tech.
So we bring in a lot of speakers to help everyone across the organization that's interested understand how they can better support women, whether it's their colleagues or people that are on their teams, so that we're thinking about it across the organization. We also do a bunch of volunteer efforts. We work with multiple community organizations in the Arizona area. That's where my company is based. And yeah, so those are a couple of the things that we're doing. Also, we have, I think almost half of our C-suite is women, which is great. Like, again, financial services. So we're getting there, and it's great to see that leadership at the top.
Yeah, that's great. I love that, we all talked about, and I think our agency has it too, this partner leave and this paternity leave, because I think for that empathy piece and having the other person be home and understand what that's like has been tremendous part of this evolution as well. So much amazing progress in this space that I think we have all benefited from, but you can't help but think, like, what else? What else can we be doing in our organizations and the industry as large to continue this trajectory and this journey that we're on? So we'd love to hear from any of you ideas that you've been thinking about, or your organizations or beyond your organizations that you'd like to see us move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just bring it right back to the parental leave. Great. Vail Resorts also has a great one, but we're still behind what they're doing in other parts of the world, and what they're doing even in other states. 3 months, 6 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. Awesome. I don't know if anyone's tried to get on a daycare list lately in Colorado, but that still leaves about a 6-month gap between care and that kind of parental leave. So I think supporting parents, my husband doesn't get any. So I think supporting parents, regardless is really important, kind of helps, bridge that gap. So I hope, companies don't stay complacent in, this is what we've done and this is what we've always done. And that is something that's constantly being evaluated and given market conditions and kind of where people are located. So I'll just bring it back to that.
And I'll just build on that. So from a flexibility standpoint, I think one of the things that COVID has really highlighted is the fact that work-life balance is perhaps an unreal concept. And so the more that we as organizations and even the marketing community at large can embrace the idea of flexible work and being able to get your work done in the hours when you have available and still prioritize your family and your friends and having some time off, the better I think we will all be.
One thing that we've discussed a lot, and we haven't implemented this yet, is I think, and I have experience with this with many of my girlfriends, like they have built their careers and then had their families. And to your point, there's not a lot of flexibility. It's hard to have that balance. So are there additional programs that we can develop to provide that flexibility? Like, is there a job share that we could do where we're getting multiple high-powered, awesome women to share one role? That's not something that's standard. I think some companies do it, but are there more programs like that where there is room for more flexibility?
And if I could just add one more thing, as hearing about all of these programs, you can have programs and employee resource groups and policies all day long. But if your culture isn't authentic, if your leadership doesn't really mean it, a lot of those policies they're not going to foster an inclusive environment. So I think just also the ability for leaders to keep themselves accountable and say, am I bringing these values truly to life? Am I truly interested in this person's work-life balance? Am I making sure they're taking advantage am I encouraging them to take advantage? I think, it really comes back to that authentic culture too.
Yeah, and I think that culture piece is really interesting because similar to the lead, everything that we're talking about isn't just beneficial for women in marketing, it's beneficial for everyone in marketing. And these are the things that should happen for all of us at large. And I think women are leading the way to making some of that change, but it's kind of to the benefit of everyone. So I think we as leaders do have to be accountable of that every single day. So we talked about organizations and at large, but personally, I know that I feel a lot of accountability and responsibility as a woman, as a senior leader. And as I talk to others, I hear that all the time. Like I have to step above, I have to take a role, I need to be the mentor. And I'd love just some stories, some anecdotes of you personally, what you are doing to really help other women progress in this industry, and how that matters to you. Crystal, you want to go?
Sure. So I was thinking about this actually on my drive up here. I think about it kind of in three different ways. So first, like listening obviously to all of the folks on my team, but really understanding where they want to go and what they want to learn in their role, but also what else do they want to do? Where do they want to be in a few years? What other areas of the organization do they want to learn about? It doesn't have to be specific to my team or their role. And then thinking about how can I help them grow? What do I have at my fingertips, or what am I hearing about that could potentially help them? And then when something like that comes up, making it happen. So just as an example, I hired someone on my team that had worked in PR for a long time, had this great career in PR, and she joined my marketing team, and she hadn't worked on the marketing side, and there's a ton of analytics. So she was like, I really want to strengthen my analytical skills. I think it will make me a better leader eventually. And so I tried to think about how can I do this aside from sending her to a course? How can I help her and potentially someone else in our organization that's more involved with the analytics learn about marketing, an area that they're helping to support? So I set up a cross training. I worked with some other leaders and set up a cross training experience where she was working directly with one of the analysts to understand how they did their analysis. What were some of the things that they think about so she could get stronger there? And then in turn, the analyst, who was also a woman and really high potential, could learn a little bit about marketing, why we were asking for the data we were asking for, how we were thinking about it, so that they could both continue to grow. And then I think third thing would just be advocating, right? Like if you have people on your team that have great ideas or have the potential to take on new projects, bring up their name, bring up their great ideas and continue to talk about them and elevate them so that when a new opportunity does come up, they're the first to be picked for it.
So when I think about mentoring, I know you have a question. Well, I know we were going to talk about women versus men and how we think about it. But the way I have always thought about it is there isn't a difference in terms of who I'm mentoring. It's more about the person and the style and what they need in terms of growth and development. And so one of the things that I have implemented on my team since for the last 10 to 12 years is every single person who reports to me has a monthly one-on-one where it's their time to talk about their career, their development, anything that they want to talk about to help us get to know each other as human beings and as people, but also to then make sure that I'm really aware of and understanding what is their career path, what do they want to get out of what they're doing, and how, to the point we were just talking about, how do I help them shape what they are doing on a daily basis to grow within their role and also provide additional experiences outside of that role. And that's really been, I think, a game changer for me in getting to know my team and also being able to be a really good advocate for them as I think about their career path and where they want to go.
I focused my mentoring a little bit in the last year, actually externally, and had the opportunity to teach a class at CU Boulder, a capstone for seniors, which was, no one tells you that when you teach a college class that they don't write the curriculum for you and then just give you the workbook. That was a shock. So I had a busy holiday season getting ready, but was able to pull a lot from my real world experience and mentor people that are just entering their careers. And that was a super awesome experience. And that's really what I treated it like. And I see some speakers in here too. Thank you. And we brought in a lot of real world professionals, and so super cool. But kind of where I was going with it, I treated it like a mentorship, not just like a professorship. I wanted to be very accessible. I wanted to give them the candid firsthand insights of this is how you really can get a job. And let me connect you to my network. And it made me a better leader to my team. Their emotional intelligence, seniors a little bit different. It gives a perspective when you're managing your team. And I think it really did put it all in perspective and made me an even more empathetic leader.
Yeah, that's a great. So I'm going to have you build on that kind of for the next question. So I think as we grow in our careers, we find ourselves managing different types of people, generational, people who are older than us, people who aren't the same gender or the same ethnicity that we are. And can you talk a little bit about that and how you calibrate for those different and have the empathy for different types of people?
Sure. So I manage a team of 17, and they range from part-time hourly employees who are photographers at Hunter Mountain in New York to, really long-time seasoned professionals of all genders and backgrounds. And so, I think it's just really important Vail Resorts has this amazing kind of leadership competencies structure. And it's just really important to kind of lean into what their competencies and leadership are. I think the ability to flex your style and flex your leadership style while still leading authentically is something that is gained with time and something I'm still learning to perfect. But, I really try to look at it in terms of not so much gender or age, but really looking at those competencies and those strengths and leaning into those. I don't always nail it. There are times where I realize, or I question, am I being harder on this person because he's a man and I think he can handle it? Or, is he projecting? It's about being really honest with yourself and continuing to kind of evaluate and calibrate too, and being receptive to feedback.
Yeah. How about you, Crystal?
So I would echo a lot of what she said. I don't necessarily think about gender either when managing people. I think my team is about half women, half men. And I really focus on the individual person, which I know you already talked about too, like really understanding what their strengths are and what motivates them at the end of the day. Because what motivates one person, obviously not gonna motivate other people on your team. But I struggle with the same thing where it's like, am I being harder on this person? But maybe that's because they have a different motivation. So yeah, I think it's all focusing on the individual.
And then the only thing I would build on that is to say, way back in my career, I took a situational leadership class, and it actually has really stuck with me that it is less about the person and more about the situation or the task at hand and how comfortable they are with that situation or that task, and then what you have to do to help guide or coach them in that moment. So I try to really think about, okay, on this specific thing, has this person done it before? Do they know what they're doing? Are they an expert? So I have to back off. Or are they really, they've never put a strategy together. And so we have to talk about, how do you think about it? What do you do? Why do you start from a certain place? And that really helps me in thinking through how, when, and where I lean in or, let them sort of lead in the situation.
Yeah, all such great conversation and feedback and skills. I know, for us in the advertising industry, we're trying to bring more people in that didn't grow up in this business, and how we learn to manage people that have different experiences and different backgrounds is incredibly important. So really appreciate that. I'm going to open up for questions in a minute, but first I did ask all of you to think about, I think as women, we also often like to champion other women. So to tell us a person that you really admire and follow and take the lead on, so we can all kind of look at different people and get ideas from what else is happening out there. So Crystal, you get to go first because you're in the middle.
All right. So I thought a lot about this too. And I think someone that I really admire actually is the CMO of my company. I've worked for her for my entire time there, and she's awesome. She's spearheaded building a brand with a bunch of financial institutions and just is an incredible leader. Super smart, super strategic, and just a very empathetic leader. Yeah, so all I got.
Great. Yeah, I've had the opportunity to work for so many amazing women-led businesses. Our CEO, Kirsten Lynch, is our former CEO. She's an incredible leader, leads very authentically. My boss, Sarah Olson, same thing. So I've been really lucky. But as I continue to think, I'm actually going to give a little shout out to a small business and some up and comers and some younger gals, but they're going to be so embarrassed if they find out. But their names are Bree Rios and Hannah May. They run a little agency out of Denver called the Chatter Club. And they started it like 3 years out of college. They essentially created the agency that they wanted to work for and found the clients that they wanted to work for. And I don't think I would have been that cool, brave, tough to do that. And they just run that whole show and they are so cool. They're a super fun Instagram follow. And I just find them super inspirational and just super cool. They keep me hip. So that's awesome.
And then mine is a little bit out of left field. So I follow Myleek Teal on Instagram. She founded Curlbox, which is a service where you can basically pay for a box of hair care products and you get full size products. But more than that, she's an entrepreneur who has a really, I think, a really clear philosophy about what it's like to be a woman in business. And also she's a mother. So she also has a really nice perspective on what it's like to be a very hardworking mom in I don't know, just a generally an entrepreneurial environment where I think you have to grind all the time. And she has changed my philosophy, I guess I would say, on work and being a mom, and what it's like to have maybe not balance, but at least strengths on both sides of the equation.
That's awesome. I think we all draw on those role models every single day as we go through the grind. So with that, we'll open up to any questions that anyone might have. Yes. I think you need a microphone. I think there are rules. Yes.
Hi, I'm Gina from This Morning. I think everybody remembers that. Well, at least I hope so. My question is more along the lines of how, if you can talk about how your companies work to build more intersectionality as part of your women in leadership, because typically I'll speak for myself. I won't speak for every single person on the planet, but from my experience, oftentimes women in leadership means white women. And so what are companies doing to make sure that you're bringing women who are women, but may be part of the LGBTQIA community, or Black or Hispanic or different backgrounds? What are you doing to make sure that you're opening up the pool of women to be more inclusive in that regard?
A lot of work still yet to be done. But I will say, when we talk about these various groups, we have a group, the Rainbow Room, and then we have Powder, it's not letting, these groups shouldn't be working in their own silos. They should also be, working collaboratively together. And I think, that is something that we have kind of worked on is bringing these groups together and being aware of these kind of multiple layers of inclusion. So again, a lot of work to be done, but that is one tangible way that I can think of is bringing these groups together and having them work on collaborative projects, initiatives, things like that.
And I'll say from our perspective, one of the things that we've talked a lot about over the last year in particular is bias in interview practices, in hiring, and really making sure that everyone is highly aware of even some of the little things that are drive biases and you're unconscious of. And so I think we've done a much better job of just making everybody aware, which is the first starting place. We still have a ways to go, but I think having people like you, Gina, on the team is a good step in the right direction.
From my company's perspective, we have done a lot better job of hiring women that are more diverse and putting them into leadership roles so that others in the organization can see that and continue to think about that. I have multiple examples that I could share, but I think we're starting to do a good job at that. But like you said, there's still a lot of work to be done.
Hi, thank you. My name is Olivia Regine. I am from Vista and I am a senior marketing manager there. And I wanted to build off Gina's question actually, because something I heard in this conversation is a lot of the binaries between men and women. And I want to give voice specifically to trans women in this intersectionality conversation we're having now, and particularly how potentially your companies market to trans women and to that experience, because I think the way we speak right now about pronouns, and also I heard a lot of men and women mentioned in the conversation, maternity and paternity leave. I think that's a natural way we use language, but I also want to call out that the way we use language also can pull people out of that conversation. So specifically to the trans women in that community, and also building off of Gina's point to the LGBTQ+ women that might not be able to be child rearing in this scenario when we're talking about paternity leave. So potentially internally, but actually externally, curious how your companies might market to that community.
Sure, I can speak just kind of more broadly on some thoughts, because I was actually becoming aware of that too as I was reviewing my notes, and was intentional actually in using parental leave. But it is hard being deliberate with that language where you have heard your entire life, maternity, paternity. Being deliberate with language is super important. I also notice job descriptions, for example, say he, she, will, and everyone thinks, oh, we're being so inclusive because it's he/she, and that's not good enough. So, I think being really deliberate there, even minor things like, including pronouns, in your email signatures, steps that just indicate that, you're starting to be more aware. So I just kind of want to comment a little bit on that. In terms of benefits for companies beyond the parental leave, I think there's a huge amount of opportunity when it comes to like IVF assistance and adoption assistance, and there's more than one way to start a family. And I think, that is a super important component that more companies and states should be a lot more aware of and in tune with.
So I am one of the people that used those terms, and I think that you make a really good point that we have always used those terms for a long time. So there's a lot of opportunity for progress there, even just today. We do our programs are packaged in a way that is a lot more inclusive. And as far as what are we doing from a promotion perspective, I know that our DEI and B committee is doing a lot of work there, and yeah.
And I would say the same. When we talk about our parental leave policy, there's extensions beyond that, and we've also had a lot of diversity and inclusion initiatives that include the LGBTQ community, including some of our ERGs. So it was just a miss on my part to not be speaking more holistically about all the things that we do think about within the organization.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? When I think back to when we first started working on this, we probably should have renamed this session not to be called Women in Marketing, right? So because you set it up to be that way, and there's definitely, I think, a broader theme of how we think about just different people and who we work with, and just this idea that it's women in marketing versus the world seems maybe a little antiquated at this point, and we need to progress that as well.
We're always learning.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a journey for sure.
Thank you so much for your time today. This was really inspiring.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
You just leave it right on the chair. That's okay. Thank you. I loved that last question from Gretchen on who do you admire? I definitely just added 4 women to the list of who I admire. So thank you again so much for this. I'd like to welcome our next speaker to the stage. This next session will be Brands and Community, Driving Marketing Efforts to Create Impact. And we'd like to welcome to the stage Christie Arzenholt, the brand manager of VitaFusion at Church and Dwight. And this will be moderated by Del Diocampo, the RVP of Sales Midwest and Pacific Northwest of Undertone. Welcome.
Am I on? Thank you guys for having me and us. I actually did want to just start off. My name is Del Diocampo. I'm the RVP of at Undertone, but Maya had said something earlier in the day about being the only when you walk into a room. And I love that I'm not the only working mom. I love that I am not the only Filipino woman in the room. And I love, I'm not the only one that loves ice cream in this room. So I am thrilled to be able to talk to Christie today. We got a chance to catch up last week. But I'd love to let everybody else kind of know how you got here in your journey to where you are today.
Yeah, thanks so much, everyone, for having me today. And I'll echo what Del said. Really exciting to see women in leadership, people of color, folks that weren't necessarily born in the US, because a lot of times when we go back to our companies, you know, that's all you see and that's all you think is out there. So it's exciting to, and emotional, right, to be here with many of you today. My name's Christie. I work at Church and Dwight on a 500 million plus brand called VitaFusion. I started in an e-commerce role, but now I'm back into traditional brand management, if you will. Prior to coming to Church and Dwight, I've worked on brands large and small, between strategic innovations, shopper marketing, brand management, and e-commerce. On the Tide innovation side, the Splenda brand, a couple of startup brands as well, and then a couple years in pharma. And what really drew me to the role that I'm in today is working on a brand that truly makes an impact in the community and stands for a purpose. And I think I can say for all the brands that I've touched in my lifetime, I gravitated to those brands because of that reason, because we all as marketers want to make an impact and we're not just selling a product, right? So, so that's how I got to where I'm at today. But personally, you know, I was born in South Korea. So again, resonate with, you know, the multiple languages and sometimes having to translate one thing to another. And my husband's family is from Puerto Rico. So both of us come from families where community and impact is huge, and the value of family and bringing people together in the community is something that's top of mind.
That's awesome. I know that somebody earlier had mentioned that being inclusive and the marketing that you do really stems from the core values of what the brand has to say. So what are VitaFusion's kind of core missions and values?
Yeah, so before dabbling in the world of marketing, my background is as a registered dietitian. So food security is something that's near and dear to my heart. And, you know, for those of you who aren't as familiar, food security as defined by the USDA means, you know, access to all people at all times to enough food to have a healthy and active lifestyle. And we're so blessed to be here today with a great lunch coming up ahead and great products. But not everyone in the country and around the world has access to that. So for VitaFusion, our mission is delicious nutrition for all and really making that happen. While we're very fortunate here today, over 50 million Americans you know, struggle with food security on a regular basis and having access to that healthy food. So for VitaFusion, it's not only just, you know, talking about this purpose and bringing it to life in campaigns, but really walking that talk and making sure that we as an internal team believe in it. And then putting the consumer first and really making sure that we bring delicious nutrition for all, like within the company, within our brand team and all our cross-functional partners, but also to our consumers consumers so that everyone has access to nutrition and can meet their nutrition needs without having to worry about, is it going to be affordable for me? Am I going to have enough food to get throughout the day? So when we talk gummy vitamins, it helps bridge the gap for a lot of folks in communities where we do see those nutrient deficiencies. Vitamin D, for instance, is one where, it affects disproportionately people of color. So making sure that we bridge that gap in the community is super important for us as a brand, and then just personally to me.
And how are you guys going about kind of bringing that to the community? How is that being kind of expressed?
Yeah, so instead of having the product or the brand be the focus, it's about the role that our brand plays in consumers' lives. So we try to ladder up to that emotional connection when we bring communications to life, instead of saying, oh, we're number one, or we are functional, we're nutritious, like really laddering up to that emotional connection, thinking about the consumer first, and then engaging in authentic partnerships to bring this to life. So a great example of how we've done that over the years is partnering with the Fruit Tree Planting Foundation. So I love that we're in this treehouse room because it's perfectly on theme with fruit trees. So we've, over the years, we've planted over 200,000 fruit trees in underserved communities all around the country and around the world. And when you think about these trees, it's not just about going and doing the planting and, like it's great content for social media, like whatever, but beyond that, these trees, when they're matured, they're going to be able to provide over 30 million pieces of fruit annually to these underserved communities. So our upcoming planting in October is in the community of Watts, which is close to LA. So, lots of folks who don't have access to fresh fruit, fresh produce. So people will be able to walk into this community garden and be able to grab fruits for the day and bring it home to their family. So that's one way, we are able to make an impact. And the sustainability piece of this is huge too, right? These trees can help offset the carbon dioxide impact that we have in the air and bring more oxygen as a result of it. So, it's really a win-win for us, and one way we're able to, live into that purpose.
All of the things that you're saying are, first of all, very cool and very amazing that you're actually within the communities. But as a marketer, you also need to be able to kind of express that, right? And let other people know that this is what VitaFusion is doing. This is what Church and Dwight are doing. So how do you guys incorporate what it is you're doing within your message and campaigns?
Yeah. And when it comes to purpose marketing, it's not just an ad hoc one-time thing where, we see a lot of brands participating in, like Pride Month, for example. You change your logo with a rainbow tie-in, and that's it. That's all you do for the year. But for us, it's about authentically engaging year-round in partners that make sense. So whether through planting fruit trees or engaging with the LGBTQ community through more grassroots efforts, we make sure that stands out in how we express ourselves and the volunteer activities and everything that we do as a team. And the storytelling piece through packaging, creative, all our 360 activation, and even how we, formulate and design products to meet the needs of people in our community.
So a lot of consumers have become a lot more aware, especially in, if there's anything good that came out of the pandemic, that people are a lot more aware, whether it's for social activism or being more conscious of the environment that we're in. How are you kind of supporting the causes that are important to your consumers in particular?
Yeah, and I think that the consumer piece that you mentioned is so important because it's not what the brand team wants. It's not what our leadership wants. We have to stand for what our consumers care about ultimately at the end of the day. So it's a combination of different initiatives. So I mentioned some of the partnerships that we engage in that are more authentic partnerships through our marketing efforts, of course, more grassroots approach too. So instead of, what can we do to like donate money to different organizations in our community. One thing that we've started to do is, can we look at product donations and teaching classes and being able to, actively engage with LGBTQ plus centers where they have youth that could really benefit from even just the knowledge transfer and not just, injecting money in there. So we're able to, bring it to life in a grassroots approach and bring it to life through our marketing and our communications too.
Right. When you and I had talked, and I think it was also touched on earlier about, kind of going beyond just casting and talking, and being conscious of wardrobe and hair. When you are putting together campaigns, how are you looking and what are you looking for in terms of being able to execute and deliver the message?
Yeah. So for all the creative that we develop, we look at it from the perspective of our consumer and potentially others that, might have a different mindset than we do. So I'll give you an example of a recent creative we looked at because everyone was super excited about it. It was an African-American woman. She was in a power suit. She's excited. She didn't have hair, so it was like a very power play. She was in a jumpsuit. So we were like, wow, it's great. Like it represents the diversity, the energy, the, empowering women, like all of those themes that we want to speak to as a brand. But, we really deep dive into okay, so how would a consumer perceive this? And we realized, it could potentially, we look for red flags and any watch outs when we look at creative. So one thing, one of my team members pointed out was, hey, this is all great, but she's jumping 6 feet into the air. And that kind of perpetuates African-American stereotypes that they're really athletic and, can do these extraordinary things. So, so then I took a step back and said, wow, that's something I wouldn't even have realized to think about. Cause I'm like, oh, it's a woman of color. She's in this great power pose. So I was like, I love everything about it. So sometimes it's taking a step back and really hearing the perspective of your team members and your consumers to make sure that, how you bring inclusive marketing to life is also, discussed before you roll out creative and making sure that we look at it from all lenses and it's not just, skin color or gender like we talked about. It's also, geographically where you live, body types, if we're including diverse talent, are we making sure that those are truly representative of that community and not perpetuating stereotypes or bringing anything to life that might not be representative?
I think that there is definitely a level of the inclusivity that we utilize when we're trying to formulate a message. But then there's also, I believe Olivia had mentioned Danone's support of Black owned and minority owned companies. And, at Undertone, similar to Vitafusion, you don't want to just walk the walk, right? And we do have the effort of being able to help our brand partners be part of minority, women, LGBTQ plus owned publishers so that they can convey their message to specific audiences. And then we end up giving money back if they spend within those publisher lists. How is somebody like a Vitafusion or even Church and Dwight supporting specific communities in terms of their businesses?
Yeah, it's in various ways, right? So everything from supplier diversity and making sure that we choose the right partners and evaluating in the mix, right? If we have several partners to choose from, that minority-owned businesses and women-owned businesses are considered as part of that, as well as including people on interview panels that are, like women or people of color, LGBTQ employees, et cetera. So it's a mix of all of those, right? Like being able to leverage right partners and making sure that they're included in the mix, and being intentional about who we partner with so that we can activate creative in the right way.
Absolutely. So Patagonia made some big news last week, right? And kind of walking their walk. Are there other companies that you think do it well in terms of their marketing efforts, not just from the message that they convey to the consumers and the world at large, but also with efforts that they do from the ground up?
Yeah. Gosh, Patagonia would have been one of the first ones that came to my mind. That's a tough one. So I think about, different, pharmaceutical companies that make a difference too. A lot of times, they're scrutinized for, having heavy marketing budgets and spending and et cetera. But I think, my past company comes to mind, Eli Lilly, because it was about making diabetes care affordable for all too. So that was one of the efforts where, on the human health side, the team was really working on initiatives to live into that mission. And the founder of that company believed in, whatever you do, like when you're in a role or in any situation, leave that situation better than you found it. And that was that definitely resonated with me as something that I want to do everywhere I go, to be able to make an impact. And so I think access to affordable medications was something that I've seen personally within pharma that resonated with me.
Oh, absolutely. That's very cool. So VitaFusion is part of Church and Dwight, and I'm sure that they probably also have their own set of corporate social responsibilities. How does VitaFusion kind of play into the overall mix as a parent company?
Yeah, so within Church and Dwight, we just acquired our 15th Power brand, and those are brands that are either number 1 or number 2 in the category that they play in. So we have a broader foundation that gives intentionally to different organizations around sustainability and giving back and purpose. So we have our corporate initiatives, and then we have our specific brand initiatives as part of that. So we try to ladder up to the organizations that our foundation supports to begin with. So one example of that is the Trevor Project, where we, as a brand, work with them to bring activations to life. But then Church and Dwight, as a broader company, also gives back to the Trevor Project as part of their foundation too. So wherever there's opportunities to support both, we try to tie into that, of course. And then on the Arm & Hammer baking soda and cat litter side, they've done a lot of tie-ins to animal shelters, for example. And there was recently a baseball MLB tie-in too. So wherever brands can ladder up to the corporate purpose, it definitely makes sense.
Great. And since we kind of just jumped from all of the amazing women that we heard from in terms of marketing, what is it about Church and Dwight VitaFusion that kind of made you land there? I mean, you moved from the Midwest all the way to Colorado Springs. You got, but you're sticking with the brand because of what they have to offer, I'm assuming.
Yeah. And I had asked early on in the process what, a brand like VitaFusion stands for. So that delicious nutrition for all, and seeing some of the creative that before, I even took on this role, helped me realize this is a gummy vitamin brand for me, because a lot of competitive vitamin brands that are out there, they're expensive. You see these, typical influencers, right? Carrying the vitamin, it's the Kim Kardashians, saying, hey, take this gummy and you're going to lose weight. So it wasn't standing out in an authentic way. And I checked out VitaFusion and I was like, this is really cool. They're quirky, they're fun, they're accessible. They're not trying to be anyone they're not, right? So it's that modesty, that approachability, but still that fun, quirky attitude that really attracted me to the brand. And when you really see it on shelf too, of wow, I could be buying this that's $30, and essentially the same thing that we're activating that is more accessible to the average consumer, which is and the consumer's wallet speak to that, since we've retained that number 1 position for as long as the brand has existed.
You had mentioned authenticity more than once in our conversation, and curious as to how do you think you're going to be able to kind of keep that going, right? To continue to make sure that you're not following, but truly standing out as you move the brand along in the next 5 years.
Yeah. And I spoke to this a little bit earlier too, but ultimately, like our consumer is the hero. It's not the product that's a hero. Cause I think a lot of times, when I've worked on past brands where I see it being not so authentic, it's like, wow, this is the great product that's going to solve all your problems, right? So that doesn't come off in a very authentic way. So instead, how can we put our consumers first and really start from that insight? And when we think about new products we're launching, new campaigns that we're launching, and being grounded in just our fundamentals. So from our positioning to our messaging hierarchy, making sure that everything that we're saying is not trying to be something we're not. We're not going to be the fancy brand that's out there. We're not going to help you magically lose 20 pounds, right? So it's about like that everyday modesty. And I think that comes out in a new way. Like even as we look at New Year's activations, we don't promise anything that, you're not going to attain in that like short period of time. So it's about how can we take baby steps to make this the big changes in the world.
That's wonderful. That is all I have. I want to open it up to any questions you might have for Chrissy. Chrissy, I appreciate. Oh, I'm sorry.
Is this on? Okay. So thank you so much, by the way, for this amazing fireside chat. Learned so much. I'm just curious how you personally keep up with your consumers. Is there anything that you read daily, or are there any social media platforms that you're on to help you understand who you're talking to?
Yeah. I think the power of review, someone mentioned it earlier, is something that comes top of mind. So making sure we look at ratings and reviews and really listen to the consumer. So we'll pull social sentiment and things like that regularly. Our consumer relations team who works in the call center, again, lots of great intel there. Outside of that, it's keeping tabs on macro trends in the industry, like immunity, for example. Anytime there's a COVID spike, we've seen the industry go completely crazy, and then everything is sold out on shelf and we can't keep up with the demand, right? So that's the consumer telling us like, hey, like we have a heightened focus on immunity. We need more products that can help fulfill that need for me and my family. So that's another thing. And then shop alongs, I think whenever possible, are really helpful. When I was on the Splenda brand, we did a shop along with the sweeteners buyer at the time at Walmart. So we walked through the different aisles, really talk through what's the consumer's path to purchase. And, we look at it from such an internal perspective sometimes. And it does take, looking at the digital shelf, looking at the physical shelf and doing these walkthroughs and shop alongs with real consumers whenever possible to make sure that their voices are incorporated into everything that we do.
So helpful. Thank you.
One more. Who is it?
Hello, Reza. I'm a creator. I also work at #paid. Quick question on the Kim Kardashian comment. That being an example of a bad, inauthentic influencer marketing campaign, how do you stay authentic when you work with influencers, or rather creators, at Vitafusion?
Yeah, we're pretty intentional about choosing what influencers make sense for our brand too. So when we, brief influencers, we brief them on the brand voice, what things they should and they shouldn't do, just the basics, right? But also in choosing our talent for more of the macro and celebrity level, and making sure that their personality jives with our brand and our demographics too. So, someone like Kim Kardashian, probably wouldn't even make it onto our list of considerations. Whereas someone who's more keeping it real, girl next door type personality would be more of a fit for the brand. So, making sure that we have the right partners to bring that voice to life is so important, because ultimately those influencers, right, are an extension of our brand because they're our ambassadors. So we want them to ultimately, one, believe in the brand, but also two, like have a personality that fits really well. And, what fits well for like our brand might not necessarily work for another gummy vitamin brand, right? So that selection process and making sure that there's diligence and thought and intention going into it is super important.
Well, thank you so much for spending some time up here with me today.
Thank you, Del.
All right, thank you. We have one more session before lunch, and the session is Understanding Your Consumers, the Power of Insights in Driving Inclusive Marketing Efforts. And I'd like to introduce to the stage Kate Rojas, the VP of Marketing at Notion A Comcast company, as well as moderating by Anita Schillhorn, the Director of Strategy at McKinney. Welcome.
You're not kidding about these shares. Hi, everybody. I'm Anita Schillhorn. I'm the Director of Strategy at McKinney based in Los Angeles. We're a company that's based in North Carolina and Durham, but we have a small outpost in LA. And I love it out there. And certainly when I got here and it was raining, I felt a little bit of missing for my sunny shores. But I'm excited to be here with Kate today and talk about insights. We talk a lot about simple human insights. That's kind of the core of the way that we think about building campaigns, talking about our brands, talking about our end customers. And so I wanted to chat with Kate today about where you are, what you're doing in terms of developing insights and really thinking about how that helps unlock inclusive marketing.
Great. Well, thanks for having me here today. Kate Rojas, I lead marketing for Notion. It's a Comcast company. Probably many of you, I'd probably say 99% of you are like, who is Notion? I've never heard of this company. So I will dive into that in a minute. But first off, I am pregnant. So to the pregnancy vibes out here, only 7 weeks left to go. So really excited to be here today and feeling pretty good. So Notion, who is Notion? I'm going to give you a little bit of background around that because I think that will help set the stage for our discussion today. So Notion is a smart home technology company. We actually started in Boulder area. About 5 years ago, we went through the accelerator program through Techstars, and we got acquired by Comcast in 2020. We're quite unique because we are a B2B2C business. So we actually go to market through insurance. I know, very sexy and very exciting right before lunch to talk about. But our product really focuses on risk management. So we have a technology, a sensor that goes in your home that can monitor for water leaks, sounding alarms, temperature changes. So, with winter coming, we know there's going to be a freeze probably. And we want to help homeowners actually get ahead of these risks. So our mission as a company is to become a requirement for insurance. So if you think about a seatbelt in the car and how it protects you, and you think about all the technology, and all the technology in a car that helps you better protect your family and your driving ability, you don't really have much of that in your home today, which typically is your biggest purchase of your entire life, right? And that's where we want to change things and actually make it more accessible to homeowners, whether it's single family, condo, or even renters across the US. So we work with big players such as Nationwide, as well as smaller players such as Hippo Insurance and Lemonade that you may have heard of out there. So the way it works is the insurer actually pays for the kit, pays for our technology, and the homeowner can install it, get a discount on their insurance, and get it for free. So it's a win-win for both. So if you think about it as a homeowner, you're like, great, I have this awesome technology, I got it for free, and I'm getting a discount on my insurance. And the insurer is thinking, wait a minute, I'm creating a better homeowner, I'm reducing my risk profile, and we're creating a better homeowner experience from day one. So that's kind of the gist of Notion. And you're probably wondering, why did Comcast acquire us? We are not, part of the cable side of the business. We operate pretty independently, but they really see us as a way to expand how they can help owners and touch the home in different ways outside of just general internet and cable today. And we're one path there. So we sit within the strategic development division of Comcast, which is a growth portfolio of different businesses. So insights today, maybe I'll dive a little bit into why data is so important for Notion and kind of what we do today. So our sensors collect data on what's going on in the home, and we help alert homeowners on if there's a water leak and how they can proactively go after that. And because our go-to-market strategy is a little different, we don't really know who our customers are until we get them. So for us, truly understanding who our customers are helps us better develop our marketing campaigns, helps us better develop our product, and really a full spectrum that I can dive into deeper.
And I'm really interested in hearing your background and how you got here as well, because you've spent along your career in insights, right?
Yeah, so I actually started off my career at Nielsen, big data company. I worked for a division called Beverages for about 5 years and worked in Cincinnati, New York, San Francisco, had clients such as P&G, J&J, PayPal, Intuit. So that was the foundation for me, which made me really change how I think about marketing and how I think about market research. As marketers, we play such a critical role in bringing a product and a brand to the world. And it's not about convincing people to buy something, right? Those days are long gone. It's really about meeting the consumer where they're at, where their needs are, what are their pain points, and how are we actually fitting those needs? And to me, that is beautiful. And that's kind of where the data today can really drive insights. So Beverages itself, the Nielsen company I worked for, was all about product innovation. So should we launch this product? Would we be successful? What changes should we make in this product? And that has carried throughout my entire career. I've worked at different startups, mid-sized companies, have been through 3 different M&As across consumer packaged goods, SaaS, tech, cannabis. I've kind of worked all over the gamut. But yeah, I really think that insights is core to any marketing position.
And today we've talked so much already about empathy, about putting yourself in the shoes of your consumer, about being able to reflect them authentically. And a lot of what you're working on is kind of getting the data and thinking from a more data first perspective. So I'm curious how you combine what you're learning through Notion and the product and all the data that you're getting along with this more empathetic kind of vision of your consumer.
Yeah, I think being empathetic is key. At least for Notion, a lot of folks don't know that they need this technology. So a lot of it's educational, and we need to, how we design our product, making it extremely easy to use and listening to their concerns is critical, not only for our success as our company, but to the individual success and how they can better protect their home. So for Notion, we do that in a variety of ways. Marketing leads a monthly review where we pull together our product team, our customer success team, marketing, and we look at not only, product reviews, NPS commentary, to what's going on from an analytics perspective in the app. and the product side, but also like tickets. What are people submitting tickets on? Where are they having troubles? And across the business, really looking at what do we need to change? Is that change from, marketing perspective? Is it from a product? Is it from an organizational? And being honest with those insights, I think is critical for all of us. As a marketer, I'm sure you could spin data and tell a story in a way you want, but that's not authentic. And you need to really look at what the data is telling you and use that data to better your brand, your product, and your customer experience.
So when it comes to inclusive marketing and really thinking about, being able to reach everybody or speak to more diverse audiences, how does that work at Notion?
Yeah, so I noted before that, we don't go directly to the consumer. So through our partners, we get the customers we get through our partnership program. So we want to make sure we're really thoughtful about the diverse landscape of our customer base, and from everything from the unboxing experience to how they continue to renew and reuse our product through our subscription service. So I think it's really hearing them out. You could look at all the demographics and all the profiling and segmentation that you want, but reality is you need to hear from your customers first, and you need to take that feedback and really listen to what that really means and how that could be applied again across your business.
I'm kind of thinking about, when we were initially talking and thinking about that inclusivity component and who owns a home or who has this insurance and invites this technology into their home, thinking about like lower income or different aspects of accessibility. How do you get the information or find the insights that help you evolve the product and evolve the way that you communicate with your consumer?
Yeah, so it's a partnership with our partners. We go to market as a co-branded solution. So we need to make sure that it's a cohesive message. One example is a program actually we're just launching in Florida. I'm sure you've heard there's, been more floods in Florida. There's been a lot of issues as it relates to water, but as it comes down to insurance, a lot of people don't know, but many folks are not insured because it's too costly, or the large players actually will not insure them because the risk profile is too hard. And so that's just really hard to hear, right? Like, how can you make insurance accessible to folks that where it's from a price standpoint, it's affordable, but they can really get the protection that they need. So we're partnering with a new insurance provider in Florida called Verd, and they're really rethinking how insurance is done there. So they're combining our technology with an end-to-end service that, let's say you get a water leak. Well, guess what? A plumber is going to be automatically dispatched to your home so you can resolve that issue right away, because time is everything. And then that way, these homeowners who are denied elsewhere get coverage, get protection, and they can get it at a lower cost because they have this technology in their home.
That's really cool. It's cool to hear how this technology can really play a role in helping people who otherwise don't have access. And you talk a lot about your B2B partners. How do you partner with them on the insights component?
Yeah, so for insights, it kind of goes two different ways. One is the go-to-market, right? So when we launch these programs with partners, it's understanding what messages resonate with customers and what are the program metrics, right? So how can we better understand their needs or wants to have the right positioning per market, right? Florida is going to be very different from California or, let's say, Minnesota. So that's why I think working closely with them to understand what are their pain points and how can we create a messaging that will resonate to that market. And then on the flip side, from our end of the product side of things, we communicate back to the partner of like what's really going on in the home, how we can create a better experience together for that homeowner. Because insurers honestly don't want to be insurers anymore. Like, it's a commodity service. It's really tough. It's usually comes down to price, and they want to create a better user experience as well. And so that's why they're looking to tech providers and other solution providers to create that more holistic experience, so they can provide more than just, hey, we'll pay for your claim if it comes out.
You mentioned a little bit around the way that you're learning about your consumer through some of the things that a lot of people talked about today, looking at help, looking at customer service, looking at, the way that people are responding to the product. Could you talk about how you use what you learn and implement that into the product and into the communications?
Yeah. So one thing that we've kind of learned a lot about is some of our customers, this is the first time they have a smart home device in their home. So before Alexa, before all the probably tech gadgets you all have in your home, because again, we're going after a larger market and maybe in areas where they don't necessarily use this technology day in, day out. And we have to be very mindful about the full experience there. So for us, we've done a lot of beta testing, regional testing to figure out how the installation process can go. So I didn't bring a sensor today, but it is like a simple peel and stick process. It's DIY, takes you less than 15 minutes. Your grandma can do it, I promise. And those are some insights that we've taken to in the past 5 years to really make it that seamless experience, just to create adoption, but also not feel like people won't get the feeling that, hey, I can't do this, right? We don't want that to be a barrier for anyone.
I love that, expanding that idea of inclusivity, right? It's not just about some of the things that we've been talking about today already, but also thinking about age, income, accessibility, tech savviness, all of those elements, are things that it's really important for us to continue to think about, because it's very easy, as a marketer to say like, okay, we can think about like the sexy kind of like millennial or Gen Z audience and the diversity that we see there, but there's a much broader aspect of who we need to create work for that might not fit into, the shiny, happy demographics that seem like they're, that we as marketers kind of gravitate towards.
100%.
We've talked a little bit about some of the examples that you might see in terms of companies that do inclusivity really well. I'm curious what you have as an example there.
Yeah. So there's one company that actually really has popped up for me in the past couple of years that I think is doing a great job. And I know we've talked a lot about like women's, women in marketing and women across the industry, but women's health is something I'm personally passionate about. And for me personally, I had to go down the IVF route and learned a lot. I'm considered geriatric, the fun term everyone likes to be called. And, I always thought, hey, I got time. I can have kids when I'm older. Well, guess what? No, that wasn't the case. And I wish I could have been more proactive. And a lot of the women's healthcare out there today is not. And one of the companies that I really appreciate that's changing things is called Kind Body. They launched in 2018, have over 300 locations across the US. And they're really focused on bringing fertility and family planning education to women and families across the US. So making it more accessible, giving them better options. And then they can just learn about, where they are no matter what their age is. Right. And so that's just one company that really resonated with me. And they also are very unique in how they go to market too, right? They have pop-up shops all over the US. So they're really focusing on underserved areas where they can bring that education to families across the US.
That's really interesting. I think, thinking about some of those core insights that people might not recognize as a core need and building a product around that. And this company called Tia just came out with a campaign, I think a couple of days ago, where they're talking about women's health, and they're talking about how women often don't get recognized when they go to the doctor for their pain or for their struggles, and often get kind of dismissed. So they're taking a kind of a funny approach to that, where a woman goes and asks for a coffee because that's the thing that she needs. And then somebody comes back, the doctor comes back with like a Coke or something. And they say, well, just come back in 2 weeks if that doesn't work for you. Right. So kind of finding those insights that are at the core of a product need, and then also a communications need. And we haven't talked a whole lot about communications. I know that you're doing it with your partner, right? So a lot of it is kind of through the lens of the insurance company, but are you finding how the insights that you're learning that can help develop and evolve the product are also being played out in the communications realm with your partners?
Yes. A lot of our partners actually want to lead with water. So one example is how, no one really goes out to seek to buy a water sensor. Can I get a raise of hands who's done a Google search for buying a water sensor? Probably. Oh, I see one. Yay. I think if you lead in with that, you're not really resonating with your customer. That's not what they understand. So you really have to work with them to say, hey, like, yes, this is the end product and this is how we're providing a solution, but we have to get the customer there. And that's some of the insights that were driven from a lot of our research and just learning from going to market, that we said, hey, partner, we know you love water, but guess what? The homeowner doesn't understand that issue yet. So let's figure out how to get there and how to resonate with them.
Do you have an example of a way that a partner's really been able to do that?
Well, and the fastest path actually is money talk. So like the discount structure and getting it for free, that can drive a lot of adoption. And so once a consumer, what we found is once they install it in their home, they're like, wow, this is a great product. Like, I really see why I need it now. But they needed that carrot initially. And maybe that's okay that they have that carrot. It's okay. Because as a marketer, sometimes the reason people buy your product or like your brand initially will change. And we just need to be mindful of that.
In terms of product innovation, could you talk a little bit about that as well, and how you're evolving the product with your learnings?
Yeah, so we never launch a product that's perfect. I don't know anyone who does, but we're really big about launching MVP products and evolving over time. So from a marketing, from a research standpoint, we never stop. And we always want to continue to learn and grow with it, because maybe all the research we did up front made sense when we initially launched, but markets change, consumer habits change, needs change. So we always want to make sure that we're adaptive in that front. So from a research standpoint, I know I talked about the monthly check-ins, but we do qualitative sessions with our customers constantly, just to understand, okay, you've been a customer for a year, now 2 years, now 3 years. How can we better improve the product, the experience over time? Because our goal is to keep these customers on for many years.
Yeah, that's right. You're really building that long-term relationship, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think a brand has to do that today, because keeping a customer around for a year or two is just it's not viable anymore. You're not going to see success as a brand.
And how are you seeing? I mean, I know that Notion has been pretty new, but are you seeing a lot of evolution already in the way that customers use your product or think about insurance?
Yeah, I mean, 82% of our customers did not monitor water before they had Notion. So like, we're changing behavior. I think today with climate change, I think consumers are getting more savvy too and understanding there are issues there. So I think it's a combined effort of folks getting smarter about what's going on in their home, but also us trying to educate them to, fill that gap.
And given, we're talking here about inclusive marketing, I know that we've talked a lot about where people are coming from and what really informs their desire to market and to communicate in ways that are helpful to people. And I'd love to hear a little bit more from you. What drew you to Notion and to other companies that you've worked with throughout your career?
Yeah, I think for Notion, it was partly the mission of what we're trying to do and the complexity of our go-to-market. To me, it's like we're trying to solve a huge problem and we're trying to work with our partners and the consumers at the end of the day. And that's tough. That's really tough. But it's a fun problem to solve. And that's kind of what's driven me to Notion and previous companies as well, that it's a challenge and we can make an impact here.
Do you see any other big challenges in the future that you want to take on?
I'm sure there's a laundry list, but for right now, my hands are pretty full.
Yeah, you do have like your next phase of your life is right around the corner. So what advice do you have for marketers who want to go above and beyond in finding inclusive insights?
I think first and foremost, I know I mentioned this before, but we need to be honest with ourselves, right? Honest with the situation of our organization, our products, our customers. Where are we today with inclusivity, right? I think we all would love to be, but reality is we're not there yet. We keep saying that today, we're not there. And I think, yes, understanding you're not there is one step, but you need to put together a plan of how you can get there and address the issues that you're actually seeing, and be proactive about addressing them.
And where do you see, if you were to look forward 5 years from now, what do you see in terms of marketing, or what's like the ideal trajectory that marketing can take to be more inclusive?
Not to copy other people's words from today, but it will be the normalized, right? It's not going to be a nice to have anymore. It'll be a need to have. It just will be the default. And I think any brand or product or service that does not embrace inclusivity, won't make it and will be left behind.
Well, I know we've got a few minutes before lunch, so I don't want to stand between everybody and lunch, but I do want to give folks a chance to ask Kate any questions.
Hello, my name's Braylee. I work at Delaware North in their Parks and Resorts division. My question for you, I'm really interested as we talk about data and how it really informs how we move forward in marketing. How has privacy and the shift in the consumer behavior with privacy affected things at Notion?
Great question. To be honest, I thought it would be a bigger issue than what it has been. Yes, there's more questions about privacy and privacy concerns, but we as a brand have always been transparent that, hey, we're going to share some data, not a ton of data. Is your system on or off, back to the insurer? But guess what? You're going to get rewarded for it because you'll get a discount, you'll get it for free. And I think starting with that transparency is key. We tend to still see over 90% adoption of our product. And even with kind of the shift in the past year or two around privacy, it is getting tougher and tougher, but it isn't changing right now because I think a lot of consumers, at least for our product, are seeing the value from it and are understanding that, hey, if you give a little, you can get a little as well. And I think as long as we show it as a partnership with consumers and the insurance partner, we can, we can kind of get past those hurdles.
Thank you.
Oh boy.
No judgment if you do.
I think we've done enough today. I don't need to stand up too, right? So when I was thinking the whole time about disabilities, do you guys deal with that a lot? How do you address it? I'm thinking more someone who maybe is deaf or blind or has impairments in that way. I guess you could call it. I hope I'm saying it the right way. or maybe someone who can't install it themselves. Do you guys help with installation, things like that? How have you guys dealt with those occurrences with your products?
Yeah, so we've done some adjustments to our app experience to make it more accessible for, as simple as someone who's colorblind, to making it more accessible to have audible cues for things once it's installed, but we're still not quite there yet. We still have a ways to go. If you do have someone who has, difficulty reaching certain areas of their home, they're in a wheelchair, they most likely will need to have assistance installing. And that's something we're continuing to work through. We have explored looking at professional install options, but we're still trying to make it as easy as possible for consumers today. And because you can hopefully bring in a neighbor or, another family member to help you, that's kind of where we're trying to create this neighborly appeal to our product. But accessibility is still something that we're always trying to address and improve in our product.
Miguel, come on. I'm just kidding.
Hello. With insights, how we've talked a lot about D&I, gender, race, education background. What's fascinating about your craft, your skill set is it's exploring learning disabilities, ADHD, how people learn, how people think differently. What's your take on going deeper into D&I and the diversity of how people think? They just naturally think and learn differently.
No, that's a great thing to bring up. And, something that we continue to, I wouldn't say struggle with, but we're continuing trying to improve because everyone learns differently or, interprets things differently. We have to, as marketers, make sure we're mindful of that. So I know before I talked about regional differences and how we might communicate there, but it's also comes down to how we might provide, guidance on our installation process. So just to give you an example, we try to be extremely simple. So instead of, saying, oh, our sensor has this technology and this technology, it's more around, hey, these are the benefits for you. And we do cater that slightly depending on the region that you're in, and try to accommodate for folks who, may want the more technical side that's available, but we also want to keep it simple for everyone.
Just to weigh in on that, do you cater to different languages as well?
We do support Spanish today, both through our customer success team and through our marketing materials. Our app does not support Spanish yet, but to be honest, it's very little language in the app. It's more of a dashboard of what's going on in your home. Appreciate all the questions.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Right now it's officially lunch, right?
Thank you. All right, it is that time. We will be having lunch over there. There are a lot of people in the room. My fear last night was that none of you were going to show up, so I'm so happy to have such a packed room. But we will have a full hour to be able to stop for lunch. Please help yourselves. Those of you who are tuning in virtually, first of all, thank you for tuning in. We will be back in an hour after this lunch break, and thank you. Hi, everyone. We're going to get started again. So if you could please take your seats. If you could please take your seats, we will get started momentarily. All right. I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch with some street tacos and some yummy churros. We will be having a break again at 2:30 where we'll be sharing some So Delicious ice cream, as well as some granola and cheese and crackers. So more snacks to come. For those of you who are looking for a seat, it does look like there's a couple of open seats in the front. I swear I don't bite. So if you need to come forward, feel free to join us. And we'll get started with our next session. All of these sessions are being recorded and they will be sent out via YouTube so we can watch them again. If there's something that you would like to rewatch or share with friends, we certainly encourage that so we can continue to build the community. Our next session here is Marketing is Multicultural, Reviving Iconic Brands for Today's Consumers. And we'd really like to welcome to the stage Marnie Steff, the Insights and Innovation Director for Elida Beauty at Unilever. And this will be moderated by Chris Rooney, the Client Vertical Sales of Dish Media. Please welcome Marnie and Chris.
Hello. 4 words, post-lunch food coma.
Great.
Hi, Marnie.
I don't know if that's good or bad, but
Let me get set up here. So I don't kill myself. How's it going?
it's going well. Hoping everybody stays awake.
Oh, nice. I thought we could kick things off with you basically telling us a little bit about yourself, your background. Elida Beauty, what is it? How did it come about? Portfolio brands. Just run with it.
So Elida Beauty is Elida, not Elida, just so everybody knows that I had to figure that out when I first started working for them. But yeah, my name is Marnie Steff. I'm very happy to be here. And I'm the Director of Insights and Innovation for Elida Beauty. That essentially is the Director of Research for Elida Beauty, in other words. My Elida Beauty, for those of you who don't know what it is essentially kind of a company within a company at Unilever. I have worked with Unilever for 14 years, started there in 2007. But Elida Beauty is essentially a subset of brands within the company in the personal care division. And what they basically did was they took actually brands that were, in a sense, lower importance in their category and hadn't received a lot of, let's say, corporate support from Unilever, and put them all together in a portfolio of brands called Elida Beauty. And the reason they did that was because there's an acknowledgement that the brands that are in the portfolio have a lot of potential. They have a lot of potential for growth, but they hadn't necessarily been the top priority in their respective categories. So these are household names that most of you will know fairly well. Brands like Q-Tips, Noxzema, Caress, Pond's, St. Ives. So probably brands that you're aware of and that you have used or do use, but brands that you might not have heard a lot from in the last 10 to 15 years in terms of communication and innovation. And so my role as the director of research there is to do research across these brands and categories for North America on the entire marketing funnel. So essentially everything from strategy, branding, proposition to innovations and communications through to performance and market. So that's my role within Alita Beauty.
So in terms of timing, you're a little bit over a year into it at this point.
I joined in December of
okay.
last year. Yeah.
So how's it going? You share with us, no pressure. Some of the bright spots, maybe some of the challenges that you faced so far to date?
Yeah. So it's interesting. Alita Beauty is, for me, a very new kind of role. It's a role that, in a sense, you look at some of the challenges that we have as part of Unilever. Unilever is a huge global organization. We are kind of operating like a startup within the company. And so in terms of the bright spots, everybody that's joined Alita is extremely passionate about the brands and the potential for the brands and the potential for growth in the future. So and I think one of the things that really makes it special is it's a really tight-knit community. So whereas like me as a research director, for example, I might not in previous roles have had much connection with, say, supply chain or finance or some of the cross-functional teams. It's a very tight-knit community where we're all aware of kind of the challenges that we're facing and also the kind of exciting potential for the brands. So that's one of the things that to me kind of drew me to the company. In terms of challenges, certainly we're still in a spot where we need to work with we're very, I'd say, stretched in a sense, stretched from a personal perspective, from a resourcing perspective. So I am the only research person that we have full-time across the brands in North America. And stretched for budgets. Budgets are tight, so we have to make our dollars work really hard for us. And that's across the board. That's with research dollars, marketing dollars, media dollars. So some of those are the things that we're kind of looking at in terms of, it's a really exciting space to be working at. It's a very big business challenge because our brands, even though many of them are household names, you haven't probably seen or heard from them much in the past 10 to 15 years. So there is a level of, let's say, equity challenge that we're up against where we really do need to bring these brands, kind of the vision of the company is refounding iconic brands. That's really what we're trying to do.
So budgets and resources stretched pretty thin. You have to make your resources and budgets work harder, certainly with the limited ones that you have.
Yeah.
Tell us some of the approaches that you've been taking so far to meet those challenges. And really, I think the critical role you were describing this, when we prepped, that research is playing in your day-to-day to really, sort of overcome those challenges.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of talk today about insights and the importance of insights. So my role is insights, and it's insights through and through the marketing funnel. I think one of the things that's really special about Alita is that from the leadership down, I was talking to somebody before about Steve Schumacher. He's our leader in North America. Our CEO as well, John Laurent. He is, both of them, as well as everybody through the marketing organization, are really, they will ask if you're a brand manager and you are presenting a new product concept, they will say, where's your consumer evidence? I want to see it and I want to hear it. And so there's a push or I guess an excitement to have those consumer insights throughout the entire funnel and for everybody to be getting as deep as possible on their own, in addition to, let's say, using me as a resource. So one of the things that we're doing actually as a research in my function and research is we're taking an online qualitative platform. It's like it gives you overnight qualitative research. We have trained our entire marketing team in it. So the expectation is that if you're a brand manager, if you're a brand associate, if you're a brand director, you have been trained in this platform. You're using this platform on a regular basis. It's a video platform. You get video feedback from consumers overnight, sometimes in a couple of days. So the expectation there is really like, go in, use it as frequently as possible. You can use it for anything from, if you have a question, just generally broadly about, for example, what are consumers thinking about the economic, their economic conditions right now? Or you can put a product concept in front of them and get feedback that way. You can put communications idea or a claim statement in front and get communications that way. So it really kind of helps direct and get very quick and agile. So like from an agility and entrepreneurial perspective, we're using that platform as much as we possibly can. And then from I think the second thing that's really important, particularly important for this conversation, is we're trying to really build our cultural fluency. So from my perspective, obviously I'm a Caucasian woman. Sometimes I think I should have been born as a Hispanic woman because I was a Spanish major and I worked for a Hispanic advertising agency for 7 years. And I've done a bunch of Hispanic marketing at Unilever. But I feel like I'm trying to help the team build a cultural fluency where we're using our own team to learn from our own team, because we have a very diverse team at Alita, but also bringing in outside expertise. From my perspective, it's also using research agencies that have an expertise where I might be lacking that expertise, and trying to build our cultural fluency with whatever group of consumers that may be important, because some of our brands, for example, have a strength with the Hispanic market or with the Black market. And so we're trying to learn from everything we know and learn the why behind it, and then really build on that as we move forward.
So what kind of insights and learnings to date have you gathered to be able to provide the folks in the room here with your expert advice? And really, I guess I'm talking about the elements and inputs that, can help folks based on your own experience. And then, lastly, I think, we've talked a lot about authenticity in each of the sessions. It's been a big word. And you were just describing this and touching on it at least. Any of the cultural nuances that you're sort of discovering along the way?
Yeah, so from my perspective, I mean, one of the things that I think, and this is something that I started doing when I was in my role at kind of corporate headquarters in Unilever, was working on getting underneath the granularity of the consumer insights. So for example, we might be able to say, we're going to target on the Caress brand, for example, which has a point of strength among the Hispanic consumer in the US. We might say we're going to target Hispanic women 25 to 54. That group is very large and has a ton of nuances underneath it. So you could be talking to a bilingual, millennial, Hispanic mom who's of kind of a younger millennial age, and she has a very different life than, let's say, maybe an older millennial Hispanic mom who's a rising star in a corporation, which may be very different from, a bilingual Hispanic single person who's just starting out in the corporate world or just starting a job. So one of the things that we're trying to build at Unilever and at Alita is just kind of, I guess I call it maybe going beyond the basics, or getting underneath the surface and getting to a level of granularity, so that when you're building innovations and you're creating innovations or you're creating a communications campaign, you can kind of start to see the threads of things that are most important to consumers and which things are different for different people and which things might be the same. So I think it's really important to get really underneath the surface. And that's one of the things that, for example, with that platform I was talking about, we're really trying to have almost like a democratization of learning. So people can go into that platform at any point in time. They can kind of choose the consumer groups they want to talk to. They can ask the questions they want to talk to, but the expectation is that learning is continuous. And then on my end, I'm trying to just make sure that we are building that fluency on a regular basis. The other thing I would say is what I think is important to know is, or that is very hard to do, but maybe is quite important, is when you're targeting a particular group, is having them in mind when you're starting the project. So if you're starting a new product concept, if you're starting a new communications campaign, it's like building it from the ground up as opposed to it being any sort of afterthought. So like, for example, there was a project that I worked on in about a year ago where we were doing a corporate campaign for Unilever, and it was for Hispanic Heritage Month. And we worked directly with a Hispanic agency. We did our qualitative research up front. You know, we learned about, we dug underneath the values in the community, but in a way that we could then see how they were going to apply to the campaign. So then when we got to the campaign ideas, it was, okay, another round of qualitative, because we want to make sure that along the way, so not only are you building it from the ground up with the insights, but you're tweaking and learning as you move, as you go forward, and making sure that from start to finish, you're getting the right insights and you're getting the right executions at the end of the day.
Right. It's an ongoing process, and really speaks to optimizations, you know, at a certain level. I guess you've piqued my interest. Are there any use cases or case studies of actual campaigns that you can share with us?
So I'd say at Alita, we're still in the process of building those. Honestly, like we're just starting the process of building some of our campaigns out. One of the things that we are doing though is essentially talking, as we're building campaigns for certain consumer groups, we are talking to them on a regular basis. So for example, an interesting learning that we found on one of our, not even on our campaigns, but just as we're like looking at the brand and the proposition of the brand, we found that certain groups will look at one of our brands and say, oh, that brand is really kind of a little bit older or a little bit dated. And it's kind of like, it's almost a negative for certain groups of people, but then for other groups of people, it's a positive. And it's like, oh, I remember that brand because it was in my grandmother's bathroom and I've got such positive memories of it. And so you take that as a nuance of what's old and negative to one is old and really positive to another. And so those are the kinds of things that they're quite tweaked nuances that you can kind of build on to make sure that you're getting to the right, you know, as we in Alita are building these brands back up from having been not having a lot of support. We need to make sure that they're relevant for the brands are relevant for for the benefits and the needs of today's consumers, but that we're understanding where there's similarities and differences along the way. So from an Alita perspective, we're still building those. From a Unilever perspective, like I said, I had a campaign that we worked on last year, and it was celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, and it was kind of highlighting a number of our different brands, but in a way that really brought to life some of the interesting nuances of the Hispanic community. It was highlighting business, you know, entrepreneurial business owners. It was highlighting, in some cases, culturally relevant foods that people were eating. So it was really, but we built it from really the ground up in terms of the insight. So it was, to me, a really important step to take to make sure that we're, you know, getting to the right place. I could give you other cases that are outside of Alita or Unilever, but those are some that come to mind.
No, I think that's great. And as we look to 2023 and just, you know, I guess the future in general, what, I mean, are you very optimistic or apprehensive of what is sort of your temperature right now?
I'm very optimistic. I think, you know, one of the things that when I talk about getting underneath the surface, I think one of the things that I think quite hard to do, but important to do from a research perspective, from a marketing perspective, is to try to put yourself as much as possible in, and we always talk about consumer shoes, right? But actually doing consumer shoes can be quite difficult. So for example, it was like a week ago or so, I downloaded the Discord app. And I don't know how to use Discord, but my daughter does. And I was like, you're going to have to show me how to use this because I don't know how to use it. But I was kind of consciously thinking, okay, I have to learn what she's doing in order to be relevant to her. She's building games in Roblox. I don't know how to do that necessarily. So from the same perspective, I think we all need to put ourselves in those shoes. So if I'm marketing, I'm not a Black woman in the US, but do I need to understand that experience as best I can? Yes, absolutely. Because otherwise I can't market to that person appropriately, and I can't. So I need to be talking to people that are in those experiences. I'm not a Hispanic woman in the US, but I have my own experiences that I can bring to the table. So I think there's a need to really understand and put yourself there as much as possible. And I think one of the big things about that is knowing that you have to be uncomfortable doing that. If you are not uncomfortable doing it, you're probably not doing it the right way. Like you may not be learning enough, because unless you are actually that target audience, if you are that target audience, then I think you probably have a much easier time marketing. But so many of us are not in the audiences that we're targeting, and we really need to get underneath the surface of what they're doing. And really just like, maybe it's an hour a week, maybe it's not just this consistent thing, but it's time spent really doing things that are a little uncomfortable for us.
No, I think that's great advice, and insight and wisdom. Unless you have anything else you want to bestow upon us in the way of your own experience and some guidance and advice you can provide. Otherwise, I'll throw it out to Q&A.
Yeah, I know you asked about some other examples. I think, sometimes I think of different examples that I've seen of brands that do, for example, like in my case, I'm thinking Hispanic communications quite well. This might seem like an odd one, but I oftentimes refer to McDonald's. There's a number of different campaigns that they have, and I always think of this one. It's called Tío Roberto, and it's a really it's a few years old, but it really sometimes brings to life to me how well you can do the cultural nuance, because it's all about this teenage boy, and his mom drops him off with his uncle, and the teenage boy doesn't really speak any Spanish, but the uncle speaks almost only Spanish. And the mom is like, I got to go to work, see you later. And she's fluent in both. And you see these scenes first of this boy who's playing on his iPhone, and the uncle's like, what are you doing? And then you see the uncle working on a project, and he has asked the boy to pass him a screwdriver in Spanish. And so the boy's like, what are you doing? And then you see them in the car going to McDonald's, and the guy, the kid says, Uncle, you have to go derecho. Or he said derecha, which means right. And the uncle's like, no, derecho, because there's an E or an A. So derecho is straight and derecha is right. So the boy was getting the one letter wrong and giving his uncle the wrong direction. So, and then you finally see them sitting in a McDonald's and they're eating fries together. And so it brings the whole product experience together. So I think, like, I always sometimes refer to that as an example of, there's really interesting cultural nuances around the language, the play on language, the generational impact, and how generations live in this country very differently. And just there's an emotionality to it that's really connects very well. So just as like an example, if anybody wants to look it up, but they do generally tend to do a pretty good job.
And to be mindful of the sensitivities as well, and the opposite end. So I think this has been great. Your experiences, I think, wonderful. I think we have a few minutes for Q&A. I think we can open it right up. I'm sure you guys all have questions or right off the bat.
Hi, Marnie. What do you see as the future of research? Because especially for those of us in CPG, like it's typically like these rounds of quals and quants and focus groups, and that takes a long time, right? And I think we've all seen during the pandemic, we have to adapt very quickly, be able to pivot. So as we look to options to expedite like research options, what do you see as the future?
So I mean, that the platform I was talking to you about, to me, is a good example of that. We can generally get research overnight from that platform. So, you put your questions in, it's like 5 questions, you put them in, you get answers the next day. I guess part of what I see is that those kinds of platforms, or even things where you're employing a little bit more of like, dare I say directional, but I think we do have to move faster. Like, I mean, I used to work 10 years ago on, very long basis tests that take 3 or 4 months. And we don't really do that anymore, or we only do it if it's, the risk is so high that you have to do it. Otherwise, it's a lot of directional or very quick understanding, and then you keep moving. So, and then when I talk about that platform and I talk about if we have certain new product ideas and we go in and we just do a quick overnight, we can get some really interesting information that allows us to kind of move on and get to the next piece of it. So I think it's just going to get faster and faster. I mean, you can't get much faster than overnight, to be honest. We don't do everything overnight, but I've moved already from things that take 6 months or 3 months. So I think whatever used to take 6 months should now take 3 months. Whatever used to take 3 months should now take a month. And whatever used to take a month should now take a week. So you almost kind of keep condensing it. But I would say that if you forego it altogether, you're going to miss. So I wouldn't forego it. I mean, forego it if it's absolutely like you know what you're doing, but don't forego it if you're not sure.
Hi, I'm Allie from Danone. I would love your thoughts on how you get from more of like a functional insight, specifically on a product that you're trying to deliver on, and that emotional insight that's going to unlock something like the McDonald's commercial you're talking about. So I feel like sometimes there's a huge gap between the two. I'm looking for more of like an emotional tie to a product or even about someone's life and how they live, so that we can make some spots and really make sure the brand is grounded in that, from that emotional high ground. And it's sometimes I just feel like I'm missing some of that. So I would love to hear how you get to that point or how you uncover those insights beyond just like basics, I guess.
So I guess what I would say is I think there does need to be some investment in time and energy to understand. So you're taking essentially maybe the broader human truth, and you're trying to connect it to a product truth. And those things, just for something to really be successful, they both have to come to life. So I would say, to me, the continuous learning on the end consumer, so whoever your consumer target might be, the way I think about it, and it depends on your budgets and your time and things like that, is I think there does need to be an investment of time or money or both in actually understanding the cultural nuances, whether it's a generation or an ethnicity. And that can be done through a lot of different venues. I mean, you can do that through very specific primary research where you're recruiting people and you're talking to them, but you're not necessarily talking to them about the product. You got to start with talking to them about their life. And I mean, one of the things that I'd say is often missed is oftentimes research dollars go directly to a brand in a category, and they don't go to that broader, like, I need to understand you as a person, and I need to understand your background and your experiences. And when you miss that part and putting at least some of your money and your time into that piece of it, it's going to be really hard to connect the product and the human truth, because you're going to be missing the human element of it. So I think you have to do the investment in time there, and potentially money. Not all the time, but I think if you do that a few times, then it's going back to that piece that I was saying before, like getting underneath the surface and getting to the granular pieces of things. So I think about it in terms of, when was the last time you were at a dinner party and you met somebody for the first time and they just asked you question after question after question after question, and they really got underneath the surface of you as a person? Personally, and when I go to a dinner party and I meet somebody for the first time, it's usually like that surface level conversation. Hey, how are you? Where are you from? How many kids do you have? And sometimes you don't get to that second layer, and very, very oftentimes you never get to that third or fourth layer. But I think that's where you start to uncover when you get underneath the layers is when you start to uncover the real truths, but it takes time and it takes some money.
Hi, morning. I'm
Hello.
Monica Bernalis from Cody. I think I have a question with regard to recruitment, because I think one of the challenges that we're seeing is that when we look at studies and we look at Gen Pop, like the multicultural representation is low, right? Like we're not able to get, often what I'm seeing, we're not able to get a sizable base to be able to draw conclusions or even understand that consumer, that cohort. So I'm just curious to understand if there's anything that you're exploring or looking at to help with that gap that we're seeing in the research process, especially if we are interested in really understanding more of the multicultural consumers.
Yeah. So dare I say, it does sometimes go back to time and money. A lot of the studies that we do at Alita or we were doing at Unilever, if we're doing something for, again, a communications campaign or a new product concept, we will do boosts of consumer groups. So if we're trying to go after, if our target is a core Gen X target or a core Black woman or a Black or Hispanic woman, we will make sure that there's readable sample sizes in our research. It does, because those audiences in the US are smaller in numbers, it does sometimes cost a little more to do that. But again, that to me, that goes back to it's a critical piece if you really want to get it right. Because what I've sometimes found in the research is that when you are looking across different groups, it's like saying if you go across different generations, the one product, or in my case for like a body wash, a fragrance for a Gen Xer is going to be different from a fragrance from a person that a Gen Z or maybe even a boomer would want. So, but there are times when those things will line up and you know that you've got kind of a broad base appeal, but there are some times when they're not going to line up. And then you have to understand and decide where those differences and similarities lie, but you do have to actually recruit them and speak to them directly. And oftentimes with like a readable sample size or something in a quant type test, or if it's quality, you need to make sure your sample is mixed enough that you're talking to those people. Like in our case in Alita, when we use this overnight platform, oftentimes we're saying if a certain brand has a certain target, that's who they're talking to on the platform, and they're talking to them on a regular basis.
Hi, Gina again, from Danone. A question for you in terms of how you use your research and data and insights to stay 5 steps ahead of the consumer, because what they're telling you today helps you today, but it doesn't help you for kind of future, whether it's innovation or just cultural insights. Do you use, like there are predictive culture agencies out there or semiotics groups that can kind of lean into what those trends are kind of moving towards, so you can help align, whether it's the brand, whether it's the consumer insights with kind of what's going to happen to be ahead, rather than kind of reacting to what's happening now, which by the time you get in market actually ends up putting you behind?
Yeah, I mean, it's so future facing is always hard, right? You don't know exactly what the future is going to hold. But yes, so in Alita, I'd say it just depends on the nature of the project or the question. We are kind of continuously looking at trends in the market. We do have some agencies that we work with that are kind of more AI based or, really kind of macro future facing trends. So we, and Unilever and Alita, together, we oftentimes look at like macro trends, and those will be things that we look at, that are 3 to 5 years out kind of thing. So we do work with some agencies that bring that in on a regular basis to us. It's always a balance of where we put the time and resource. Because to me anyway, I think we need to know that, and we need to know the trends, and we need to know where we're going. But also at Alita, we also have to focus really building, to some degree, building back to a point of growth. So we may or may not be leaders in the category until we get to a point of, you know, we've built the brands, we've refounded the brands back to kind of current relevancy in today's market. So there's a balance there in Alita, in the broader corporate Unilever structure that, yes, we see those on a very, very regular basis. We use a couple of different agencies to bring them in.
All right. Thank you, Marnie.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marnie.
So many great questions. I really love the engagement, and hopefully you can continue to talk to Marnie during our break. But I'm excited to welcome our next presenter. This one is Modernizing for Today's World, 40 years later, how Bud Light evolved its portfolio to connect with today's consumers. And we are welcoming to the stage Steve Wolf, the Marketing VP of Bud Light Extensions. And this will be moderated by Reza Jackson, a client partner and creator of #paid. Welcome.
Where's everyone going? I saw a couple people leaving.
Does everyone need to stand up? Everyone just finished lunch, kind of stretched out for a second before we get in. Some great questions. Let's get a little bit loose. All right.
You guys can follow my lead if you'd like. It's a very effective stretch.
Reza's more flexible than I am, so we'll kind of let him.
And these are very tight pants.
They are tight.
All right. So Steve Wolf, let's maybe start with some intros to get this going. I'll start with myself. So this whole discussion about, multiculturalism, I'm a Iranian American myself, and I'm a creator. And I also work at #paid, but on the creator side, really my mission is to bring our culture forward to Americans so they know more about Persians and how my mom talks to me, her accent, etc. And so it's all very exciting for me, and I'm super pumped to have this chat. I'll pass it on to you.
My name's Steve Wolf. I have the privilege of leading a significant portion of the Bud Light portfolio for Anheuser-Busch InBev. I live here in Denver, Colorado, so it's a fantastic opportunity to get to spend time with all of you guys. I know some of you out of town, but many of you local marketers here in Colorado.
He flew in from Texas like 2 hours ago. He's like, I'm like, what are we talking about? He's like, let's just wing it. I'm like, all right, let's go. So let's start high level. Obviously Bud Light, little side flex, is the largest beer brand in the US of A. And so I'm sure you've learned a lot along the way. Steve's been there for about 7 years, recently appointed VP of marketing of Bud Light Extensions in specific. So I think I'd be curious to know, what has the brand learned over the past 40 years that'll bring it success, in the next 40 years?
It's a good question. So Bud Light was launched in 1982, right? And it was late to the light beer game. So Miller Lite was the first player. We lagged for a bit. It took us about 4 years to rise to become the #1 beer in America. And if you think about the marketing landscape in 1986, it looked a lot different than it does today, right? The number of channels in which you needed to speak to consumers was pretty limited. The number of options that consumers had when they thought about what they wanted when they went to the bar, or what they wanted when they went to the packaged liquor or grocery store, was quite limited. So we're seeing a tremendous amount of fragmentation these days. And so the way we communicate with consumers, the way we're able to speak in a way that will allow us to retain that size and that level of brand power needs to fundamentally change.
I mean, how has that changed?
Sure. So a few ways, right? We can think about product, and then we can think about channel, right? So product. So again, 1986, we hit the peak, right? Where we all of a sudden overtake as the largest beer brand in America. And that lasted for a long time, right? In terms of continuing to grow, continue to exert dominance. But as we get into the 2000s, we start to see share decline a bit, right? We see more players come in. And so we needed to become creative. We need to find ways of, maybe it's not one particular liquid that appeals to all consumers. Maybe we need to use innovation to be able to talk to a wider subset, right? And this is really where my role comes in. So I lead the Bud Light Extensions portfolio. So when we think about innovating off of the mother brand being about a 12 share of the market, how do we start to think about finding new product propositions that appeal to different demographics, right? How do we make sure we've got the right product at the right price in the right market for the right consumer across the board? And so that started with playing with incorporating fruit peels into an offering. Bud Light Lime, many of you guys have had. That expanded into a product called Bud Light Chelada, which is a Hispanic-focused play. Started really integrating Clamato, so a tomato-based drink, into beer that has been incredibly popular. And then most
micheladas.
Michelada is a play, right? Michelada means my mix, literally, and chelada is a base of that, right? And then most recently, we launched a product in January called Bud Light Next, which was a sort of a recognition that we needed a new product to speak to Gen Z, right? To 21 to 27. A lot of the benefits that consumers liked around drinking seltzers, which is you feel really light, you don't feel bloated. We wanted to bring that to a beer product, right? And we're able to, after about 10 to 15 years of R&D, launch our first zero carb offering that was able to do just that.
And by the way, it's 80 calories a can. So you can have like 10 of those and you're still under the caloric deficit.
My legal team would not allow me to say that, so I did not say
I'm not your legal team. It's okay. Although I'm not in the Gen Z category, I'm 32, bright millennial.
You look great for 32.
Thank you so much. It's the beard, men's makeup. I'd be curious to know in terms of, and I know we were talking about this before, for catering to that sort of younger legal drinking age demographic, you had to test out new things. There's other channels to be on. I mean, Gen Z, TikTok speaks to me, but that's obviously not a channel we can be on based on the legal drinking age, et cetera. So I'm curious to know what your approach was to marketing when it came to Next and specific, catering to that younger demographic, what worked, what didn't work.
Sure. So I think the marketing channel, let's table that for 1 second. I think one product, obviously, would be remiss if we didn't spend a little bit of time talking about is recognizing the seltzer trend in America, right? So seltzer launched 3 to 4 years ago, and it came like a wave, right? It absolutely flooded and became really, really, really big, really fast. And so we launched an offering called Bud Light Seltzer to attend to that trend. And what we recognized is the power of the Bud Light name would allow us to get wide distribution very quickly. It would come with some challenges that we needed to face over time, but we knew that would give us a really strong foundation to be able to fight from, right? Next kind of played after that, recognizing that trend and then figuring out how do we modify our marketing message to be able to compete in this space where we had no presence until fairly late into the game.
Okay, if we're talking about a Bud Light Seltzer, I want to do a little social experiment. First of all, who knows Bud Light Seltzer? Put your hands up. Wow, look at that market penetration. And how many of you believe, if it's a yes, put your hands up, that Bud Light Seltzer has beer in it? Put your hands up.
Don't be shy. It's okay. We'll talk about this in just a moment.
Interesting. So very sophisticated crowd, of course.
Very educated. It's Colorado, so we know our alcohol here in Colorado, which is great.
So I think that the reason I did that experiment was to lead to the question of what the challenge has been with Bud Light Seltzer, especially, in a market where me as a millennial, when I think seltzer, I think White Claw. I think Truly, for example. So I'd love to chat about that and sort of the differentiation there, where you see the problem, where you see a potential opportunity. We talked about it a bit, and sort of tying it into the inclusivity piece as well in terms of sort of how White Claw is currently branded.
Totally. So good question. And again, don't be shy. We're gonna ask probably a few questions in here, and feel free to give your honest assessment. So my biggest challenge, right? We kind of alluded to the benefits of launching with the Bud Light name and extension, where all of a sudden you have broad reach, you have great distribution. The flip side of that, the challenge is 54% of consumers believe that Bud Light Seltzer contains beer, right? And if you think about a lot of the reasons why people drink seltzers is because they want a beer alternative. So it's a huge barrier to trial. So we spent a lot of time. I came to this role in May. We did a huge deep dive to think about, we're number 3 in the total category right now. What are the barriers? How do we think about where the growth opportunities are against the number 1 to 2 players? And what we found is it's really like a tale of 2 cities. So consumers who have tried us rate us really well. Our repeat rate is super strong. But people who have not tried us assume, largely based on the beer barrier, assuming all the metrics that drive trial, we rate really, really low, right? And so my biggest barrier is how do I attack that perception that there's actually physically beer in this product? And so again, this is a big, hairy problem. We call it like a furry monkey in our business, right? Which is like, it's kind of meaty. It's not really that easy to wrap your hands around. How do you figure it out? Where I see the opportunity is, again, it kind of plays back to that idea of the strength of the Bud Light name. So my household penetration in the US on Bud Light Seltzer is sitting about 5%. The category leader in the seltzer category is about 12%. When you think about Bud Light as a product, we're sitting somewhere between 30 and 40%. So massive upside, right? And you also think because the seltzer trend grew so fast, so quickly, the market leader is a product that is like, it's highly identified to like 25-year-old white women. It's not that. That's sort of like the way that they've landed. We believe the widespread approachability of the Bud Light name has the potential, if seeded well, to be able to steal more than our fair share. So while the category as a whole has definitely slowed down, right? It's not the exponential growth it was before. It's about flat to slightly down this year. We believe the chance to steal greater shares is here for our taking based on the approachability and the accessibility of what has made Bud Light famous over these last 40 years.
So I'm guilty of drinking White Claws. But I guess on that topic, how do you stand out in this crowded landscape? How do you cater to that perhaps not white female demographic through your marketing strategies?
It's a good question. It's obviously something we're still really wrestling with. And I think the number one thing we need to do is attack this barrier, right? Which we talked about. And the way to do that's going to be a multi-pronged approach. And something we're spending a lot of time thinking about is how do we leverage creators to be able to do that? And so just kind of taking a step back, I started my career as a global marketer. I launched Budweiser in about 30 countries around the world. And then I stepped away and went to sales for 4 or 5 years to lead our sales team, most recently in Colorado. And I think the evolution of where the influencer space sat in 2018 when I left versus where we are now is actually quite material. The relationship on influencers in 2018 was largely transactional, right? It's you hire them to basically take pictures holding your can or holding your product. And one of the areas that we're really interested in is how do we use creators to democratize our storytelling to attack these barriers, right? We've got a couple of them on each of the brands. I'm sure any brand marketer has their barriers. How do we democratize this approach to be able to very authentically speak to our audience? And one of the things we wrestle with most, and especially where most of the growth is coming from in seltzer in the category where Next plays, is Gen Z is a very difficult consumer group to speak to. It's super fragmented. Again, we talk about media channel fragmenting. Live TV is still relevant for us, just mostly around sports, but way less prevalent than it used to be. So we need to find new partners and new channels to be able to do just that. And honestly, we'd love to hear your thoughts a little bit on like, how are you seeing that space evolve? You've been on this journey for 4 or 5 years. Where is that going?
Yeah, I mean, I'll use myself as a creator, not the hashtag paid hat on for a second. So I worked with a brand called ViewSonic, and they had a brief that they wanted, content in a certain way, but they were pretty open. And my pitch was, why don't I do like a Persian skit of my dad buying a new monitor? It was very comedic. And she was totally okay with it. So we're sort of pushing the envelope in terms of being inclusive and catering to a new demographic, because I could speak that language. I could do the Persian accent perfectly, and my Persian audience or Persian American audience will get it. And so will anyone who knows Persians. And so that was very successful. The numbers were successful. And I think, relating it to more of a broader picture, and generally, I think I'll use Sephora. I think beauty brands are generally pretty good with being inclusive across LGBTQIA communities, and so on and so forth. And so with Sephora, they ran 2 campaigns. One was for Diwali and one was for Chinese Lunar New Year. And they worked with creators that were obviously in those communities. And so it was very apparent when you see the outcome of that content, they know how to speak that language. They know the nuances that we've been talking about all day, to make sure that there's a authentic, one, it's an authentic collaboration because they already use Sephora products, but 2, that Sephora is, put beside this initiative, say Diwali, as a celebration authentically, because they're using folks that are actually in that community versus hiring an actress and a photographer, videographer to try to tell that story. So I do think like creators in general, what we like to say, they're like at the forefront of culture and they speak those languages, you know, in the most authentic way. And so the challenge typically is how do you find and source the right creators that can, you know, one, be authentic to your brand so that they actually drink Bud Light seltzer or they're open to it, and also sort of leaving it open for them to come up with their creative concepts as well.
That makes a ton of sense. And honestly, it's just a topic I find to be really fascinating based on where we are in our brand journey. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on, you know, evolving from thinking about influencers as or creators as like transactional creators, right? So solving a specific content need or specific brand barrier challenge to really sort of brand ambassadors that live your life for a longer period of time or live sort of the ideals of the brand for a longer period of time. Are you seeing brands trend one way or the other? Is it much more still sort of challenge focused, or is it more so embedding for longer durations to land those messaging?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Christie is still here. We talked about VitaFusion and like Kim Kardashian doing gummy bears for losing weight. So that to me is like a perfect example of an influencer versus a creator. And so I'd say more, I mean, I think more brands in general are using the term creator just to start off with versus influencer, which shows there's a deeper understanding of what that differentiation is. The way I look at it is as a creator, you know, you might do this for a living. This is your craft. You don't create content and delete it the next day because you're working with a competitor. You keep it up because you're proud of it. You might reject campaigns because it doesn't fit with your brand ethos. And so those are the kinds of things I would look for in terms of differentiating between a transactional influencer versus a creator. And I'd say to answer your question on like one-time posts versus long-term ambassadors, definitely we're going in the direction of more long-term. What we're thinking, I mean, we work with Infinity, for example. Alan Pounder is one of our creators. For one of their recent assets, they got cinema rights to use that content across cinemas in North America. And so to me, that's just a clear indication as to where content creation is going towards, and the fact that it's likely going to be very creator-led versus, you know, commercial-led or creative agencies.
Makes sense.
I am curious though, on your end, we talked a little bit about Next. I know we talked about seltzer. Being that younger demographic, you mentioned you do a lot of creator marketing. What did you find worked and maybe didn't work from that initial push after 10, 15 years of research?
Yeah, so 10 to 15 years of research on the product, I think we found a lot of positive early sign on partnering with folks like Drewski, partnering with folks like Dude with Sign on access to audiences that traditional outlets wouldn't necessarily be able to, and really being able to succinctly package the message of the product in a very authentic way. And we have an amazing team at Anheuser-Busch that does a great job vetting creators to make sure that audience metrics line up with where we're trying to go, that the creators' values match up with that specific brand. You know, again, one of the blessings and a curse of coming from a company that has 300 brands is you really need to spend a lot of time thinking about swim lanes, because not every creator is right for every brand. Not every brand is right for every creator, as you alluded to before. So again, early signs positive, but still definitely a learning journey that we're on.
I was curious, how did you measure like whether it was successful or not?
Honestly, in the early days, a lot of it came down to we could do pretty in-depth studies on consideration. So for us, it was how do we make sure, especially as we're talking about the first couple of weeks of a launch, which is when the major push was, how do we think about initial brand awareness and then turning that into consideration amongst a demographic where we know how we generally trend with the rest of the Bud Light portfolio, specifically blue, right? So one of the nice parts about having blue as a benchmark is it's ubiquitous, right? We're talking about a brand with 98% brand awareness. We're talking about like 98% simple distribution. So it's everywhere, everyone knows about it. So it's a really good way of thinking, what is my benchmark? How do I, you're never going to compete with that from an awareness perspective, but how do I basically expand the Venn diagram of consumers who are looking at both?
Cool. We got to try Next after this. I don't know, how much time do we have left, Nicole? I did want to just ask one last question in terms of the products. just from an inclusivity lens, because I know the products that you do launch are mindful in that sense. And so perhaps let's just spend a minute there and then we'll pass it on to the audience.
Sure. So any specific area that you'd like to hop in?
Well, I think I was curious because I noticed for the Latinx community, there was the Cheladas. For the younger demographic, there was Next. For seltzer, we're sort of trying to answer that question. So I guess what's next?
Yeah. So one of the, again, benefits and challenges of being the market leader in the beer space. So Bud Light right now is larger than Miller Lite and Coors Light combined, is it does speak to a very broad array of consumers, right? So the product speaks across demographics. The question is, how do we create the right messaging to effectively talk to consumers across demographics, right? It's not just one Super Bowl a year ad that is very sort of 50,000 foot level. It's how do we go in and speak to Hispanic consumers in C-stores in Texas to give them messaging that resonates with them, for them to pick us up and choose us over other considerations in that set, right? And I think what's so interesting, I've spent a lot of time on the road over the last couple of months, is thinking about how much really I've seen the transition over the course of the last 5 years in many of the highest growth markets in the country, right? You think about Texas, you think about Colorado, right? Colorado, I think, was the third biggest share gainer in the last census, and that growth only exploded during the COVID era. What was once considered to be Hispanic marketing is much more transitioning into general market, right? Especially in Texas. I was in Dallas yesterday and this morning, and those lines have completely blurred, which is, I think, really interesting. And I think really kind of shines a light on summits like this when we talk about inclusive marketing. Inclusive marketing is no longer like a nice to have. If you are not inclusive, you will not win in the future. And so it's something we have a lot of really smart folks helping us find ways to attack.
Cool. Thank you, Steve. If everyone needs any Persian creators, you know who to go to.
Do we have any questions?
Yay.
Thank you so much, by the way. What an incredible session. I just have to say, thank you for joining us. So as we think about the future of inclusive marketing, I think this question can be answered by the two of you, but how are you setting up your teams? Because like, if we're not separating Hispanic marketing from just general great marketing, how are you making sure that your teams are prepared to do that?
This is like such a good question. And honestly, I think a question that many large organizations are still wrestling with. And I think it's frankly the combination of organic and inorganic acquisition, right? So one of the things I spend a lot of time when I'm doing recruiting, and I have the privilege of getting to do a lot of recruiting at AB, is my team needs to be very reflective of the US population, right? In a way that's never been more important. And again, that's not a nice to have, I cannot win in the future if it doesn't look that way. And to be honest, there's still a lag from where we currently sit as an organization to where we want to be. And so making sure my agency partners, my creative partners on the trade side, on the communication side, on the creator side, can fill in any gaps that I don't have. And that is not a long-term solve. That is a stopgap that we need to solve sooner rather than later. And so it's something we need to do better, that we haven't totally nailed, but I know we're very much on the journey.
I love that answer. I think at least at #paid, when we're a lot of brands come in and they know they want a diverse talent across every sort of bucket. But then sometimes you have brands that aren't intentionally not mindful, but they might not be thinking about it. And so almost on every sort of presentation that we have of like, here are the creators that you should go with because of XYZ, we make sure that it's diverse. So that we're sort of pushing that envelope and making sure that brands, I think all brands want to be mindful of it. Some folks might just not be thinking about it at that moment. And sort of it's our job to push that forward.
Really quick, I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you to brand innovators and Danone for hosting this today. This has been awesome. It's a really nice change from like me working on one-year plans. So thank you very much for organizing.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everyone. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We have some snacks over there. Unfortunately, we do not have Bud Light seltzers, but I'm sure all of you are now very thirsty for one. I definitely am. But we're going to take about a 20-minute break and then we will come back. Thank you. Hi, everyone. We are going to get started again. If I could have you take your seats, please. If I could get you to take your seats, we're going to have our next session start. Thank you. Yes, there are still some seats in the front open, so if you'd like a better view, come on over. Well, I hope you all enjoyed some of the so delicious frozen desserts. The Wonder Milk is definitely my favorite. We are going to start our next session, which is Reaching Your Consumers, How Hershey Authentically Connects with its customers. And I'd like to introduce to the stage Majid, and it'll be moderated by Stephanie Gino, who is our CMO of Innovid, and Majid is a brand manager at the Hershey Company. Thank you.
Hello. Awesome. Well, hopefully everyone has some sugar in their system so we can make it through the last sprint of the afternoon. As mentioned, I'm Stephanie Gino. I'm the CMO at Innovid. For those of you who don't know us, we are a technology partner that really works with brands to unify advertising delivery, personalization, and measurement. I'm super excited to be here for today's conversation. Not only is it nice to be in person in my home city, but this is a topic I'm extremely passionate about. So Majid, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Before we jump in, do you want to just share a little bit about your role, your background, and what your scope is at Hershey's?
Sure. So nice to see everyone here. Thank you for having me. My experience is quite diverse. So I actually started out at Procter & Gamble as a chemical engineer, moved up the ranks in essentially the insights department, did a lot of qualitative and quantitative research, then got into healthcare disruptive innovation at P&G. That organization at the time was called FutureWorks, but now I think it's called P&G Ventures. And then moved over into their brand and did brand marketing within laundry at P&G at the ABM and BM level. And then had a few stints in the startup world. So started a company focused on men's health and weight loss, which is very difficult. So don't recommend that. And then and worked in some other smaller companies and moved out to Colorado a couple of years ago and really wanted to gain more experience in food. And through that experience, actually at one point worked in CBD for one of the largest CBD companies here for a couple of years, and then moved over to Hershey as my first role in food. So it's been fascinating learning about the food industry and all the unique dynamics relative to the other categories I've been a part of, but hopefully I can share some good insights today.
Amazing. So let's go ahead and dive in. I know we've got a lot of CPG marketers in the room today, so it likely comes as no surprise that there have been some seismic shifts in terms of the overall snacking category. And I think that spans both preferences of tastes as well as shopping behaviors. And that's driven a lot of innovation in the marketplace. Can you talk a little bit about the trends that you're seeing and how that's shaped some of the innovations and the strategies that you guys are looking at for Hershey's?
Yeah, sure. So one thing I should have mentioned is, I lead innovation and marketing for One Brands is what we call it. And that was acquired by Hershey in 2019. And I came on about a year and a half ago. And so One Brands, I'm sure about some bars, but we have a protein bar has 20 grams of sugar. I'm sorry, 20 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, not 20 grams of sugar. That would be the opposite of what we were trying to do.
and it's about 200 calories and wonderful flavors. And actually, one of the innovations that enabled one to be so successful was the birthday cake flavor around 2015. And so, coming on, this category of high protein snacks, for anyone that knows a bit about it, is incredibly disruptive and innovative right now, with all sorts of different forms and flavors and channels that are coming into play. I mean, Dollar's now picking up high protein bars. And so, we're seeing it's a lot of fun to work in, but incredibly competitive. I'd say two categories that are really difficult to do marketing in right now are snack bars and CBD. I mean, there's just so many brands out there, and the barrier of entry into those two are quite low. So you've got to be on your A game in marketing for those two. But yeah, plenty of opportunity from an innovation standpoint for what we're seeing in high protein snacks. We're seeing, chips and cookies and peanut butter cups, et cetera, come into play. And so a lot to be had there.
Yeah, so you hit on some of the changes in terms of consumer preference. I think one of the challenges that we've seen coming out of the last 2.5 years of people being at home is that there's been a decrease in brand loyalty, right? We're seeing that preference is eroding. People are opening themselves up to different brands and categories. And so a lot of marketers are now trying to determine, how do I reestablish those connections with my consumers? Can you talk a little bit about how you're approaching that at Hershey's? What are some strategies that you've used to re-engage people that maybe explored other brands over the last few years?
Sure. Well, when COVID occurred, and it's great to see folks again and not see so many masks, and so that's wonderful. Our category took a huge hit. People, use snack bars for commuting, for traveling, for going to the gym, and so our business was certainly impacted by it. But we shifted investments. So there's much larger investments into e-commerce, into Amazon, decreased investments in sampling. But as, things have opened up, our channel mix has dramatically shifted to where we're going back to things that we know have worked for us in the past, because we do have a superior product from a taste and texture standpoint. And so going back to sampling in the right places, investing in programmatic targeting that's more efficient for us, and making sure that we are offering up different messages for different micro targets depending on who's in the marketplace. So.
Amazing. I want to dive in on a lot of the things that you just hit on. Now, this is the Inclusivity Summit, so I'd love to start with just reach, right? There's a lot of different audiences. I think if you have a mouth, you like to snack, right? So how do you go about reaching and targeting diverse audiences? And can you explain some of the nuances in your strategy and thinking there?
Yeah. So obviously it starts with data. What's great about Hershey is there's more data than you could ever be able to consume and appreciate and internalize. And historically in the high protein snack bar category, so we're talking Pure Protein and Quest and Think, years ago, it very much was focused on the male demographic, likely going into the gym, weightlifting quite a bit. But when we looked at the data, that's not who's buying the category. 3/4 of our shoppers are female, and of our lead competitors are female. And a majority of them are shopping at Walmart and Target, and they're not extreme fitness enthusiasts. These are shoppers that are just mindful about their health and want to live healthier, but don't want to give up indulgent flavors. And so, understanding that, it certainly was eye-opening for us, and we shifted our targeting, we shifted our messaging and our creative, which you can find on YouTube. And so very much trying to be more relevant to your everyday consumer who cares about their health, but is not going in doing deadlifts a few times a week. So.
Amazing. I have not done a deadlift in a very long time. So you talked a little bit about media mix and how it's shifting. What are you seeing in terms of strategies, channels that are performing for you well in this moment in time versus maybe in the past weren't as influential a part of your mix?
A great question. So, having worked in many different industries and companies and sizes and so forth, what's interesting, one of the interesting things about marketing is that we're very much, as marketers, very much biased by our experiences and the companies that we've come from. And we think that those tactics and channels will work across, the industries and companies and so forth, and they don't. I just heard a story the other day of, someone coming from finance working at Dish and brought, the very high up in marketing brought, mailer marketing tactics over there, and that was their thing. And I think that, for us in our category, we have seen success. Now we're a $100 million brand in one brands. I've managed a $1 billion brand. A $1 billion brand has a very different set of tactics that they need to focus on because they have much higher household penetration, and that changes things. Our household penetration for high protein snacks is about 17%. So targeting is incredibly important for us, especially since we have different benefits for different people, whether it's satiety, weight loss, convenience, what have you. And so because targeting becomes incredibly important, first party data becomes also critical, and that's where programmatic becomes really important for us right now. And we're seeing that I've read in P&G's investing more in programmatic than they are in paid social and so forth at this point. So, we want tactics that enable great targeting. We are not going to do, broad sampling at Kroger or Walmart or Costco. We're going to do sampling at the right places that are relevant for our target. And then the influencer component. Influencers are incredibly important for our category. And it's funny because we would talk to the mothership of Hershey, and they say, oh, you guys don't need to invest so much in influencer. You don't need to do so much sampling. But they're different, right? Their household penetration is in the 98%, whereas for our brand, it's 5%. And so figuring out that right tactic, investing appropriately to it, and being open-minded and trying things, I think that's critical in marketing, which we don't do enough of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, piggybacking off of the comment you made about programmatic, I think in large, we're seeing more and more brands leading into data-driven media, targeted media. But there's a challenge when you think about that through the lens of diversity and the inherent bias in media targeting. Can you talk a little bit about what you've seen there and maybe some strategies that you've deployed to overcome that?
Yeah, great question. So this brand was built off of the mom and pop shops of Los Angeles and South Beach and New York City, with some grassroots, selling that occurred back then, and really fun people that did a great job to build it up and make it a trend. And now it's in Walmart. And as the category has grown tremendously over the years, this category really has become successful because people are realizing that it's a category that's relevant for weight management. And that's why Walmart cares a lot about it, and Target and other major retailers. And so, as we looked at the data and the category has changed, the data is telling us that actually, states like, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Illinois, these are areas that are over-indexing in the category relative to the population. And so just being data driven and asking those questions, the right questions, and double clicking into that, and then, adjusting the targeting accordingly has been helpful for us. So.
Amazing. So you talked about some strategies that are working really well. I'm going to flip that question on its head. Where are you seeing a drop off? Where are you seeing challenges where maybe some channels you've used in the past are not working as hard for you as they have?
Well, I love Amazon. I buy a lot of things from Amazon, so I'm not,
Same.
I don't want to come off as a hater, but our categories were very much shifted with COVID right now. And so we're going where consumers are going, and they're shifting away from Amazon for our category, which is because they're back in stores and seeing fun products and getting better deals and so forth. And so, we're going to continue to just follow the consumer on that front. I'd say that's probably the biggest shift right now.
Yeah. Where do you think the shift is going towards?
That's a great question. Where is it going towards? The thing about, so I was talking to someone that works at CSU last night at a wonderful dinner that Laston hosted. So what's interesting about business and about marketing is that if you do what your competition does, you're not going to win. And so, I was having this conversation. So apparently advertising on Facebook wasn't really taught in business schools until about 2010. And Facebook was invented, really started to catch on in 2004. So if you were onto Facebook by 2007, you were ahead of your competition. And so I think, you know, and we were having a debate a year or so ago about TikTok and whether we should be on TikTok. And there were more people that thought we should not be on TikTok at the time. And now here we are where, you know, things have changed.
Exactly.
So I think having the mindset of like, okay, how can we be different? What's going to catch on? Now, don't get me wrong. There are more times than not that there are gimmicky sort of marketing opportunities that really don't move the needle. That happens a lot. And so I think through experience, you sort of try to identify that. But when there's tremendous engagement in platforms, you have to, you know, figure that out. And the influencer part, actually, I think is actually an area that will not go away in terms of partnering with influencers to drive engagement. The problem is that there are a lot of vendors and companies out there that have like an influencer product, but they, you know, traditionally will just, you know, do paid advertising, what have you. And so you got to find a right vendor that understands it. And then ideally, if you have a DTC site, then can use the right platform that really allows you to partner with the right micro influencers. And that's where in the last couple of years, figuring out influencers has been the difference between winning and losing for, you know, both in the CBD category and also in high protein snack bars. So, and I see that's going to continue.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really comes down to your point about how do you drive engagement? It's not just reaching audiences, it's connecting with them. And going back to our topic, it's about connecting with them authentically. So would love to talk about how do you approach that, right? You have a brand that has a personality and you are trying to reach various audiences that culturally are very different. So how do you find the right balance and the right blend between being authentic to your brand and speaking to people in a relevant way?
Yeah, that's also been very interesting for me. So coming from some great mentors at Procter & Gamble, I was lucky to be around the right people at the right time. You know, we learned that insights are really what can drive tremendous marketing. And to get good insights, which, you know, what a good insight is, it's an unobvious truth that gives someone goosebumps when you say it. The problem with a lot of insights these days is that they're pretty obvious. They're not real insights. They're like facts. And to get good insights, I've heard it today, it's going to take a lot of qualitative research. There's too much quantitative research that's done that the qualitative doesn't happen prior to the quantitative, so that we ask the right questions in the quantitative. And even if the qualitative is done, it's typically done in a focus group format, which, you know, people don't like to really share their true feelings with a bunch of strangers sitting around them. So you really have to do one-on-ones, and they typically have to take about an hour to 3 hours, depending on what you're doing. And if you hire a vendor to do it, they probably don't have a lot of experience in the category, so they're not going to ask those deep questions. And so you need someone in the organization who understands the consumer, the category, who can ask the right questions. And then once you get that, that becomes the kernel that, you know, can be a brilliant marketing campaign. But that's a lot of work. That's the problem. That's a lot of work. And, you know, if you do the work, it pays out. If you don't, it doesn't. And that's how we came up with the No Chalk campaign. So we have a campaign focused on superior taste, which is what the brand was built off of. You know, before I came, we talked about taste one to believe one was a campaign, which is okay, but it's a bit generic. Who doesn't like good taste? I mean, we all do. You know, that's not an insight. But you know, as we talk to our consumers, we realize that the chalky texture is a huge barrier, and we wanted to bring that to life. And so that was the kernel that you know, manifests itself into a campaign. So.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, it's a great example of bringing more inclusive talent and diversity into the content that you're putting out there in the market. I want to pivot a little bit, because when we think about the topic of representation, we're talking about the content, the creative we put in market, but oftentimes representation internally is so important to how that manifests in your company's culture and in overall marketplace visibility and presence. Now, I know Hershey's was just named 6th in Diversity Inc.'s top inclusive businesses. So that's a huge testament to a lot of the work that you guys have done. It's a kudos to you and your team. I'd love to understand, just from an overarching business perspective, how is that emphasis and that focus on driving diversity and inclusivity internally help drive business outcomes for the company?
Yeah, great question. So Hershey has a project, a Pathways project underway where they want to, I think by 2025, have 50% of the workforce be female, 40% be people of color. And they're almost there with female. I mean, our CEO is, she's female, Michelle Buck, she's wonderful. And so, we definitely have work to do. And spending a decade in Cincinnati, Ohio at Procter & Gamble, wonderful city, wonderful company, of course, but it creates its challenges in being in Cincinnati. And Hershey's in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Someone just told me this the other day. I don't know if it's true, but apparently the way that Milton Hershey picked that area was he was driving until he couldn't pick up any more radio airwaves. So they were out in the boondocks over there. So not the the most attractive place to live, from what I understand. And so I think the remote work movement is certainly helping with that in terms of bringing the best talent and diversity and so forth. But we have a long way to go. We certainly are seeing opportunities from a retention standpoint. But I've, from my experience over time, what I've noticed is that, and we know diversity brings different points of views. We know that, and we know that from a regional standpoint, education standpoint, age standpoint. That's for sure. The other thing that I've noticed is with diversity also brings more objectivity into the decision-making process. For whatever reason, we could debate about what that is, what was driving that, but objectivity is a great way to insulate yourself from groupthink. And if that's going to enable better decision making, then I think that's what's best for the business. So
amazing. I want to click in on something that you mentioned earlier when you were talking about how you go about reaching diverse audiences. And again, it comes back to that concept of authenticity, and customizing messaging based on where the consumer is or who the consumer is. Can you talk a little bit about some strategies and how you're thinking about changing the message based on the who and the where?
Sure. The representative from Google this morning mentioned about more data being captured from companies to allow for first party targeting and so forth. So that's certainly a movement within Hershey and other major companies I've been a part of. And so, but that first party data then allows for micro targeting of different benefits. That it's in our category of high protein snacks. There are very different reasons why people buy our products, and I do see opportunities for more meaningful claims that are relevant and statistically significant from a purchase intent standpoint than what I've seen, what I've historically seen in food. I think there's a lot of opportunity there. The problem with that is that there's a tremendously, I think, diverse, reason behind why people buy these different food products for whatever reason, and that makes the marketing more difficult. And so, if you can figure out the top 3 to 5 reasons why people buy your products. In our case, it's about high protein for fitness, or it's about weight loss, or it's about convenience. Those are very different messages. And so if we can get better data that allows us to put that right message in front of the right person, that is huge for conversion. So we've got a long way to go on that front, but that's the focus.
Amazing. I know this is a pretty engaged crowd. We're coming to the end of our time, so we'll open it up and see if there's any questions from the audience. Okay, okay, I can keep going.
Thank you both for such an inspiring and insightful session. So what are the tools that you're giving to your team to think about inclusive audiences and just be closer to culture in general, and closer to your consumers, of course?
Yeah, great question. One thing I was going to mention that I don't know if it's normal yet or most companies do it, but one of the things that came out of COVID is that feels like everyone knows how to use Zoom now, which is great because what that enables is for us to get closer to our consumer and do research for a fraction of what it would have cost. I mean, historically, if we wanted to talk to 15 people that were screened properly, we're looking at $10,000 to $15,000 at least. We have to use a venue and so forth for that. That's all gone out the window. We've got a nice email database of thousands of people, and we can, filter for the people that we want to speak with that are interested in certain things, and have a Zoom conversation. And we don't have to worry about, can they figure out Zoom and so forth. And so that's been wonderful for us. I think that there's been, at least for our $100 million brand, there's been an oversensitivity to making sure that we're screening for the right people in research, and that's certainly a risk. But generally, I found that if you talk to 10 people, you're going to get tremendous insights that will allow for better quantitative research to drive action for the company. And then there's always a risk of, what if it's 10 people that are extreme in their thinking and so forth? But you can usually sense that in the conversations and then discard that and move on to the next consumer. So. But that's one of the things that we've done that's been tremendously helpful for us. And so we see, we've got wonderful products that 2 weeks ago, we just launched a Rice Krispie-like texture in our products that's at Walmart called Crunch. And a lot of that has come from the research that we did with some folks here that helped us figure all that out. And so have high expectations for that and some other great innovation coming out in December and so forth. So it all starts with talking to consumers.
Thank you. And I think I have one more question, if that's okay. Is there any other questions in the audience?
I've got one, two back here.
You know what? I will pass it on then.
This is on. Oh, you had talked about different tactics depending on household penetration of the brand. I'm just curious. We have brands at Danone with household segments, even with household penetration under 10%. What have you seen as effective tactics to grow household penetration?
Great question. I think I haven't seen a good flow chart or format of what tactics make sense across size of brands. And I think that certainly needs to be done. Maybe Laston's class can produce that. So the traditional forms of marketing for small brands doesn't seem to work. And what I mean by that is like OTT, broader, paid social or video for the most part doesn't seem to work as well as it does for bigger brands. And I think a lot of it has to do with recall. And because it's a new brand, it's just much harder to drive recall. And as a result, that then comes down to, the best form of marketing is word of mouth. That's proven time and time again. Well, the closest iteration of word of mouth is influencer marketing. The problem with influencer marketing is that it becomes too costly more times than not. And so figuring out a way to do influencer so that it becomes efficient, I think has shown more success than in times that I've seen than not. So I would start there. What's great about food, or maybe not good depending on what seat you sit in, but what's great about being in food CPG versus non-food CPG is that if you've got a great product in food CPG, once you drive trial, the rest is history. Protein bars don't taste good for the most part. So if anyone could create a protein bar that tastes like, a Milky Way or a Snickers bar, that's affordable, then they're going to do incredibly well. And so, if you can figure out the right marketing mix in food, then, you're pretty good. Non-food CPG is a totally different story. And so, I won't get into all that, but yeah, I think, and the key is testing. Whether it's sampling, influencer, what other tactics may be at bay, but those are the ones that I would start with.
Amazing. Do we have time for one more?
I think
no. Okay. That is time. So Ajit, thank you so much
Sure,
for the
thank you.
insight and the perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Majid. I would like to welcome to the floor our next speaker. He hosted us last night dinner at CSU Spur campus. It was an incredible dinner. We learned so much about CSU and the incredible efforts they're making into horticulture, which is obviously such an important factor for Danone, but really just bringing out more into the community. So I'd like to introduce Lastin Sherriez, who is the Assistant Professor and Industry Liaison, Masters of Agribusiness and Food Innovation Management at Colorado State University Spur campus. Definitely wins the longest title of the day. And he is going to present before I welcome our moderator to the stage. So Lastin, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you for having me. My name is Lastin Sherriez, like she said. I have slides, and I'll tell you why. 65% of you are visual learners. Did you know that? 65. And 90% of that 65, you retain better if you see something on sights, sounds, and motion. That's adult learning theory. Oh, I'm done. Is that okay? Okay, so I'll introduce myself. I had the privilege of, I grew up in I was born in the Dominican Republic, grew up in Puerto Rico, went to school at Purdue, did my bachelor's and my master's, joined P&G. I was there for 20 something years. I launched the Charmin Bear campaign. Can you go back? I don't know where's my slide. Oh, over here. Next, there you go. I launched the Charmin Bear campaign. How many of you know Charmin Bear? Yeah, oh, good. I launched that. I actually filmed Mr. Whipple's last commercial. Most of you don't remember Mr. Whipple, but I also launched the Puffins, which is the Puffs, a nose in needs deserves puffs indeed. So I did that. And then I joined Sara Lee, and I was Insights and Innovation for Sara Lee, and I launched Jimmy Dean Delights. So some of you know Jimmy Dean Delights, so that's a cool thing. And I'm a big mountain biker. That's why I moved to Colorado. And I was my last job in corporate America was the CMO at Pilgrim Sprite, which is the second largest chicken company in the world, and it's based in Greeley, Colorado. And now I am a professor at the new Masters of Agribusiness and Food Innovation at Colorado Spur. Some of you were able to go last night to a Spur. We're going to tell you why you need to go again. Is that cool? It's repeat. Remember trial first and then repeat? That's what we're going to try to do. So I'm going to give you some data points about us. And I don't see my slides, but maybe. We're going to give you a video. Go.
So ladies and gentlemen, at TED, we talk a lot about leadership and how to make a movement. So let's watch a movement happen, start to finish, in under 3 minutes and dissect some lessons from it. First, of course, you know, a leader needs the guts to stand out and be ridiculed. But what he's doing is so easy to follow. So here's his first follower with a crucial role. He's going to show everyone else how to follow. Now notice that the leader embraces him as an equal. So now it's not about the leader anymore, it's about them, plural. Now there he is calling to his friends. Now if you notice that the first follower is actually an underestimated form of leadership in itself. It takes guts to stand out like that. The first follower is what transforms a lone nut into a leader. And here comes a second follower. Now it's not a lone nut, it's not two nuts, 3 is a crowd, and the crowd is news. So a movement must be public. It's important to show not just the leader, but the followers, because you find that new followers emulate the followers, not the leader. Now here come 2 more people, and immediately after, 3 more people. Now we've got momentum. This is the tipping point. Now we've got a movement. So notice that as more people join in, it's less risky. So those that were sitting on the fence before now have no reason not to. They won't stand out. They won't be ridiculed, but they will be part of the in crowd if they hurry. So over the next minute, you'll see all of the those that prefer to stick with the crowd, because eventually they would be ridiculed for not joining in. And that's how you make a movement. But let's recap some lessons from this. So first, if you are the type, like the shirtless dancing guy, that is standing alone, remember the importance of nurturing your first few followers as equals. So it's clearly about the movement, not you. Okay, but we might have missed the real lesson here. The biggest lesson, if you noticed, did you catch it? Is that leadership is over-glorified. That yes, it was the shirtless guy was first, and he'll get all the credit. But it was really the first follower that transformed the lone nut into a leader. So as we're told that we should all be leaders, that would be really ineffective. If you really care about starting a movement, have the courage to follow and show others how to follow. And when you find a lone nut doing something great, have the guts to be the first one to stand up and join in. And what a perfect place to do that, Ted. Thanks.
So we want to create a movement. And we want to create a movement with you, and a movement to improve human health, sustainability, and food availability for all. I'm going to show you, this is a global GDP growth. In the 1950 to 2015, we just rocked it. We did amazing as a globe. We did. Next slide. We pretty much got rid of poverty, of people living under $2 per day. We pretty much eliminated. That's a miracle, pretty much. And that's in your lifetime, most of your lifetimes. Some of you are very young. In my lifetime, how about that? It's happening. And we did that. Next. Life expectancy went in the US from 70 to 79. And in the rest of the world, that is their rocking amazing thing, 53 to 73. So we done amazing stuff from 1960 on. That's it. Next. We just hit a speed bump, and I don't want to mention it, but COVID really hurt our human development index. Next. And our life expectancy in the US went down for the first time in a long time. Next. But it's really hurting our minority communities. You think of Native Americans went from 71 to 65. If you think about Black, you think about all, we went all. Only Hispanic nations actually went up. Why is that? Do you know why? Other than the big C world, what else? What's going on? Next. Oh, we can skip this one. This is it. You think about us in the US, our obesity is 42%. And if you compare it to Japan, it's 4%. That's kind of a big difference, the big delta. And we look and look at the why, you think about this. In the US, there's 250,000 fast food restaurants, 250, but only 39,000 grocery stores. There are so many food deserts. If you go to Denver, from Martin Luther King to Trader Joe's, those are 6 blocks of 2 miles. Trader Joe's is the only supermarket in over 6 blocks. There's 17 QSRs. 17. So a food desert, if people can't walk or people can't take a drive, where do they go? What food are they gonna get? I was the CMO of Pilgrims. I sold chicken to churches. I sold a lot of chicken to churches. I would not recommend you to do the same, to go every day to churches. That is maybe in moderation, it's okay. But every day, because it's 99 cents, that's not necessarily a good, but a lot of our folks tend to do that. And that's why the 42. Next. This is a chart. Everything that's orange or red and yellow tells you where there's an overdevelopment of chains, restaurant chains. The blue is independent restaurants. Can you tell something from that chart? Anyone can tell me something from that chart? Exactly. So we have to find ways to create a movement, because if we keep doing what we're doing, if we get hit by another hiccup will take more years out of our mortality, will increase mortality rates. Next. Yeah, next. So we can do better. And I'm going to show you a video, and not to hit my friends at Dunkin' Donuts, but this is a video of somebody that probably works with our friends over there. But can you play it?
This is the pumpkin swirl frozen coffee. It sets the world record for the most amount of sugar ever. A 32-ounce version of this has 167 grams of cane sugar. Do you know how much that is? This is 167 grams. My friends, no human being should be having this much sugar. It's 42 teaspoons of sugar. The average American eats about 20 to 25 teaspoons a day. Oh, geez, I wonder why 1 out of 3 of us in the year 2050 will have type 2 diabetes. This is crazy, but I have to try it just to see what the fuss is about. Thanks. Godspeed to me. Whoa, that was a teaspoon of sugar right there. This is equivalent to eating 17 donuts behind me right here. Forget about the fact that there's artificial flavors, there's no pumpkin in here. If America runs on this, we're all screwed.
Shaming is never good, and I don't want to shame him. This was an influencer, and he did this. He has a lot of followers. If you find him, he's the #1 influencer for Costco. If you want to know, he's the guy. But he just did this. Let's talk about Coke. What is that Coke? Where is that from? Does anyone know? Coke? Yeah. Have you bought Mexican Coke instead of regular Coke? Why would you do it? Why do you do? I paid $1.87 at a convenience store, and I had to return the bottle. That was yesterday. So $1.87 versus significantly cheaper for the same amount that I didn't have to return the bottle. Why would people do that? Cane, sure, it's sugar cane. It's in there. Versus what is the domestic one has? Fructose corn syrup. So there's a perception that one is better than the other. You think that's it? You pay more for a different product? Or I don't know. I don't work on Coke, and I don't know that, but I know and I follow what consumers are doing. And I see a lot of consumers choosing one, even when they've had to pay 3 times more for one at a taqueria versus the other one. So something's there. There's something there. Next slide. Have you seen this Heinz no sugar added tomato ketchup? Have you seen they just launched this? This is a small step. I worked at Sara Lee. I launched Hillshire Farms low sodium lunch meat. I failed miserably. Why? Because it said low sodium. Consumers equated low sodium to low flavor or no flavor. And it failed. I shut it down. I launched it. I thought it was great. It didn't. I failed miserably and go back to the board. Why? We, as food innovators and agribusiness innovators, can take small steps. We don't have to go all the way to low sodium and fail. We need to find ways that our consumer can actually consume that, because if it doesn't taste great, will people repeat? Maybe they buy once, but do they repeat? I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. Do they buy it again if it tastes? I don't think so. Capri Sun, another example. Have you seen the new Capri Sun launch? Anyone knows? It's terrible because it's not for kids. If I can't even show the video because it's kind of risky if you ask me. And you should look it up. And it's the new Capri Sun low sugar. But it's trying to get the kids not to watch the commercial and then talk to the parents and say, this is low sugar, buy it. That's pretty smart. They're doing some smart stuff, small steps to create a movement. And that's what I'm speaking to you, say what would have to be true, not to change everything in one day, but start moving in the right direction. Next, because price changes in the United States, hospital services since 2000 have gone up by over 250%. Do you think it's us that we are forcing hospital services costs to go up because there's more obesity, more diabetes, etc.? I think so. There's other stuff going on there. College tuition, medical services, hourly wages, everything's gone up except TVs and software, right? Which have gone down. How about food? Next slide. Where's food? Okay, this is cost of family baseball game in 1960. And I used to make ballpark franks, so I know hot dogs. I can talk about hot dogs. Hot dogs in 1960, it cost 35 cents. In 1960, with inflation, that's adjusted as 346. Today, at the Rockies, you'll pay 522. That's the average cost. Everything else has gone up by 200%. And the food has only gone up by 30% since 1960. How do we do that? You did that. All of you that are in food are doing amazing innovation because of something called the Walmart effect. It's really hard to pass pricing. All of you know this. I know, I try to pass pricing many, many times to no avail because it's hard. It's really hard because we want to have the lowest price. Next. But not this year. Chicken, and I know chicken is up 19%. Airfare, 34. Butter, 21%. Next. And chicken inflation, in January of 2021, it was not $1 per pound. We're at $3, $2.99 if you go to Costco today. So are prices gonna go down? Yeah, prices will go down because the Ukraine will start shipping, wheat again and corn. There will be, lower cost of gasoline has gone down, but we have an opportunity because it's the first time we passed pricing for Walmart. Don't we have an opportunity to reinvest in some ingredients instead of passing all the pricing back to Walmart and the consumer? We have reset. Everyone has reset. Can we make better products? That's my challenge to all of us. What would have to be true to reinvest in ingredients to try to lower our obesity rates? Can we try to do that? Can we create a movement? Next. And this is the same. Food for the first time beat car and truck and rentals. I mean, food has gone up significantly. And there are three things. So oil went up, wheat and corn went up, and so that's transportation, and labor went up. So all those three things haven't happened in 20 years. And then we pass pricing. And you pass pricing, some of you, and food, they're in food, pass pricing. Next. So how do we challenge that? Well, we can look for better yields in agriculture. Next slide. Next slide. So did you know that we lose 45% of leafy greens that are, at a farm? We lose 45% of during transportation. 45. That's a lot of loss. Can we increase yield by minimizing this loss? Next. So yes, have you ever heard of aero farms or vertical farming? Come to CSU Spur, you'll see some vertical farming. I'll show you. And that's what we're trying to do. Why? In an open field, you can get 2 cycles of lettuce, 2 cycles a year at the most in an open field. Here, 22 cycles. That's what we can produce in vertical farming. Next. That said, it doesn't employ a lot of people because it's mostly robotics. So you see the parking lot so small. That's kind of there's a pro and there's a con. The pro is that you can, if you build it next to a Walmart distribution center, you can take 11 days of transit and you increase the shelf life. That is amazing. And that is a movement. And that is what I want you to guys join. Find new solutions so we can have a healthy America and a healthy world. Next. So we open CSU Spur, and it's at the National Western Center. We open, and next slide, on January 18th. And we're gonna skip this video, so next. And we have 3 buildings. It's in the National Western Center. Most of you know where the National Western Center is. And with a bond that was issued to the state of Colorado by us. If you pay taxes in Colorado, you pay for these 3 buildings. It's $200 million. We had 3 buildings. We had Vita that opened in January. We had Terra, that was where we were last night for dinner. And then we have Hydro that opens in January 6 of 2023. And our mission is simple, is we're gonna integrate education, public outreach, and research scholarship to provide lifelong experiential learning in familiar and new ways, expanding educational access, launching careers that grapple with the biggest challenge of our time. And you think feeding 9 billion people is not the biggest challenge of our time? I think it is. And it's very crucial. Next. So these are the 3 buildings. One Water best practices at Spur is all about water. And you know, in the Western United States, that's our #1 issue. And we're gonna have Denver Water there. We're gonna do R&D to what would have to be true to minimize the utilization of water and maximize the yield of plants and a better water. Next. You have the opportunity to engage with CSU with internships with our students in our Masters of Agribusiness of Food Innovation. We have a practicum that in their 2nd year, all these students will work for a year with a company, Danone, Leprino, you name it, and they will work for a year to come out with solutions, because that's what we're trying to do. As a state land-grant university, is our mission to find solutions. We're gonna have summer internships, we're gonna have winter break marker internships, Spur ambassador programs, and employment, of course, because we are in Gloveville. If you notice where the campus is, we are surrounded by a large Latino community that needs jobs, and they can be provided right there at Spur. Next. And last but, not last but not least, but this is the CSU Masters in Agribusiness and Food Innovation, which is what I lead. And we just started our first cohort in August, and then we'll continue to add folks. There are opportunities for companies that want to go speak at our classes. Majid did a class a week ago, and we have, that's part of the networking the students need to do. And then the best thing is the 2nd year, they're going to be able to do a practicum, which is work with companies, and you got to pitch to the students, and the students have to pick your project, and vice versa, you pick the students. So it's a really great thing. Next. So let's create a movement. Next. So some of you weren't there. This is what we are doing with Ceiling Gardens. We're trying to say what would have to be true for all the large Denver business buildings to have a ceiling garden. What is the great thing about it is if you have a cafeteria in this building and you have ceiling gardens, you could use the vegetables from upstairs for your lunch. And we did that last night. Some of you that were there, you were eating some of our vegetables from the garden upstairs. And that's sustainability. That's eliminating traffic, transit, and money. Next. And the great thing is, this is a university, a live university. And we are welcoming from K to gray. That's our motto. Anyone can come, and it's open. And we have, some of you that were there, we have a kitchen where you have a sensorial part where you can cook, and consumers have a panel, and you put for the door, and people can try and do food tasting. And because we are in Gloveville, we can recruit for African Americans, Hispanics, Asian Americans, you name it. And that's part of the improving what we're doing. We also have small pilot plans that you can actually take it from the kitchen, and your own kitchen, you're making your hummus. All of a sudden, what do I do? Well, you taste test it, and then you go across the street and you do it in a pilot plant and make the hummus there. And then they take it to consumers and be famous. So that's another way that you could engage with us. Next. And this is something I needed to share with you. 97% of us in the US have a cell phone, but 92% have clean water. That cannot be. So this is the US, the richest country in the world. We gotta do better. And that's why the hydro is so important. Next. And it's worth mentioning that 400 out of the 500 companies in the SP Global Market Intelligence are claiming sustainability in their quarterly reports. 400. out of 500. There's somewhere that says we're doing sustainable, we're doing this. Next. But guess what's going on? Tweets mentioning greenwashing have gone up 158%. Is there a correlation? If you're gonna do sustainability, if you're gonna embark in climate, change claims, you gotta deliver. Because otherwise people are gonna do a Dunkin' Donuts video on you. Make sense? So you gotta be careful because the creators that, our folks talked about creators, we got billions of creators. And if you greenwash, you'll pay. So I'm asking you next to come to Spur and join our movement. We have 44 programs, 44 that, from pilot plants that Mike Gable here is leading, to the kitchens, to commissary kitchens where people from the community can come and make their hummus or their salsa, to ceiling gardens, to vertical gardens, everything, and hydro for water, because we have a choice and we should double down on us. We're all human. We should double down on us. That's all I got. Thank you very much.
Wow, how incredible was that? Thank you, Lawson, for joining us and your incredible wealth of insights. I'm so excited to be here today. So I just want to build upon the discussion of brands and how brands can just do better for their consumers, how they can support the communities that they're serving, and overall, how we can just, everyone in the room, create a future where we can lead a more healthy, sustainable life. So I think just a few questions for you. Why should brands even embark on this journey? And what is important to know before starting?
Why? Because you're going to recruit from Gen C's and Gen A, the new generation. And they're coming to CSU Spur. We have a K-12 programs, and they're learning where the food comes from. And they're learning what's good and what's not bad. And they're going to come back and say, I'm empowered. What am I eating? And they may challenge us. That's my point, is with more information, they'll get curious. They can't get curious if they don't know. That is a basic, learning, adult learning thing. You need to expose folks. And that's what we're doing. We're exposing them to what is good, what is bad. But in the meantime, they will become either your employees or your haters. Pick.
So speaking of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, obviously they're embedded with a wealth of insights and knowledge these days. So they know what brands are doing it right. And I think the conversation that we had yesterday, it just begs me to ask, like, who is doing it right? And why do you think that they are doing it so well?
Well, we mentioned before Patagonia, of course, they are committed. They're in it, and they just beyond the commitment, right? They just gave away the company. So, so that is a great example. I think there's a lot of other folks that have the opportunity to do it, and they need to have the audacity and to go and take big risks. But that's not simple. I know. I was CMO at Pilgrims. I tell you, if you mess up and don't deliver to Walmart, you pay. You get the bad call, and that's not a quick thing. But we also need to sell forward, because believe it or not, Walmart gets it. That 80 acres farms is actually at a Walmart distribution center in Hamilton, Ohio. And they're the ones that are enjoying the increase in shelf life by putting a vertical farm so close to them. So we can flip it, because they know too. It's not sustainable to throw away 45% of your vegetables. It's not. We got to do better. We can do better. So I think the good news is there's opportunity, and the folks and the big chains they know, and they're committed too. So we got to. It's a mutual work together, and not against.
So what's the biggest challenge that you see, and the reason for why brands aren't starting their journey to a more sustainable future?
Well, I think it takes guts. It's just not easy. You need people in the C-suite to get it, and but not only get it and put it in the quarterly report, is get it and act. There's an action speak louder than words. So it's got to come from the top, but also from the new employees coming in, because they are the ones that are going to say, I'm going to work for you. No, you're faking it. And that's the problem. Talent will walk to where they feel authentic and heard. So that's my issue. It may take a while, but talent walks, and that will say it.
So speaking of Colorado, I mean, I think most, if not everyone in the room has an association with Denver and Colorado as a whole. And so I think it's just incredible that, you're here with CSU to share with us how we can come together and create this impact. So where does that partnership begin, and how would a brand in the room today start that journey with you?
Come and take a tour. Mike Gable and I are here from CSU. Come and see the place. I promise you, I didn't show a video because it doesn't do justice to the place. It just doesn't. It's better to walk it and then feel the magic of the place, because it's going to be about solving big, hairy, aggressive goals. Remember BHAGs from P&G? That's exactly what we're trying to do. And the big, hairy, aggressive goal is to feed the world, feed 9 billion people on a sustainable way. That's not simple. It's going to take all of us. I'm not kidding, all of us. But come and do a tour, right, Mike? Come and do a tour. You take us, we'll take you out, and either afterwards we'll get some beers afterwards, if that matters. But the bottom line is, this is an open place, and it's about making it better for all of us, from K to gray.
So I love the concept of an open campus. Can you just share a little bit more about what that means?
Well, I think if some of you went, everywhere is open. So the kitchen is wide open so people can see what are you doing in the kitchen. It's the labs are open. The soil lab testing that we have there is open. So people can come and walk and see people working on soil testing right there. And it's open with a purpose, because this is a visual place. And 65% of you learn how? For visual. 90% of you need sight, sounds, and motion. And that's why we're open, because we want you to learn.
So I'm just wondering who in the room is going to be the first follower to come to CSU. So from an individual perspective, I'm always looking for volunteer opportunities. And of course, I'm incredibly moved by your entire presentation. So I'm sure everyone in the room is wondering, what are the individual opportunities that they can create, impact themselves, if with not the organization?
Yeah, you can be a guide. You can guide the schools. We have K for 12 every day, Monday through Friday, up till 4 o'clock. Is kind of a nut house, because they come in bosses, and we need people to guide. So that's a volunteer easy. We have second Saturdays where you can actually, if you work, but on the second Saturday, you can come and actually guide or actually speak about innovation. There's going to be so many opportunities for you to be in front of the A generation. Alpha is coming. And what we're doing is planting seeds to make sure they know who makes their food.
So as we come to a close with the presentation, are there any last words of advice you have for everyone in the room today?
No, come visit. I'll give you a tour. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do highly recommend taking a tour. It's an incredible campus. You'll definitely learn something new. I would like to introduce our last speakers for this Inclusive Marketing Summit. This session is Staying Relevant, How Brands Can Drive Cultural Currency Through Social. And I'd like to introduce to the stage Nicole, who is the social and content strategist for Drip Drop Hydration, moderated by Anthony Richards, the brand partnership executive at #paid. Thank you.
Check. So I came in from Michigan this week, and I'm missing my Thursday night pickleball league to be with you guys today. That's how much I love you.
Thank you, Anthony.
But we'd like to thank Brand Innovators for hosting an incredible event today. It's a pleasure to be on stage with you, Nicole, and we're going to have a conversation about how brands can stay culturally relevant through social media.
That's right. And I wanted to echo that sentiment. Thank you so much to everybody at Brand Innovators for hosting a really wonderful event and dinner last night. After working remotely for almost 2 years now, it's really nice to be in an environment and make eye contact and get to see people one-on-one. So thank you so much. And thank you, Danone, for hosting this in your beautiful offices. It's a pleasure to drive up and come here. So really appreciate that. As Anthony mentioned, I'm Nicole Schmiedel. I have a background in marketing and also in art and design. So really, I have kind of that left-right brain that works really well with social and content strategy. As he mentioned, we will be, sharing some insights and some experiences and hopefully some entertaining stories along the way of how brands can stay culturally relevant, identify cultural, moments and reactive trends, activate on them in an authentic way, and really see what the impact is on their brand.
Yeah, that sounds great, Nicole. So first off, let's level set with the group here. There's a lot of conversation around how brands can stay culturally relevant, especially on social media. From your experience and perspective, like, what does that mean? Can you just break that down for the group?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think cultural moments and reactive marketing trends can be very broad. It can have a really wide range of everything from, legislation to specific events in fashion, to TikTok trends. So really how I like to break it out is in two different categories. Looking at it from kind of the historical contextual value, in that we've seen a lot of brands that have really strong brand values activate and use their voice in their product and their business in accordance to that. I think Patagonia was mentioned earlier. They made a really big announcement earlier this week. Given that we're here in kind of a food and beverage industry, I'm going to do some examples within that as well. Ben & Jerry's is another one that we see focused on the climate and human rights, and they seek out those opportunities to partake in those conversations and really incorporate that into their content strategies. Another one that I think we've seen most recently is Newman's Own. They actually have 100% of their profits are donated to their mission as well. And they most recently took the opportunity to share that alongside Patagonia with their news. So we see some of these more brand values driven cultural moments. In addition to that, we see some of the more reactive marketing trends. I think Oreo is one to note, Dunk After Dark, where sometimes there are those unforeseen moments that really align with your product or service that you can use to connect with your consumers. In addition to that, we're also seeing music, sound trends, and things that give brands the opportunity to open up to that.
Yeah, 100%. Like the It's Corn.
Yeah.
Is that a good one? My favorite was the It's Bungee. It was like a bungee workout class. Did you see that?
I don't know if I saw that one.
Yeah, you're like harnessed up and you're like jumping and like doing these crazy workouts.
That
and
is
they put it to the
true.
It's Corn track.
Yeah, I have to say the It's Corn one, I've been loving. There was actually just a New York Times profile on the It's Corn boy. And we're actually seeing that sound have 1.5 million uses, and brands are starting to activate on it. With the red thread being, a love and excitement for something.
Yep, 100%. And that's a great segue into the next question here. So how do brands discover these cultural moments or trends to participate in?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think it's going to be different for everyone. I am, part of quite a few different social media manager societies and forums, and everyone has their own kind of methods and ways that work. I really like to use a pretty broad few different tactics to gather, what's going on in today's day in life. The first one being online sites and newsletters. I subscribe to Social Media Today, Marketing Deep Dive, Adweek. And that's where I can just ensure that I'm getting a quick glance of what's going on. In addition to that, as mentioned, some social media forums. There are some great groups out there and some great emotional support groups alongside of that too. When working in social, it doesn't sleep. It's 24/7, that it's really nice to have a group of individuals that share the same passion and excitement for social. In addition to that, highly recommend subscribing and really befriending your reps. Our reps at Meta, at Pinterest, at TikTok, they're all really, really great resources alongside our social vendor reps too. In addition to that, I like to crowdsource. Pretty much every company has a few of those social media mavens that whether they work in product or in customer service, they can be a really great resource and a really great way to build community inside of your internal kind of like teams and workflow. That I like to start a Slack thread and then just make sure that there's an open dialogue and ensure that everyone's ideas are welcome and valued. I also like to do kind of the more old school, personal kind of scrolling myself, but also talking to friends and people. The grocery store lines can be a really great way to meet and get connected to what people are doing, how they're feeling, and what gets them excited.
So once you've discovered a cultural moment or a trend, how can you determine if it's a right fit for your brand?
Yeah, I think, this is, I would say, the topic that comes up the most. I think that when determining, what cultural moment or trend to activate on, it's really important to make sure it feels right, to make sure that it, is aligned to your brand values, to make sure that it's authentic. Why are you doing it? And what value does someone get with seeing it? Are all really good questions to ask yourself. I recently had been working with the agency Mechanism, and we'd come up with a really great way to structure how to identify different kind of cultural moments and reactive marketing ideas. In kind of our 4 buckets or pillars, we're really looking at consumer insights. So who is your audience? What do they care about? What value can you add to them in your relationship that you have with them on social? The second being cultural insights. What's going on outside of your specific industry? Third, looking at, kind of what your brand truth is. What makes you specific? What is your, service or product value benefits adding to someone's life? And then fourth, I think this is always really important, especially when it comes to some of the more reactive trends, but really understanding the historical context and the why behind a trend. So for example, let's bring up It's Corn. Knowing, this was done at an interview at a fair with a young boy, really, the clip and video, it embodies love and joy and excitement. And that really is the red thread then for your brand to potentially activate on. From there, I like to kind of figure out your unique brand way in. And last but not least, I always do the gut check. You can always make data-informed decisions, but if it's not sitting right here, I'd really encourage you to listen to that or explore it with other members of your team. And it means that something's probably not right, and that's okay.
Yeah, I'm actually curious. So do you mind giving everybody here an example of a campaign you've activated within a cultural event or something that you're particularly proud of?
Yeah, there's been quite a few. I think one of the more challenging and fulfilling ones to activate on was when I had been working at the North Face. And how many of you all have seen Free Solo? Okay, great, wonderful, gripping, so gripping. So as you all know, Free Solo was nominated for an award at the Oscars, which is a really exciting moment for both the industry, having an outdoor film being nominated in that space, but also for the brand, because Alex and Jimmy were, brand athletes. So our VP at the time, who is amazing, really, really admire him, encouraged us to brainstorm of a creative way for us to participate and show our support to the entire film, but largely the industry as well. So we at the time were working with the agency Sid Lee, And we really wanted to try to brainstorm what common thread does Free Solo and the Oscars have. It wasn't going to be through fashion apparel because the climbers were wearing climbing shoes and, kind of like cut up shorts and this and that. But we had to think of some sort of red thread to connect the events. And so we decided to land on time. The Oscars historically run over almost every year. And Free Solo really was done on time. Does anyone know how long it took Alex to get up? 3 hours and 56 minutes. So we decided to see who would end first. Would the Oscars end or would Alex reach the top of El Cap? And we met in a Twitter war room throughout the course of the Oscars. And we, actively engaged in the Oscars, but through the lens of time and providing updates at each mile marker of where Alex was on El Cap. For the record, the Oscars actually went longer than 3 hours and 56 minutes. And we had a lot of fun doing that. We engaged a new audience. And it was also a really fun way to participate in a moment that was a little bit outside of the outdoor traditional sphere.
So what's the impact of like participating in these cultural trends?
Yeah, so I think it can kind of be measured on twofold. One, looking at it from a campaign point of view, how does the campaign compare to your more traditional go-to-market benchmarks? I think in the long term, especially when it comes to reactive marketing trends, I had also recently done a fun TikTok while at Stitch Fix. Our goal and kind of our mission was really to make sure that people felt confident. And so we decided to activate on the trend, It's Perfect. Is anyone familiar with that one? It's perfect, perfect, perfect. And in doing so, we actually garnered over 1.5 million views. And so, really, you can look at it on a post by post basis, but when you take a step back, it's a really great way to grow an engaged audience. So increase your followers, look at your engagement rates over time. But more importantly too, I think it's a great way to build brand loyalty. I think, it's kind of a nice way to allow people to get, have some fun, connect with the brand and see a little bit more personal human side of them that you might not always see in other channels.
Yeah, I love that authenticity. So I guess another follow-up question is, like what are some aspirational brands to follow, or who's doing it right, or who should we kind of be paying attention to?
Yeah, I think that's another really great question. It definitely depends on the industry, what your brand values are, and what tone you feel comfortable with your brand. Depending on the product or service, there are going to be different tones and comfort levels around humor, around, what you do participate on in quick and reactive trends. Personally, though, I can say a few brands that I've been looking at and observing is, on TikTok particularly, I think Duolingo has done a really great job of building a great brand personality and staying really on top of the trends. I would say from a platform specific angle, I have been really personally interested in Seed. They've done a really great job of taking for what for me is a bit of a complex subject matter and breaking it into really digestible educational pieces of content. I also really respect brands that are really finding, the balance between feeding and playing into algorithm shifts, and then also staying true to their, content preferences and content mediums too.
Yeah, I guess another kind of good question I have for you, like where do you see content creators kind of fitting into the mix, or how do you go about leveraging them for some of the brands you've worked with and maybe your current role at Drip Drop?
Yeah, that's something that I have been really, really enjoying working with. I think content creators are extremely valuable. I think oftentimes we attribute social platform shifts due to algorithm or platform features, but a lot of it's attributed to creators and how they're using the platforms and what type of content they're creating. Personally, I have loved working with creators on kind of a more typical go-to-market cadence, but also really reserving a small kind of number of them to activate on for these reactive trends. I think when you are kind of deciding to build out and invest in a more reactive marketing strategy, one of the things that's really hard is making sure that you're not disrupting the creative workflow of your go-to-market process. So, you want to ensure that either you're carving out the time or you're actually adding in the resources that can be nimble, because as we know, a lot of these trends can pop up like that. One could be popping up right now. We just don't know. And so it's important to have that nimble flexibility without derailing, your other business priorities.
Yeah, I agree. How long has it taken you to activate on It's Corn?
That is one that we actually discussed in a meeting a few days ago.
Yeah. Has anyone else here activated on that trend specifically? I'm just curious. I know we have a lot of CPG brands here. So where do you see new social trends and platforms emerging?
Yeah, I think the one that I'm really looking at right now is Be Real. I tend to really like to observe it from a more personal standpoint. And then when looking and evaluating new platforms, there's a few things I like to keep top of mind. Who our target audience is, what types of content do they resonate with? And then looking at the platform, what's their growth rate? What types of content is being posted? And then what's the consumer behavior on those platforms? I would also kind of, urge you all to consider that there's also the option to join these platforms from a creator's point of view, not your brands. If maybe your brand's not ready, a creator can be a really, I would say kind of nice way to test and learn and evaluate how people are responding to more branded content before making the full brand investment for joining a new platform.
With Be Real, I don't know if you've noticed this, but some like food brands I know are like offering very limited like coupons or discounts that you can only get from those people.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes hand in hand with, this urge and this want to see a little bit more of an unfiltered, unplanned glance into people's lives. At the end of the day, I think, basic human needs, we want to feel valued and accepted and feel connected to others. And sometimes, unfortunately, some of these really filtered views can sometimes not be value adds, but value kind of detracts. So I think a lot of, interesting shifts are happening. I was actually talking last night at our dinner table. Social's always changing. And, I think it's kind of like the joy of it, but it can also be really uncomfortable too. And so I think kind of one of the keys to success is really leaning into being uncomfortable, trying new things, testing and learning at a relatively low risk, and really listening to your audience. There is so much to be learned from your audience through what they're saying, how they're tagging, what type of content they're creating. There's a lot of really great social listening resources there to listen and learn from your audience.
Yeah, it's kind of like earlier today, they mentioned back in the day, sitting in a call center and just listening, hearing what people are saying. This is like the new modern way to social listen through like Sprout Social or Hootsuite or you name it.
Totally. And I think it's really interesting to see how consumers and brands' relationships with social have changed. For so long, we really had these expectations as brands that the consumers would do a lot of the work. They would follow us. They would comment on, content we were posting. And then we started to see the shift of UGC, where it gave brands the opportunity to comment back. Now, with a lot of the tools that we have, and something I'm really excited about is it gives us the opportunity to have more of a two-way relationship and actually us reach consumers where they're at in a time of need where we can help them. I love setting up social listening dashboards. One thing I'm really excited about at Drip Drop is we offer an oral rehydration system that beats dehydration fast. So we're able to set up social listening dashboards around I'm thirsty, common causes of dehydration, fatigue, headache, whereas we can actually start reaching out and being able to be, a partner in them discovering us as well.
Yeah. That was great. I think we should just open it up for questions now. What do you think?
That sounds good.
Hi, I'm Nina from Danone. One question for you, or I guess maybe it's a two-parter. But really, how do you deal with brands who may be quick to pull the trigger of they want to jump on a trend, but it may not be right for the brand, or even vice versa, your brand is too afraid to jump onto a trend. It's a little too scary to be able to create content really quickly that fits in with what's happening in an authentic way.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think to answer the first part of your question, having a cultural and reactive marketing strategy is one pillar within your entire content strategy. So it's just adding, and it can be done in doses. So I would kind of urge you to look at, what am I hoping to accomplish with this? Looking at previous types of content pillars that perform well and saying, okay, educational content within style and fashion, or sorry, I should probably cater it to Danone, but I'm going to continue with the more apparel sphere given my background. That type of content works really well for us. Let's see if we can identify trends that are within, apparel and confidence, and trends that really ladder into that. And then we'll activate on one a month. And then set your benchmarks compared to your traditional content pillars and see how it performs. Over or under, look at the comments, and it'll take a while for your audience to adjust and adapt. It's a relationship. It would be like potentially completely changing, a certain aspect of you overnight. There's a bit of a shock factor. So I would encourage you to look at your existing content strategy, what themes are working well, and then start at a lower cadence that you feel comfortable with, and really use those evaluating factors of consumer insights, cultural insights. What is the historical context of this? And what's our unique way in that we can participate that's right for our brand, but also adds value and differentiates us? And then would you mind repeating the second part? Thank you.
The second part was really around brands who are timid or scared to jump on the trends because maybe we haven't done it before, or just, may not feel right.
Yeah, that's a hard one to comment on without having as much context of, kind of what your strategy is and things like that. I think I would encourage you to maybe start identifying trends that you could have participated in. So for example, whether it be a trending sound, a trending content type, and start a list of other brands that activated on it and how they performed. And then I would just start kind of building that historical context and start flexing the muscle of, okay, these are the trends that we're seeing. These are the different brands that participated. What would be our unique way in? It's like anything, it's new and uncomfortable. And so it's really like warming and flexing up that muscle, and getting used to, figuring out what your boundaries are with comfort levels. And as I mentioned too, listen to that gut feeling. It's there for a reason. Data-informed decision-making is really great. There's also, I think, when it comes to the cultural and reactive trends, a huge value in that gut factor. Yeah, and I can't wait to follow Danone's social media now, and stay tuned. We'll connect after.
All right.
Oh, one more. Oh. Hi again, I'm Monica from Cody. I'm just curious to get your perspective. If you think that, or just based on what you've seen, is there a tipping point when we know as a brand that, oh, we need to jump into this? Like, Be Real, for instance, like it's relatively newish, and TikTok at some point was also new. And I think somebody mentioned earlier that brands were kind of apprehensive about jumping in for a variety of reasons, right? Whether it was security or safety, etc. But as a brand marketer, I'm just like, these are all these things that are popping up. And when do I know that I need to be there? So I'm just curious to see, like, do you have any anything that you look at, for instance, whether it's clear metrics or brands or just anything at all?
Yeah, I think that's a really great question, and one that's been kind of a consistent theme throughout my career, actually. Fun fact, one of my first titles was actually social coordinator, evaluating new and emerging social platforms. So I feel like I've, really contemplated this question quite a bit. And truthfully, there's not like a one size fits all answer. But there are a few things that I do consider when evaluating platforms. I think first and foremost, really being clear on who your audience is. So knowing, who they are, whether it be age, location, demographics, interests, consumption behavior. Any of that information will help you better understand if your audience is on that platform. Because at the end of the day, we're really trying to connect with our audiences and then also discover new audiences and prospective clients too. Secondly, when it comes to the platforms, the data component of it, I will admit, is typically done in conjunction with some sort of security team internally. However, kind of some of the metrics that I like to look at is the growth percentage rate, total followers. And then I also like to just keep a pulse on what other brands are doing and tapping into some of those social networks and forums. And if you can have a direct conversation of saying, hey, how was the adoption phase? How has it been working on this platform thus far? I think there's a lot of value in sharing experiences there that can help make your decision too. Yeah, it's something I think that a lot of us are wondering and still figuring out too, and probably will continue to do so.
All right. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Anthony. Well, before I conclude our day of inclusive marketing, I want to give a couple of thank yous. First, I want to thank Brand Innovators for bringing us all together. This was not our first event with them. It certainly will not be our last. We are very thankful for the community that you have built and the way that you were able to bring us all together in an inspiring and networking day. I also want to thank all of the speakers for your time, your experience, and your knowledge. I want to thank Mantis Media and AV Spectrum for being able to share this. We're in a new world, being able to bring this not only in person, but virtually as well. So thank you for being able to do that. Thank you for our virtual guest. And thank you for all of you. I am so full of energy by being in a room with real people again. On behalf of Danone, I really want to thank all of the external guests who are here. I met so many new friends. I am excited to continue to keep those relationships alive. You'll be getting all of my LinkedIn requests right after this. Today was really a day of inspiration and networking, and I feel really empowered and uplifted. I know I definitely learned a lot of new things. I hope all of you did as well. I'm really leaving here fulfilled and inspired to impact change in a distinctive and authentic way. I wanted to share a couple of messages on the whiteboard. Thank you all for participating. One of the messages here is education is different for all. If you exclude potential candidates, you exclude potential consumers. Diversity begins internally. Start there. Did anyone write that? Anyone in the room still? Miguel, you're going to win our JVL speakers. Really, really thoughtful. We had a couple of other quotes that I wanted to share. Empower and uplift, the only one in the room. And female leaders of color, thank you for being our role models. Earn the right to be in the conversation. Diversity is how it looks. Inclusion is how it feels. Your purpose is so much greater than what you may do, by Maya. She also shared, it's one thing to invite someone, it's another to make them feel welcomed. Listen to their stories, and empathy is a superpower. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to pass the mic over to Ariel for our closing remarks, but it was such a pleasure meeting all of you. I am really leaving today so inspired and so energized, and hope to continue to stay connected.
Thank you so much, Nicole. So before I go into my line of thanks, I think we should all give a round of applause to Nicole here. She's Danone's head of brand academy, and she really has been my partner in crime in putting this together. And she's just an incredible leader. And I'm so excited to see all of the amazing tools she's going to continue to give all of you as the year continues. So Brand Innovators is just ecstatic to bring all of you together here in Denver. Of course, the pandemic has gotten in the way for a few years, but we are so excited to be back. We'll be back in November in downtown Denver for another Marketing Innovation Summit. So please join us. And just want to give another thanks to Danone and Linda Bethay for just helping make all of this happen. We are excited to continue seeing your faces, and yes, speak soon. See ya. Thanks.